live here with the best fan. And Walter.
Curtis Jones, Devin Witherspoon, Kedra Wright, Dave Burleson. You're watching NorCam.
NorCam, you're watching NorCam.
Like, fourth down. If they fuck up this play, they play it.
That's it. It's over.
That's it. Yes! Yeah, baby. NFC West champs. Actually, Joe.
We get to go home and watch games at home, baby. We did it, brother.
Number one seed. Yeah.
How do you feeling right now?
I'm so hyped, bro. We're winning the Super Bowl in San Francisco.
There we go. What's up, everybody? NorCam coming at you live here for this special edition, a call-in special show, the Monday after this incredible weekend of, boy, the everything you could have wanted for in the Seahawks end of season, regular season game finale. We're going to get into all that stuff. I'm going to do a little breakdown of just what I saw and some numbers that jumped out at me. And then for the rest of the time, I'm going to take your calls and get your reactions as we begin now officially the playoffs with the Seahawks having accomplished everything that they'd set out to do. And what is that? To finish with beating the 49ers on their own turf. So they ended up 14-3. They end up winning the NFC West. It's been a while. And even a longer while, getting the number one seed in the NFC and a first-round bye, home field advantage throughout the playoffs. We all knew that's what was at stake in this game. As y'all know, as you can see, if you didn't know, you saw from that video, I did make the trip down to San Francisco, to Santa Clara. Boy, I'm glad I did, because, boy, that was a special trip for a game that, for my first time down in San Francisco, was a hell of a time to be there. So if you want to see my whole video, check out my reaction video. I have the whole reaction live of the whole game. Actually in two parts. The first three quarters and the fourth quarter was separate because my phone actually turned off. So you can watch the whole unedited version. And then what I just showed you there was the highlight version of that, kind of like the 5-minute version of everything sort of recapped into one. I'm still working on another video because I had planned to do a documentary about this trip. Kind of like I did before when I went to Super Bowl 48 and Super Bowl 49, kind of just a whole little, documentary of leaving Seattle, heading down to San Francisco, and then just the whole experience. This was going to be my first time at Levi Stadium and interacting with some of the 49ers and Seahawks fans down there. So I'm working on that still. That'll come up later in the week. But boy, it's what a great feeling, huh? I mean, this magic carpet ride has been going for weeks now, and it's just gotten better. And we're only starting the playoffs, although it feels like we've been in the playoffs for like a month, hasn't it? But there's not much to complain about. I mean, there's still things I'm sure you guys will bring up. I've been saying to myself too, it's kind of an obvious thing when you look back at this game. But a win's a win, especially against a division rival, especially on the road. This road record for this team is unbelievable. What are we, 15-2 on the road, which is insane. On top of everything else I mentioned. So, this is going to be great. So keep your comments coming in as we work through this, and like I said, I'll take to your calls in just a minute. But yeah, if you guys want to send me a super chat to support my channel, that'll definitely get my attention on your comment. I'll try to read a few of them as I go along here. But it was what a great trip. It was a quick one. Left early Saturday morning, did the whole thing, tailgate in the afternoon, went to the game, went back to the hotel for a few hours of sleep, and then got on the 6:15 flight in the morning. So I didn't get but a handful of hours of sleep before I turned back around and came here. So, yeah, it was great. I see the phone lines already starting to light up some. So can't wait to talk to you guys, get your thoughts on it. But, yeah, a couple of just quick comments on here is we got Tyler Parchers is going to call in a minute. Bunk Tuesday 44, go Hawks. Austin Michael, Super Bowl 49, rematch manifesting. The thing about it is every Super Bowl appearance we've been in, they were always whenever we ended up in this exact position with winning the division and getting that number one seed, the first round bye. That has been the formula for being in the Super Bowl for all three appearances. That's one thing we've had in common. So does this guarantee it? Doesn't guarantee anything, but I like the pattern. 3 for 3. Can we make it 4 for 4? This team has done some things that it's never done in its history. To get 14 wins, we've never done that in our history. Highest point total over opponents, highest ever. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it's something crazy, 180 or something like that points, point differential, which is nuts. This is the first time in the history of the team that we've finished in both the top, can't remember the top two or top three at least in both offensive scoring and defensive scoring, offensive points and defensive, defensive points prevention on the defensive side. So to be top 3 in both those categories, all these are things that we've never done before. And yet we complain about things we don't like. But let's just enjoy this for a little bit here. I want to bring up a couple things that just really stand out to me about this game. I'll get into a couple numbers. But my overall impression was the score didn't reflect the way this game actually went because clearly we left points on the board. Well, I'm not going to complain about that for this particular game. We were just fortunate that San Francisco really never had a chance, and those missed field goals and those missed opportunities in the red zone didn't come up. But it might come up later in the divisional round or in the championship game or, God willing, the Super Bowl. So those are things that it's nice to be able to have sort of lessons learned and things to work on, but still get the win. So a lot of people mentioned, Jason Myers did not have a good day, kicked the ball out of bounds, missed 2 field goals that he normally makes on any given Sunday. But it was a bad day for him. And it was a windy day as well. I was watching him during warm-ups in the stadium. And, yeah, he was off. I could see it. He was, missing left a couple times. I was like, that's weird. He usually is, on the money. So, but if you're going to have a bad day, might as well have it on a day that it didn't matter that you had a bad day. So I'm sure he'll be fine. It was just a fluky bad day. Didn't affect the mission. That first play after we got down, the first beautiful drive that chewed up 7 minutes off the clock, ended up with pass interference and first and goal at the 1 yard line. I really wanted them to just run the ball. They're set up in an I formation with Charbonnet in the backfield, and he's been money. He's been kind of like the second coming of Sean Alexander when inside the red zone. Charbonnet just finds a way to score, and I thought for sure they're just going to hand off to him up the middle. They were running like crazy anyway. That would have been my first choice. They didn't do it, so I decided to throw, and I didn't realize it at the time because I didn't really see everything. In the stadium, it's hard to get the angles, but watching the play later, it was actually a good play. Charbonnet was wide open on the right side, and for some reason, Darnold didn't throw to him. And I'm guessing that maybe he just couldn't see him clearly. Maybe it was, maybe the lineman that was blocking, we just didn't get a good view, and he probably didn't want to risk making a throw out there and having, the secondary guy just come up, break on the ball, and do that pick six. Do you remember that Russell Wilson game in Arizona when DK Metcalf had to chase down Budda Baker? Remember, that was a goal, same exact play. It was, he floated it though. He floated out to the goal line and it was picked off by Budda Baker, and DK Metcalf chased him down. So maybe he wanted to just avoid that disaster. And if that's the case, I appreciate the fact that he'd rather not throw a bad ball than put it up in danger and go the opposite direction. So. But again, I would have just run the ball, for crying out loud. First and goal at the 1. You guys run on second. You guys pass it on second down, third even. But, that said, we left like 13 points on the board just counting those right there. A touchdown and 2 field goals. So we would have easily been 26-3 and maybe even shut them out 26-0. But in the end, what does it matter, right? It would have been style points. Would have put a few more critics to maybe stop still saying, I just don't know about Sam Darnold, this team, blah, blah, blah. It was all their defense. They're the ones who won it for them. But aside of that, little small things. We dodged some bullets, that Sam Darnold getting tripped on by his offensive lineman, fumbling the handoff. That could have been a disaster. That was like on our own 30-yard line. Thank goodness that didn't happen. There was a tip ball, down the stretch where it could have been, actually was intercepted. It was just intercepted out of bounds. So that could have been a game changer. And, it's easy to talk about how great things were when everything worked out great. But imagine if Drake Thomas doesn't make that epic interception at the 5-yard line. What if Christian McCaffrey catches that ball? Because if Boyamafe doesn't tip the ball, which caused the ball to flutter and allowed, made the ball fall behind McCaffrey, which then landed into Drake Thomas's hands. What if that didn't happen? What if it was just into the hands of CMC and he scores and it's a 3-point game? Suddenly, all those things come to haunt you, right? The 3 points, the field goals here and there, the missed touchdown at the beginning. Luckily, it didn't happen. I'm just saying, that this is stuff we can build on and learn from. There's nothing better than learning these things and still getting the win. So, we were fortunate. You can call it luck, call it just great plays by our team. But one thing's for sure is that 2 things stand out to me in this game. The defense is freaking awesome. Freaking lights out, otherworldly. If they play like that game the whole time, this point moving forward, I don't see anything stopping us from making it to the Super Bowl this year. I mean, we were playing out of our mind, constantly getting pressure on Purdy, which has not been easy to do. We did not do that the first time. And this time around, we were just in his face all day long, rushing throws, sacking him. Now, if we could do this, if the case happens that we might face the Rams, and believe it or not, we can face the Rams a third time, we can face the 49ers a third time. But whoever it might be, if we can put that kind of pressure on any team coming up here, it's going to be feeding time for the Seattle Seahawks defense. The other thing that was great was freaking running game. I don't know where this came from because we really haven't seen this. I guess the last couple of weeks has been building, but this is the best showing by both backs. Just incredible what they were able to accomplish. Let's look at some numbers here, shall we? This team stats starting off here. First of all, first downs 23-9. That's insane right there. Rushing first downs 10-1. I mean, the 49ers didn't get a first down to midway through the second quarter. 10-1. You'd think it's the opposite the way that our history usually dictates. Third down efficiency, 6 for 13, 2 for 9 for the 49ers. Total plays, 67-42, 361 yards to 173. That's a huge one right there. 5.4 yards per play to versus 4.1. Passing, it wasn't like we blew them away 181 to 120, but 20 for 26, 19 for 27. I mean, it was just productive. But really, it was the fact that when they happened, those yards were huge because they kept resulting in first downs. I mean, that was just a huge part of it all. The sacks was huge. I can tell you those in a second. Here's another big one. 180 yards of rushing. 180 yards to 53. And I said earlier in a kind of keys to the game, I said, if we can make Brock Purdy uncomfortable and if we can get over 125 total yards between our two running backs, we're probably going to win. 180, that's 60 better than what I was hoping for. So red zone, this got to be better. 0 for 3 in the red zone. That's been an issue kind of all season long, settling for field goals. So this I'd like to see improve as we get into the playoffs here. And then, of course, the last one, time of possession, 37-48 to 22-12, almost double the time of possession. Most of the time, that is flipped. So it was nice to see that in our favor. And the numbers spell it all. So, yeah, just an incredible performance. And you want to be playing your best ball at the end of the season rolling into the playoffs. And doesn't get much better than that. Man, we are lit up in the phone lines. Going to have to try to keep them moving, keep them going fast. I can't wait to talk to you guys. We're going to jump right into it in a second here. I just think if there's anything else I wanted to say. I think that's the main thing. I mean, it's this is it. And the best part about it is when you're number one, you get that first round bye, which basically it's like getting a win, a free win that you didn't have to play in the first round of the playoffs. That's your reward for being number one. So we get more time to rest. Any guys who are banged up get time to heal. Luckily, we came out of that game pretty healthy. And so I think Charles Cross will be back for that game. The only guy we don't get back, I mean, we might even get Kobe Bryant, although Ty Okada has been playing great in Kobe Bryant's place. Outside of that, I mean, we've been in pretty good shape. We're one of the healthier teams going into the playoffs. Unlike the 49ers, I swear like 4 or 5 guys went down during that game. We did lose our backup left tackle for a bit. We were down to our 3rd string left tackle. But as I said, Charles Cross, who not only will be back for that first playoff game, signed an extension, locking him in for the future. So it's great that we are finally getting our line solidified. For so many years, we've been berated for having no decent offensive line, and now we got him. We got Gray Zabel on a rookie deal. We've got Abe Lucas has been playing well. Sundell at center has been playing well. Anthony Bradford, he makes some plays, and he makes some plays which just make me go, that play on that. I got to bring one more point on. If you watch the play when Darnold got sacked at the goal line, the guy who gets to him goes right through the gap where I was just complaining about it. What's his name? Sometimes my brain just fries and I just forget things. What the heck's this dude's name again? Number 75, Bradford. He's got no one to block, and he kind of helps the guy in the center, but he doesn't see the dude just coming right through his gap. He's literally not looking at him, and he comes untouched and makes the sack on Darnold. I was like, see who's around you so many times when a guy runs right by him and he doesn't even notice him. So anyway, there's a lot of that play to diagnose, but I don't know. Anthony Bradford's been the guy, so he's going to have to be the guy because he's the guy until next season. So we'll see what they do in the offseason, but that's for another chapter. All right, with the lines blowing up right now, we're going to get right into it, all right? So let's see. I got everything. All right, we're going to take to the phone lines. I think, let me see, make sure I got this set up right. Phone calls, yeah. Okay, there we go. Check and make sure this is all working correctly. Let's just get into it. I think this is the first number I saw. I believe this is Christian. Where's Christian? Where are you, man? Just saw you a second ago. Christian. All right, Christian. Are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up, Norb? How you doing?
I'm pretty damn good, man. How about yourself?
I'm good. Actually, it comes up as Christian. That's my wife's name. I'm actually David. But
David. Okay, well let me just rectify that in my notes here. That's okay. So David, thoughts where Seattle stands right now and what you thought of the game and your feelings moving forward with this team.
Well, I'll tell you right now, I was about the same as you at the beginning of the year. I said, we'll be fighting for a wild card spot, probably get knocked out in the first, wild card weekend and build from there. But, I'm going to tell you right now, I think the player of the game is, I think our coaching staff.
That's a good one.
I think they made, you think about it, Kubiak, as he's went on throughout the season, I'm sure you've questioned some of the play calling, but that was obviously the way our defense played. But that was the most consistent. I've seen him stick to the run. Obviously, he was working, but there's a few runs where you kind of scratched your head and you figured, okay, he's going to probably, do something crazy. But no, he stuck to the game plan, and I think a lot of that has to do with our head coach saying, this is what we are. We're going to be a running team the rest of the way, and we're going to rely on our defense to win games, just like Seattle back in the LOB days.
Yep.
Russ didn't throw, like he did, after we lost that defense. He would throw 20, 30 passes a game, maybe not a touchdown, and he let Marshawn do what he did and let the defense eat. I'll say right now, like you said, our defense plays like that. Yeah, we'll be back down to San Fran this year.
Yeah, man, it was a great feeling to beat the 49ers on their own turf in a game with this much magnitude. Because you know how badly the 49ers fans, and the team as well, George Kittle spoke to it as well, but the fans, how much they wanted this so bad, right? I mean, when you have the whole road to the Super Bowl and the Super Bowl riding on this game, and they know that we win this, we get everything. So the pressure was really on them to win this game. You could feel it. I feel like, yeah, like you said, the coaching, it felt, I don't know. I was really kind of surprised at the game plan by the 49ers because it felt like they didn't stick to the things that they normally do really well, or else we just sort of thwarted them, threw them a monkey wrench in all their plans. But yeah, I agree. The game plan coming in, was awesome. And this is really what the Seahawks were intended to be built with, or built as, with Clint Kubiak coming in. A run-first team with, that's why I said, what it's going to be? It's going to be a team with lots of running and maybe game managing by Sam Darnold, and just don't make mistakes and let the defense just, light them up. And it took a long time because the running game, as you remember, the running game didn't really get going till maybe the last 3 weeks, because how many times we complain, like, man, what's wrong with the running game? How do we fix the running game? Running game. Finally, we're seeing it in full display. And that was the best version of what I think this team was supposed to be from the get-go. So, yeah, I think sometimes you just got to stick with it, man. There's that old saying that says, what's the definition of insanity? It's doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. Well, sometimes you just have to be a little insane and stick with it, because after a while, you just get it right. And I just think I was watching some of the blocking on this, including Anthony Bradford. As much as he drove me crazy, there's some plays where he was like out there pushing people around. So, this is really what this team was designed to do from the get. I just think it took a while for it all to come together. But Sam Darnold has been more than just what I expected his role to be. He's more than just a game manager. That last drive, that even though it didn't result in points, but after we got the interception, it wasn't guaranteed that we were going to win because we were still only one score up. And that drive, though, happened with like 9 minutes something left. And that drive took up almost the entirety of the rest of the fourth quarter. And even though Jason Myers missed that chip shot field goal, it only gave the 49ers a little over 2 minutes and no timeouts. Basically killed any chance of a comeback because of the drive. And so it was a game-sealing drive that didn't result in points. But the way Sam Darnold chucked the ball down the field, the way we ran it, that was the drive of the game. And we didn't even score. But it didn't matter because the defense set the table. The offense just took care of business. What the Rams couldn't do.
Absolutely.
When they had a chance, when they got their interception with about the same amount of time left, they could have salted that game away. But what did they not do? They did not get the drive. They went 3 and out, and that allowed us to come from behind to win that game. So, again, sometimes the best results, you don't see them on paper as scores. So I'm with you, man. The execution, the game plan, and the way the players executed it was amazing. How do you feel going into this next round? Obviously we got a lot of games to be played, but who are you hoping to see in the divisional? Because we could see the Packers, we could see the Rams, we could even see the 49ers. Any of those three teams could come knocking to our door. Who would you like to see? Or I guess maybe who would you not want to see? I definitely know I don't want to see, but who would who do you want to see or don't want to see in this game?
I'm going to say the top of the list is the Rams. We don't want to see them.
Yeah.
They torched us this year. But, both, obviously, the first game, obviously with the 4 intercepted by Sam, obviously we're still in that, obviously, with our defense. I'm gonna say the 49ers. I would like them again just because they are beat up, and Seattle laid a smackdown on them Saturday night. You've seen it there live, and I'm a big football guy, but they were hitting like there was no tomorrow, and now they have to travel across town and somehow try to beat Philly.
Yeah, not across town. They got to go across the country to the cold corner of the U.S.
Yeah. And if they could somehow pull that off, they're going to, by the time they come back to us, if they do, you're about to run into
they're going to be ragged and beat up. Yeah, I know.
Right.
I'm kind of with you.
So, that's the way I see it. that's the way I see it. Jordan Love and Green Bay, they're a solid group. I wouldn't mind them. I wouldn't want to see the Rams though, just because they're good. I mean, that no one can lie about that. They're good. If they're clicking, they're good. But at this point, with Seattle doing what they did this last weekend, it's all about it's just like last weekend. It's about what we do. So many similarities from the 2014 Super Bowl team. I'm excited, man. It's gonna be definitely exciting. I'm going to the game, so
you'll be there. The divisional round. You got tickets already?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm looking, but I told my wife, I said it's either that or I go to the NFC Championship. Which one you want? The NFC Championship.
Well, that was going to cost more than this one, so she's probably like, get the cheaper one.
But I'm right here from Oregon, so it's
that's where you call
I got to
from.
experience the Beast Mode Quake. Yep,
Yeah.
Beast Mode Quake. That was my first ever playoff game as a kid, so I haven't been to one since then. So I told my wife we have to go. I thought this is a big thing. I said wait years for this, and I said we have the team now, and I said it's going to be electric. I said it's going to be exciting, and I think Seattle. I think that team's going to be expecting us 12 to show up. So
absolutely, yeah. All right.
Yeah,
well, if you go to the
game,
game,
man, I'm going to get back to work.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll look for you at the game. If you make it to, send me a message or something. I'll try to meet up with you
I got a picture.
Game.
Yeah, I got a picture with you. Yeah, I got a picture with you a few years back.
Okay.
So I'll send it over to your personal message.
Okay.
And,
well, we need to update that.
Know who to look for.
We need to update that in 2026.
Yeah, let's do it.
So, okay. All right, man. Well, get back to work. Yeah, we'll talk to you soon, man. All right. Go Hawks.
Yep.
Okay. Let's keep going down the list. Let's talk to Michael from the 336. Michael, you're on the show.
Hello?
Yes. How you doing?
Oh. I've been watching you a long time. This is the best I felt about our team in the past at least 8 years, I'd say.
Yeah, that's about right. I mean, we've never been to this position since 2014 season, so it's been 11 years since we've been this good enough to take number one in the NFC West. So, yeah. What's your thoughts? Is there anything that you're concerned about? Obviously, there's a lot to like. Is there anything
Sam Darnold. Obviously, Sam Darnold. He's
still worried?
It's honestly surprising. Listen, the last 14 touchdown passes he's had, he's turned the ball over 9 times. And that's just very fearful for me.
Yeah, it is
even with a great defense.
But some of those
what do you think about that?
Some of those great plays, I was just mentioning that drive at the end. Some of those great plays and even throughout the year, some of the amazing throws he's made is because he's not afraid to push the ball down the field between converging defenders. And more often than not, he's been successful at getting it through there. And yeah, he's had some interceptions, mostly when he's been under pressure. And I knew that going into this game, because of the stats that the Niners had the worst pass rush, that he was going to have time. And I said, Sam Darnold's a good quarterback, especially when you give him time. And he kind of showed that in this game. Those throws he was making, he was, dialing it up when he had time to sit there and go through his progression. So it's going to be of utmost importance that the Seahawks offensive line keep him upright and not pressured, or scheme him so he's not pressured, because what they did with San Francisco was great. No turnovers. Yeah, he didn't light it up for 300 yards or anything, but he was super efficient and got first downs when they had to. So I like the guy, man. I think he's great. I think he's a great quarterback. We just look at what happened to Matthew Stafford in the last quarter of the game where we beat them, in that Thursday night game of the year. He kind of fell apart, and a lot of that's because we finally started getting to him, because he gets rid of the ball. He's not one to throw interceptions, but he'll just dump it. He'll just throw it into the dirt, but become essentially rendered useless. Same thing with Brock Purdy the other night when he was under pressure, right? How many balls did he just have to ground into the dirt in that last one? He got smacked around hard, got concussed maybe, didn't get up because he just was under pressure. So it's not that different from other quarterbacks too. I just like Darnold is kind of a gunslinger. He just has to be smart enough to know, don't risk it when you've got something in hand, right? So I don't want him to lose that edge, because that's what makes him good. But just don't do it when, you got so many things at stake. It's And I think that's why he took the sack in that first play. I think he didn't want to risk throwing an interception when he wasn't 100% sure about it. So I kind of liked that. As much as it frustrated me that he just run the ball, at least he didn't put up for grabs and turn the ball over when we were at the 1 yard line. So I've liked him this whole season, and I like him even more the way he's playing right now. So I understand your concern, man. Ask that same question. Who do you want to see? I think most of us will say the Rams scare us the most. So who would you like to see in this? If we could just pick any.
Green Bay.
Without a doubt.
They got a few injuries, and they ain't been looking too great lately. That's an understatement. But
okay.
Do you think Jason Myers is going to be a problem next week since he missed 2 field goals?
Not at all.
Or 2 weeks from now.
I think that's just a fluky deal. He's been solid the whole rest of the year. I think he should have been. I think he got snubbed not being chosen for the Pro Bowl. Other than that game, that was his worst game all season. Outside of that, he's been, it's one of those things where I feel like, I said this before, I said, the kickers never get any love. It's like he could kick 6 field goals in a game and nobody really cheers it. They just get mad and, oh, God, we got to settle for field goals. But it's like he could have missed one of those. And if he did, we'd lose that game. 6 field goals in a game is pretty amazing. So he's been pretty solid outside this game. I think it's a one-off. I think it'll be fine. It was windy that night. He's been pretty solid at Lumen, so I'm not afraid at all. I think he's great. Everybody gets a bad day. That was his bad day. So,
all right. Last question. Besides the Rams, who are you worried about the most?
Well, let's go down the list, right? So there's potentially the teams we could play. It could be the Rams. Rams play the Panthers. I would love to play the Panthers again. If the Panthers could upset the Rams again and beat them again, just get rid of those suckers once and for all, I would not complain. But Panthers, they don't scare me. I'd take them. Packers, like you said, they're not the same old Packers. The only thing that concerns me a little bit about the Packers is their freaking fans travel so well. And historically, they've kind of taken over our stadium. I would like to think that with playoffs, people aren't going to sell their tickets up like they have because it's so rare that we get home playoff games like this. So hopefully they don't get taken over. That does annoy me. I hear that "Go Pack Go" chant still PTSDs me a little bit.
We should only sell the tickets to Seahawks fans, honestly.
That's how it should be. But I know a lot of people just, they sell the highest bidder. A lot of times the highest bidder are Packers fans. 49ers, Eagles. I would not be afraid to face the 49ers again. The Eagles, even the Eagles, are not the same Eagles team that won the Super Bowl last year. They definitely have some flaws. So that's it. It's just the Rams.
Thank you, man.
It's just the Rams.
Thank you, Norm.
You bet. Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. All right, let's go to Frank from the 415. Frank, you're up. Or I think you're up. Frank, you're up.
How's it going, Norv? How are you doing?
I'm on Cloud 9, brother. That was the best weekend ever.
Cloud 9.
We've just had some moments through this season, but that one was epic. And my first time being down there was great. Oh, you did.
At the end of the game, I was watching you. You actually had a shot of liquor, and it looked like you were eating some dim sum out there in the park.
Oh, you were watching all that stuff, yeah. So you saw the unedited live stream of the post game. I was surprised people stayed on that long. But yeah, we met some great people. I was connected through the 49ers 2024 Fan of the Year through friends of mine here. So we had some inside scoop, which made it that much more fun. But yeah, they were very welcoming, played some good music, had some good food. Yeah, they shared in all their stuff. Even in a loss, they were kind enough to bring us back. Because they said, hey, after the game, come join us here because we're going to be doing a little post game regardless, win or lose. So, yeah, they were great. I had no issues, no 49ers fans at all gave me a hard time. It was all friendly banter. So I was a little nervous going down there, but as it turns out, they were really cool. So that just added to the fun of the experience. But, yeah, what's your feeling, man, of this team going forward?
I think we just got to get it done, and if the Rams are the ones that are coming up, then let's just get it done. And longtime follower, troll, and fan of everything that you do. I want to give a shout out to Dukes of Hazzard.
Dukes of Hazzard, yeah, he's been a regular viewer of the show. How do you know Dukes of Hazzard?
And if my Well, I'm Unix Fortnite. Okay,
Oh.
so I've
Okay, all right.
back in the day.
Okay, gotcha.
I've been a long time follower, and love all the things you do, and seeing your family grow up and see everything manifest to what it's become, and then let's see if we can get it done in 2026. It's a good thing.
I'm so excited, man. It's, we've only done this 3 different times, and all 3 times resulted in the Super Bowl appearance with 1 win, 2 losses.
Right.
Should have been 2 wins, 1 loss.
If you do
Should
a
have 3
rival
wins.
video, and if we get the Packers, hopefully have a little bit of lead time, and you can get Tom Grossi in there to do an actual
That would be pretty
rival
cool.
fan video.
Tom Grossi
That
has
would be
obviously
cool.
grown leaps and bounds since the days that we used to collab before, because he was, when he started his channel, actually was the year of that miracle comeback in 2014. And he's obviously exploded to, levels we can only dream of reaching. And, congrats to him, That year that I was fan of the year in 2023, he was the Packers fan of the year, and he ended up winning NFL fan of the year. Well deserved. I mean, the dude does great stuff and raises money for all kinds of charities and stuff like that, so more power to him. Could I get him to actually do a collab with me? I don't know. I'll definitely try, but, he's a high-profile dude now, so I don't know. He might be too big for doing a little collab with me, but who knows? You never know. But they have to get past the Bears in Chicago, and the Bears are looking, pretty good. And they're definitely not, not with their flaws, because they lost to the 49ers in that high-scoring affair. I was a little disappointed in their defense in that game, but I'm kind of glad now. As much as I was disappointed the Bears didn't get the win down there, if they had won, that would have denied us what we witnessed on Saturday. So there's something about, there's that whole feeling like, damn, we have to play the Niners now. And, oh, no, I'm afraid of the Rams. And there's a part of me that you want the easy route, that kind of like, well, if they just go away, we won't have to deal with them. But really, when you think about it, that whole feeling of you got to be the best, you got to beat the best. What greater feeling would it be that, whether it's be the divisional or the NFC Championship, that we do have to face the Rams, our worst fear, our toughest opponent, and actually just beat them? I mean, because if you do beat the best that the NFC has to offer, well, then you deserve to be in the Super Bowl. And I don't think anybody in the AFC scares me. My biggest fears all lie in the NFC. So if you get past the best of the NFC, I think the AFC, the Super Bowl is just waiting to be taken. So, take the easy route or the hard route.
I agree with that. I agree with that 100%. And last thing I'd like to say is just blessings to you and your whole entire family and all the things that you do. It's a pleasure watching you, and there's a lot of people out there in the same boat that they go to your channel to see it.
Well, I appreciate that, man.
I'm one of them.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much.
Have a good one.
Yeah,
and
you
thank
too,
you for taking
man.
the call.
Yeah,
you're the greatest.
anytime. Thanks, man. Appreciate you. All right, go Hawks. Yeah, Frank. Frank with a nice call, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, I gotta say, obviously, thanks to you guys for coming out and bringing life to my channel, and those who know me for years. It's been a long journey, right? 12 years of doing this. 12, good year. But obviously, without the Seahawks doing what they've been doing, none of this would be happening. And really, it's kind of after that Thursday night game, my channel sort of kind of sparked back up, because it was kind of a little bit flatlined some, because I hadn't been doing my content regularly. And ever since that Rams game, things have just sort of blown back up again. And this trip to San Francisco I would have made if the Seahawks hadn't gotten us to where we are now. And here we are talking Super Bowls, which we haven't done that in a long time. And so I'm just grateful for this team and the fans like you guys, because stuff like this just makes life that much more exciting, And so it's will I go to the Super Bowl? Boy, I thought I didn't know if I thought my last Super Bowl might be Super Bowl 49, but I don't know. We'll see if they actually pull this off. I'm not saying no, that's for sure. Let me go to Anish. Is Anish still in Las Vegas? It says on my notes here the 702 number, but Anish, is this you?
Norb. This is your good friend Anish from Vancouver, but he is in Las Vegas still.
Still, because last time we talked, I remember you saying, Are you like, have you moved down there, or what's going on?
No, I went back. I'll tell you what, I'll make a long story short. So what happened was Saturday night, I was in Vancouver.
Okay.
Before the game, before our win, I was in Vancouver. You know where I went? I went to somewhere you would appreciate, Norb. I went to Jollibee. I went to Jollibee Chicken.
Love that place, man. Filipino chain.
Filipino chicken, the best
fried chicken and all kinds of Filipino stuff. So you went to the Jollibee in Vancouver? The one
in Granville Street. We're next. If you ever come to Vancouver, we're gonna have to.
I've been to that one because before they opened up one here in close to my house. That was like the nearest one, unless I went to California or something. So I had been to that Jollibee near your place.
And I know the Filipino population. They love mango. So I got that peach mango pie for dessert, and I had the fried chicken sandwich, and man, it was amazing. And I knew that I had that. I knew the Seahawks were going to go out and win that game. I had no doubt in my mind after I had that meal pre-game. And when they went on the field, like I had zero doubt, because one of the reasons why is because you were there. Because we talked last time, Norb, I was trying to tell you, NorbCam needs to make his appearance in Santa Clara at Levi Stadium. I said that, and what NorbCam does, what did NorbCam do? He ended up going to Santa Clara. He hopped on a plane and flew down to San Jose International Airport, landed, walked into Levi Stadium with Greg, and got that W, and that's all she wrote, right? You know, that's all. That's the way that.
It was, like I said, I'm working on a video of the entire journey of going down there, because the decision to even go down there was kind of a last minute one. I kind of put a Facebook post up saying, hey, I'm thinking about going down. Any thoughts on your experience at Levi's? Because I heard stories that were like, oh yeah, they're great, to like, yeah, we need a security to help us get out of the building because these guys were treating us so bad. So I was like seeing the extreme, wondering, do I really want to go do this? And when Greg reached out to me, Greg Woodfill, who I traveled down with, he told me, I've been down there plenty of times, and bro, you'll be fine. Let me know if you want to plan this together. So that's kind of what sparked it, and we made it happen. And I'm so glad I did, man, because that was one of those games that I've been to a lot of regular season games, but this one tops, as far as an away stadium one, definitely tops them all. Because hey, we got the win, but the way that, again, with everything at stake, and then with the rival team like this. It puts it up to the top. So there have been a lot of firsts this year. It was great. So tell me again, what brought you back to Vegas?
Just need to get away, get my mind off things, need to reset again, a couple of days. Then I'll fly back home to Canada and, get ready for, watch some stress-free football. Well, I wouldn't say stress-free football this weekend, because there's some games that we got to be paying attention to, Norb, this weekend. There's a lot that's going to be decided. And you know what? You were asking the question of what team you want to see come to Lumen Field, walk into Lumen Field and play our Seahawks. And to be honest with you, bring whoever you want. Come on down. Doesn't matter, because this defense is the number one ranked defense in all of professional football. And this number one defense, they smothered and shut down the San Francisco 49ers offense. They got the job done, and you were there. Right there, and you saw it live and in living color. Shut down that offense. You
guys all saw it on TV. What was interesting to see that you don't get when you're not at the game. It's interesting, because you've gone to the games. You'll be at the divisional round, right? You're going to be there in the championship.
You bet. You bet.
Tickets? Okay,
you bet. We're going to link up. We're going to link up before the game.
Sure.
For sure.
Yeah, we got to. Yeah, for sure. But what's interesting about going to a game live versus watching on TV. You can't beat the coverage that TV now provides. You got your big screen with HD, slow-mo replays, the commentary, stats galore. So you know so much about what's happening when you're watching a game on TV, because you're just fed all this information. You just know who's injured, what's this, the stats, they're telling you all this stuff. It's the exact opposite when you're in the stadium. In fact, I was complaining about it in the 49ers stadium. I couldn't even tell who had how many sacks or yards. They had like really crappy display boards that they don't tell you anything. I didn't know how many yards of rushing we had. I had no idea about the statistical aspect of the game. The only thing you do know is how the game feels and what your eye is telling you and how the crowd is reacting, the energy of the crowd. And so the thing that surprised me was how many empty seats there were. If you saw my live stream, I was constantly showing the crowd, and it was like, man, there are a lot of open seats on a game like this. Was kind of surprising. Two, from the fans I kept talking to, I didn't speak to one fan who liked the stadium. They all said the stadium sucks. They miss the old days of Candlestick Park. So I didn't see one stadium. I like the tailgate scene. They all like that. But the stadium itself, not a single 49er fan told me that they liked the new stadium. That was just interesting because, it's newer than ours by quite a bit, and yet nobody likes it. And then three, probably the best part is, in the beginning, everybody's charged up. They're pretty loud. Deceptive screens, screen displays. Because, at least in Lumen, when they show the noise meter and the decibels, they're showing the real numbers. And it's kind of sad because, we broke it back in the early 2010s, hitting 138 decibels, which is deafening. Now we can barely crack 110, right? But at least they're showing an honest thing. When they do that at the 49er Stadium, right away they show 127 decibels. I'm like, this bullshit. That's not even close. That's not, maybe we're at 105. Absolutely. And they're like showing 127 decibels. Like, yeah, right. Give me a break. But the feeling the crowd go from they're all into it, their defense chats and all that stuff. Play after play, possession after possession, third down conversion after conversion, and watching their own team go 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out, and struggle like they did. The noise level, it turns from, rabid intensity to slowly quiet to where they are yelling at their own team about how badly you suck. And that is the best thing. When I can hear the fans around me go, just complain to themselves and yelling down to them, what are you doing? Just watching their own fans, the faithful, turn on their own team and become faithful no more. That's probably the best part of being in the stadium you don't get from the TV broadcast. Because I'm hearing it firsthand, literally hearing from people behind me, to my left, to my right, just complaining. And it's such a rewarding feeling because you know that you're doing that. You're doing it to them. It's your own fans, and we've all been there before. We've been the same way, although I'm not one to boo my own team, but some people do, right? And but it's nice to hear that in someone else's stadium because of what your team is doing. It's such a satisfying feeling. So it was great. Such a great feeling in that building. So
that's awesome, man. And like I said, let's keep this rolling. Let's and again, before I let you go, Norb, honestly, just like the previous caller said, I honestly, sincerely mean this. I appreciate you do everything you do for the fans. I appreciate everything. There's a lot of stuff we're going through in life. A lot of people have got their ups and downs, and the fact that you come out here gives us some sort of a escape for those few hours. I really appreciate it. Even myself, just some days not having a great day, but to see your content and stuff, it really brightens the day. I really mean that. It really brightens the day, and I really appreciate you doing that. You do all that stuff. And trust me, it helps out. It really does. Watching a lot of that stuff.
I appreciate you saying that, man. It means a lot to hear that, because a lot of times, as content creators, you work on this stuff and you go, God, I hope people appreciate this because I'm putting a lot of time and effort into this stuff, and you just hope that you put it out there that people do. And so to hear you say that means a lot. And I've known you for years, man. So we go way back. But it's times like this that just, it's all revolves around. It just shows you what sports and a team can do for a community, not just the local community, but a community of people like you across the border. Might be on the other side of the world, might be on the other side of the country, but we're rallying together around this team that we all have this shared love for. So I'm glad I could be part to spark all that, and it's fun for me too. So, well, thanks, brother. I can't wait to see you in a couple weeks, man.
Yeah,
it's going to be a blast.
Yeah, see you in a couple weeks, my friend.
All right, sounds good.
Yeah,
man.
go Hawks.
All right, go Hawks. Whew, good calls here. Let me go to Ian from the 256. Ian, you're on with NorbCam. What's up?
Hey, Norb.
What's up?
Hey, man. So, one thing at first I just want to say, I'm a huge fan. I've been watching you since I was like 8 or 9, and that was when like the Seahawks first went to the Super Bowl. In like a long time. In 2013, 2014, those back-to-back years ago. And it was a blast. I remember that's actually why I became a Seahawks fan. I remember seeing your channel. It was like 2 weeks after the Seahawks won. I saw the reaction of the tip and just seeing that, I was like, man, this team makes me really enjoy this a lot. But one of the first questions I got to ask was, like, what do you think does the Seahawks have to fix now? Because obviously we're on such a hot streak, but now we're going against, we could play the Rams, which obviously it could be iffy, but also it could be interesting because last two games, Matthew Stafford's been really, like, struggling, especially with that Falcons game. He threw, I think, 2 interceptions in the first half.
Right.
Which, like, the Falcons defense has, like, struggled all year until then. And now you also have maybe the 49ers who are also banged up, but, like, you don't know when Brock Purdy is going to go off for 5 touchdowns for no reason. So,
yeah, I hear you. Quick shout out. Hey, what's up, Heather? Call in. You should call me in. Call in. What concerns me? Well, now we've seen, and I've been saying this all year. I said, the Seahawks, what we saw on Saturday was like the potential, right? Every team's got their sort of like, when they don't play well, there's like their floor. And then there's that potential where you go, okay, when they're playing their best, they can be like this. Well, their defense was this. The defense doesn't get much better than the way they played Saturday. We want that all the time. Now, to say we're going to play like that every single time and shut out a team and limit them to 3 points, that's hard to do. Every team's different. The matchups are different, injuries and all that. But we know they're capable of it. And now we're capable of running the football for almost 200 yards. We also can see that Sam Darnold can throw the ball when he's got time. So, but we also see that Jason Myers can have a bad day and miss 6 points worth of field goals and kick the ball out of bounds. So it's just getting it to where we have everything that you can do well. You want it to all be hitting up here and hit that high potential, but knowing that there's going to be times when something's going to slip, right? Someone's going to not execute. There might be a turnover here. Maybe we don't get that lucky interception. Again, that game is totally different if Drake Thomas doesn't pick that ball off at the 5-yard line. And all of a sudden we're talking about, oh my God, if we didn't make that field, we made a field goal, we wouldn't have to worry about this, right? So it's all those things. So it just comes back down to, we talk about the LOB. Me and my buddy Pat always talk about the LOE. Lack of execution. A lot of times that's what dooms the team, because you could have the perfect coaching, the perfect play, the perfect personnel. Everything's perfect. But if one person doesn't execute, the whole thing could fall apart, whether it's Darnold with the read or the throw, a lineman who doesn't make his block. Everything could be perfect, but that one mistake messes it up. I think on paper, every play is designed to succeed. You go, okay, he's got this guy, this guy, this guy. This guy runs this route over here, so he's going to be one-on-one. Darnold, you just got to hit him when he's right here. It's perfect. It's easy until one thing breaks down or somebody lines up off sides or there's a false start, right? The penalties. So I guess a blanket thing is I just know our team can do all these things really well. It's just doing it and not having lack of execution or making mistakes. So, yeah, and I think the most likely thing that would doom us would be the turnovers because, that's what doomed the 49ers, right? That one turnover just killed any chance of a comeback. So the turnovers are the big thing. And if it is the Rams, who we fear the most, I look back at the last meeting we had, and they were kicking our ass for 3 quarters. The first 2 quarters, they were kicking our butts. We all felt like, man, maybe we should be walking out of the stadium until the fourth quarter comeback. After that, it was like a whole different game. So the way I look at it is, okay, well, what do we have to do better so we don't repeat how badly they beat us earlier? And that was, we cannot let Puka Nacua go for 200 plus yards ever again. Whatever we got to do, they got to look at that tape and go, we need to shut him down. Now, of course, they're going to also get, what's his name? Is it, who's the other receiver who was injured? DeAndre Hopkins?
Adams.
Devontae Adams. I always get those two mixed up. Devontae Adams and DeAndre Hopkins, like something. Devontae Adams is going to be back. He's going to be back for Carolina. He'll be back for the rest of the playoffs. So that's he's not like the every down receiver, but he's like Mr. Red Zone guy. So that's going to be another issue to have to deal with that we didn't have to deal with last time. So they're going to have to scheme those things up. So yeah, that obviously fixed what we didn't do well last time. And if we can address that, I feel pretty good about the rest of the team. So yeah, the long answer is your question, right? But it is. I really do think that we have everything in front of us. This team has all that potential. Just can they play consistently and just make less mistakes than perhaps they've done before. Because I think we are one mistake out of every game. We only lost 3 games, right? So it's not like we're going to complain about, oh my God, we lost 3 games. We lost 3 games by 1 score, and every one of those games we lost was because a crucial mistake at the end. Sam Darnold getting hit by Abraham Lucas being pushed into his lap. I believe we would have won on that play. Number 2, the fluke ball off the helmet got picked off in the comeback against Tampa Bay. I believe we were going to come back and tie that game up. And then finally, the third loss, which was, who was the third loss? Who did we lose to? What was the third loss? The Rams. The Rams. 4 interceptions, and yet we were 1 field goal away and maybe like 7 feet from winning that game, despite 4 interceptions. If it was only 3, we would have won the game. If we had 4 interceptions and a punt that wasn't out at the 1-inch line that the Rams kicker kicked, we still win that game with 4 interceptions. That's how close the margin is, right? So that's what it comes down to in playoff football, especially in a tight game. It's going to be who blinks first, who makes that 1 mistake. So we just got to be 1 less mistake. And I think if they approach it for every game, every play, just don't make that mistake and just play clean football, nobody can stop us, man. Nobody can stop us. So, yeah, that's how confident I feel about this.
It's going to be very interesting. And I guess like the only thing I'm really kind of just worried about is the bye, because since they changed it from the first seed gets a bye, most teams except I think the Eagles, all the first round teams have been eliminated into the first, or they've made it to the Super Bowl, which I think was the Eagles in 2021 or 2, I think whatever year that was, first time they made it. So I think that's just the only thing I'm worried about, because how long they don't play for another game after they've been on.
So I'm concerned about the bye week actually being a detriment because your team loses momentum and doesn't stay sharp, right? That concern?
Yeah.
Well, and I wouldn't look at, to me, those stats, I don't know, they don't mean much to me in terms of, for how many teams lost the first round. Didn't the Chiefs, who lost the Super Bowl last year, they made it to the Super Bowl. Weren't they the number 1 seed in the AFC? I think they were.
I think so, yeah.
A very slim, thin margin of, I believe, though. I think they finished 14-3, if I'm not mistaken. But and then the Eagles, weren't the Eagles the number 1 seed last year? And they won the Super Bowl?
That's true.
So I think we had the 2 number 1s last year. I'm not 100% sure. Somebody could check me if I'm wrong, but I believe that was the case. Anyway, so for every example where the number 1 didn't make it, there's another example where the number 1 did. But I think it just comes back down to that thing is, again, if you're going to go by stats, Seattle has a pretty damn good record when they're the number 1 seed in home field advantage. You have made it to the Super Bowl every single time. So I like that stat a lot. But that home field advantage is going to be real. This hopefully will be the loudest the stadium's been in a decade. So I'm counting on it. For everybody who's in the stadium, we must rally together and be loud as one voice in unison. I always say that too, because you go to a stadium, you go to a Seahawks game, and we pride ourselves on being one of the loudest stadiums. But I look around and I'd say half the people are not making any noise. Sometimes the people right next to me are making noise. I'm doing it. It's kind of work, man. I was like, oh, we're on defense. Back to work, it's like screaming the whole time. And I think, man, if for one moment, if every single human being in this stadium all yelled at the same time, it would be a deafening world record volume. But you never get everybody doing it. There's always at least a third of the people or more not. It's just how it is. And I wish I could change that, but because we would have that record in a second. But, so we do have control over that, and we could do that like we've done in the past, like we did back early when we're making it back-to-back Super Bowls, and that Super Bowl or the NFC Championship in 2006 against the Carolina Panthers. Man, that was one of the most deafening times where they couldn't hear a thing. Even in the huddle, they're like couldn't even hear each other. So we'll see, man. So I'm really not. The more I think about it, the less worried I get. And I think just because of what I saw on Saturday. We're trending the right way. Yeah. So, all the reasons to be confident. So, Yeah, man. It's a great place to be. So, well, thanks for your call, man. I appreciate it.
No, I appreciate it, Norb. Hey, go Hawks.
Yeah, go Hawks. All right, let's continue on here. Let me go to Joseph. I think this is Joseph from the 314. Joseph.
What's up, Norb?
Oh, you're really quiet. Can you say something again?
Better right now?
That's a little bit better. Yeah, what's on your mind?
All right, so I like to talk about the inevitable, and that's us playing the Rams in the divisional round.
Okay.
So I don't see San Fran going in and beating the Eagles in Philadelphia, and I see the Rams beating the Panthers at Al, and that's just that. And it also comes down to our run game. If we can run the ball against the Rams, and if we run the ball, we can win. With that 1-2 punch with K9 and Charbonnet.
Yeah, if they could do what they did on Saturday, yeah, that's definitely a recipe for success. So what you're saying is based on the seeding, you don't think the Packers will beat the Bears in Chicago?
No, I don't.
And you don't think the Rams are going to beat the Panthers, and you don't think the 49ers will beat the Eagles, which means the Rams would end up being the lowest seed left, which means they're the team we'll face in the divisional round. That's the inevitable you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, the Panthers did beat them earlier in the year. I don't know how that happened, but somehow they did it. So I guess there's that. But I know. I think every Seahawks fan, they won't admit it, but there's a part of them that has got a Freddy Krueger nightmare on Elm Street in the back of their head, thinking, "Oh, please, God, not the Rams," because we know how good they've been and how hard it has been to play them, and how much luck and football gods help we needed to beat them the last time, right? So I think that's why we're all thinking, whew, it took everything in the universe to beat them this last time. We might have used up all of our luck on that one game. But
that was when we were at home too. So
they were at home, and they didn't have Devontae Adams either.
Yeah, but if we beat the Rams in divisional, I think it's an easy path to the Super Bowl, in my opinion.
I agree. Let me jump ahead of you because we talked about the Rams. There's really nobody else that scares us. Let's talk about the AFC. Let's jump ahead to the Super Bowl. Why not? Because we're not the players. We're allowed to look ahead. So who would you want to see in the Super Bowl?
I like this defense against any team in the NFL, anywhere, period. But one team, give me the Steelers.
Steelers? Now, do you say it because you just want to see that matchup, or because you feel like that's the best likely team that we could beat?
Best likely team we could beat, but I would love to see a rematch between, Patriots.
That's what I want to see.
Yeah, that's what I want to see too.
I mean, what's kind of cool about it is that the three teams we played in our Super Bowl history, we lost to the Steelers, we beat the Broncos, and we lost to the Patriots, right? Super Bowl 45, 48, and 49. Well, all those three teams are all in the mix on the AFC side. The Steelers are in the mix, the Broncos are in the mix, and the Patriots are in the mix. Which is crazy, right? And they're all pretty good. Obviously, and the Patriots and the who's number one?
The Broncos.
The Broncos. So the Broncos, if the number ones were to meet up, which doesn't happen all the time, but let's say they did, it would be a rematch of Super Bowl 48. In Super Bowl, what is the Super Bowl now? Are we
Super Bowl 60? I think
60 already, right? Wouldn't that be crazy? A rematch of 48.
Yeah.
But there would be something. I think my favorite one would be to rematch with the Patriots, just to get revenge on 49. But we also have that very bad taste of losing to the Steelers in Super Bowl 40, and that would be kind of nice to get revenge. Granted, it's all different players, but it's still that same organization. It's still the same fans. So, but yeah, I feel like we could take any of those teams in the AFC. the NFC, I'm like you. I feel like the Rams. That's it. The Rams is the one team that stands in our way.
Yeah. And if we get through the Rams, I think it's a clear pass.
I agree. What's your biggest concern about beating the Rams?
I feel like the defense can hold down the fort. It's a matter of if we can run the ball again like we did. We don't have to make Sam Darnold force things and force into situations where we don't want him to be in, that sort of thing.
And what about Puka Nacua?
So running the ball.
Why did Puka Nacua go off like he did? Against a defense that I thought before that night went in, last time we played the Rams, we held them to like 100-something yards, and that's why we were able to be within a field goal of time of winning that game. And yet, when it all came down to it, they just destroyed us. 500 total yards, 200-plus yards to Puka Nacua. I don't know if anybody's ever really made sense as to why that was, but we certainly don't want that to happen again.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think that's why in the back of our minds we're scared of it, because we remember what those 3 quarters looked like. But hopefully they've got a couple weeks to figure it out, if indeed that scenario plays out. And we'll know by Sunday night. We'll know where we stand and who our next opponent is going to be.
And I have all the faith in Sam Darnold. I believe he can take us there.
Well, good. So you're not a Sam doubter. You're a Sam believer.
No, I'm not a Sam believer.
Have you always been a believer? Or did you need some convincing?
He had kind of been slowing down. Second half of the season, first half started hot.
Uh-huh.
But he's been through adversity and all that. He's led us down the field, a few times for game-winning opportunities. No one seems to talk about that much.
Yeah.
When in the most important part of the game, he leads us down the field. That sort of thing.
Yeah. The guy's been on 2 different teams, back-to-back 14-3 records. And he finished better this year because he won the final game that really counted, right? It's amazing still to me that it seems like until he wins the Super Bowl, people are going to keep still holding something against him, even though he keeps proving them wrong. And I thought he sort of got the monkey off his back on that Rams comeback, but then he still threw 2 interceptions. And let's see if he can win the big one when everything's on the line, the 49ers game. Well, they won, but then people still say, they won, but it's really the defense did it. I don't know what's going to take for people to finally say, you know what, I think Sam Darnold's a pretty good quarterback. Maybe some are coming around, but there's always going to be skeptics out there. So we'll see. But he's getting it done. He's getting paid too. He hit a bunch of those milestone marks that got him some extra, a couple $1 million or something for incentives that he hit for finishing, I think, with a passer rating and points scored and all this stuff. So good for him. I love incentive-laden contracts because you should get paid for doing good stuff, right? As opposed to just guaranteed money that's just sitting in your account the whole time. You have to actually work to earn it. I guess that's the way it should be. So more power to him. I posted earlier, I said, I hope he gets fat stacks over the next month winning these games, because I think there are playoff incentives. So I want him to get paid, because if he's getting paid, that means our team's doing well. So, all right, well, we'll see what happens, man. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
Yep.
All right. Take it easy. Go Hawks. Let me go to, I think this is the 509. Is this Kathy? Hello? You're on with
Garrett.
This is not Kathy.
Right. Hey, what up, Norm?
What's your
not
name?
Kathy.
What's your name? Hey, Kathy, how you doing? Hey, what's going on? My name is Kathy.
Hey,
what is your name?
That's my mom's name. This is Garrett, though.
Garrett?
Yeah. So what's up, Norm?
Yeah.
Dude, watched your stuff for a long time. Big fan, man.
Thank you.
Love it. So my thing is, I wanted to ask you and vent a little bit.
Vent. Okay.
Does it ever drive you nuts? Heck yeah, a little bit. Does it ever drive you nuts as a Seahawks fan? Me in particular, watching shows like the Rich Eisen show, where Rich will come on and say, they'll have like our coach, our GM, players, and it'll be like, "Oh, you guys are so good." Like, yeah, we're really looking for you. It's exciting. And then like 2 minutes later in the next segment, he'd be like, "Oh, the Rams are the best team in the NFC West," or "Oh, I think the Niners are really going to win this."
Yeah.
It always feels like there's backhanded compliments, and it always feels like, when our players and coaches come on, it's always like, "Oh yeah, you guys are cool," and then 2 seconds later, the next segment, we're never that good.
Right.
And by every metric that you look at, we're the top team in the NFC West since coming into the NFC West. So it baffles me and it frustrates me that constantly we're always downplayed, and then even when we're doing good and we're showing that we're good by all the metrics, we're still not getting the love and respect. And I just, so I want to know, how do you feel about that? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it used to bug me, and I've stopped letting it bug me because I realized that, that's just what they do, right? They kind of just pander to the crowd, It's like that's what they can't really play too much favorites, because otherwise I think people would get tired of it if they just constantly were just loyal to this one team, because they gotta keep their other viewers interested as well. Yeah, it does drive me a little bit crazy. I listen to the guys, or Pro Football Talk as well, and sometimes they're really high on the Seahawks. But
yeah.
I remember, what's his name? I forgot his name. The blonde dude. Started this. He's one of the first ones to say, "Yeah, I think NFC West. Yes, I got the Seahawks at number 4." But now he's singing all the praises about how great we are. But that's kind of how it is, right? Though, you may start the year thinking a certain way, and then as you go, you realize, oh god, this team's actually pretty good. So, yeah, the waffling though, it's a little annoying. When they, like you said, one week they're saying, "Hey, this is a great team," and then the next week they're blowing up some other team. But I've learned to stop paying too much attention to it, because otherwise you'll drive yourself crazy trying to get some analyst or some talk show host to try to agree with what you feel. But what is interesting is, Vegas sure seems to like the Seahawks, though. I mean, I was surprised that the Seahawks were favored.
Yeah.
The way they were in this 49ers game. I guess it kind of speaks even to my not necessarily strong feeling of confidence going into the game. I was even thinking, man, really? You're going to give us that many points? Because I think we were was it 2.5? I think it started out 1.5. I think it went to 2.5. And that's not counting the 3 points the home team normally gets. So that's like, oh man, we're like 5-point favorites. Turns out, apparently they knew something we didn't, because, we more than covered that one. So,
they know. And for some reason, I think because they got the line with the script writers. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but do they know? Because twice they favored us by 13.5 points. Once against the Titans, and again against the Colts, I think. Yeah, I think we were favored heavily against.
Yeah,
the
but
Colts.
I feel like that one against the Titans, like we dropped the ball a little bit on that one, no pun intended, because it just felt like our team was like, oh, okay, we got this, and then we took our foot off the gas.
Off the gas a little bit,
and I think Mike, Coach McDonald really addressed that after the game and noticed that we haven't done that since. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like our team, when we're on it, we're the team's going. So
well, and we were up 30-10. We were up 20 points at one point, and then we gave up a punt return for a touchdown, and then Cam Ward also took a Herculean effort by Cam Ward to even make that a game. He was making some throws. I'm like, damn, maybe this guy is pretty good, because I hadn't really seen much of him before then, but he was doing some stuff that, without that kind of a performance, it wouldn't be close. And it wasn't even that close. I mean, it was kind of garbage time. I mean, he did get it to within 6, but it was like very last second, so we were really up 2 scores for most of the end there. So, yeah, sometimes things don't always look the way they are. But, that Colts game, we were sweating, right? Took the very last minute field goal and no touchdowns that game. But I think that's just the thing. I think this is why so many analysts hold back on just handing us the torch, because it's not like we're winning these games just in some dominant fashion where we're just running up just points, piling them on. We have a game like the Colts game where we have to kick 6 field goals and don't score any touchdowns, which make them think, are they really that good if they can't even get into the end zone? I mean, what's up with that? So, a win's a win, but there are some underlying symptoms of something that makes you concerned, like the sometimes inability to get touchdowns in the red zone. That has been kind of an ongoing thing that they need to rectify. And we had that same struggle, against the Niners. We didn't actually score in the red zone. That touchdown came outside the red zone, so we didn't score, and we should have. That very first one, there's no excuse for not scoring a touchdown when you got first and goal at the 1 yard line. You just line up, go to your barnyard play if you want, whatever, but just jam it down their throats and steamroll a very tired, injured defense.
So let me ask you this on that. Do you think when we're getting close to there, say we're within 10 yards, do you think it's possible? I know at the beginning of the season we did a little bit, but do you think it's possible we could get Milroe in there to do some read option stuff? Or do you think that those two kind of like the couple times you put them in, they didn't really work out, and so the coach is like, nah, we're not going to do that anymore? But do you think that we could do that and get him in there and, maybe, like I said, fake that handoff to Charbonnet and run into the zone, or give it to Charb and let him, to keep him guessing with that?
I don't think, they kind of pulled the plug on the Milroe experiment. I think Tampa Bay was the last time they did it, because in that game he tried to run and they pitched it, fumbled, and that was kind of the end of that. But it's just not necessary. Yeah. It's really not necessary. Not to be messing around with this now, because it's not like they need gimmick plays to score. They just needed to line up in that example. They just line up, I formation. Charbonnet's been money inside the 10-yard line. So I just think
I wish we'd shift to him.
Yeah. And actually, the play they called wasn't bad. He was actually open, but for whatever reason, Darnold didn't see it, or he wasn't comfortable with pulling the trigger on it. So I feel like that'll get fixed up. But, yeah, I just think, if anything, more use out of the tight ends, in those situations I'd like to see more of, because, I think they really try to get JSN covered up, and so running would be great. I'd love to just keep seeing more of that. But if you can't hit them, hit your big-ass tight ends with the big bodies and long arms, A.J. Barner. And I'd say, I've said this before, probably my biggest disappointment this year, we've had some outstanding draft picks who have been performing, Eamon Worry, Gray Zabel. These guys have been off the hook. New acquisitions like DeMarcus Lawrence. I mean, what more can you say about how great these guys are? The one guy I was hoping more from was Elijah Arroyo. It just didn't quite happen this year. Feel a little bit like, remember Byron Murphy? We were all expecting just great, amazing things last year, and it was kind of like underwhelming, right? But now he's had a great year, a great second year. So maybe Elijah Arroyo's coming out party will be next year. But I'd love to see more productivity out of both tight ends. We've gotten A.J. Barner's been great. Eric Saubert is coming on late in, making some clutch catches. But I'd like to see Elijah Arroyo to add to that mix, to where we could be like the Rams, who have really productive 3 tight end sets, and have all 3 of those guys just giving Darnold opportunities to throw the ball, even when you don't have your best receivers out there. So, yeah. But that's not much. We don't have to change too much.
Can I ask you another question, Norb?
Sure.
What's your feeling like coming into next season? I mean, I know we're still in this season, but just looking forward, with the Kenneth Walker, Zach Charbonnet situation, and they're both kind of coming up for contract stuff. Do you see, us extending Charb and letting Walker, walk, or what do you think's going to happen with that? Because
that's a tough one, because I like both of them, and the two of them together have been outstanding, especially the last couple of weeks, right? I don't know. In a perfect world, I would love to have both of them here, and I don't know if that's, between the two players and their agents and what they want. Is it going to be doable for them to both be signed?
Because you got those two, you got Witherspoon coming up that we're going to want to keep. Obviously, we're going to want to keep him. Woolen's probably going to walk after this season. So we got a lot of people. Like, they just signed Charles Cross, so it's there's a lot of mouths coming up to feed, and some people are going to get going. So it's kind of like,
I know it's a tough one, and you always lose some guys along the way. But I don't know. I would love for those guys to both come back. I just don't know. Can we pay 2 running backs like that? I mean, there's been plenty of teams that have kept 2 running backs on. I just don't know. Are they going to be too big for their britches where they go, no, I'm going somewhere else. I want a better deal. I'm trying not to think too much about that stuff right now, so we can just focus on what's coming up and let the off season be that discussion later.
Right.
But
Just focus on now and the happiness.
yeah, it's like I don't want to think about it. I don't want that. I don't want to permeate that in my brain because it's just too good right now. I don't want a thought of one of those guys leaving. Let's just get the most out of them right now. And if they're playing for the next contract,
right. Just think about
keep playing for it.
Yeah.
Let's get the best out of it
think
right
about
now.
Us. Yeah, just think about us winning the NFC North, or NFC, and going to the Super Bowl and winning that, and then we'll worry about all that stuff.
Yeah, exactly. So, all right. Well, thanks again for the call. I'm going to try to get a few more in here, but Gage, right? Not Kathy. It's Gage.
Yep, Garrett Gage. Not Kathy, Garrett.
Are you from? Oh, sorry, Garrett. Your last name's Gage. Garrett. You're on the east side, right? Are you in Yakima or as far over as more like Spokane area?
Ellensburg. I'm from
Ellensburg, so
Ellensburg
central.
originally.
Okay, gotcha.
Then,
okay.
Yeah, and then I currently live down in Los Angeles.
Oh, in SoCal. Okay, gotcha. All right, cool, man. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
So I get to go check out the Rams games. Yeah, for sure.
All right. Okay, very good. All right. Well, take care, and thanks for the call, and go Hawks.
Go Hawks.
All right, let me address this super chat. Thank you so much from Fernando Diaz, HL5KJ, with the $10 super chat. It says, hey, Norb, watched your live in the last game all the way to the end. Been a Seahawk since the Jim Zorn, Steve Largent era. Would love to see the Patriots in the Super Bowl. I'm with you, man. I'm totally with that. Just from a revenge standpoint, one of the best teams. I think Broncos are the best, but Patriots right behind them. Any of those matchups would be great, but there'd be something sweet about getting a Patriots revenge and actually getting a win against them, since we already beat the Broncos. Steelers would be good too, since we lost to them as well, but something about the Patriots one, that's the most recent one. And there's something about getting rid of that lingering pain of that Super Bowl still haunts today, 12 years or 11 years later. But thank you for the super chat, Fernando. Much appreciated. Let's see. Let me go to Primo from the Tri-Cities. Primo.
What's up, Norb? How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. Kind of floating on cloud 9 as we're kind of in this nice stress-free mode where we don't have to worry about next week. We can just kind of sit back and watch the other teams beat themselves up. It's pretty great, man. How about you?
Right. Yeah, it feels good, and I was watching your live when you were at the game. I was kind of going off and on and watching you. I didn't realize there was a lot of Seahawks fans down there, so shout out to the Seahawks fans that went down there, including yourself, and they were talking some but hey, that's where it goes sometimes, right?
Yeah. Well, it just turned out the section I was in was kind of a cool section. I mean, if you looked around, there wasn't a ton of Seahawks fans like you might see in Arizona or Tennessee, places like that. This definitely had, you see mostly red and patches of blue here and there. But in my section, it was kind of an area because I got these tickets actually through my ticket rep as a season ticket holder. And so this is actually an area where a lot of players' families were. And I didn't point this out during the stream, but to my left, I think on the camera's like mirror image, so it looks like the opposite side. But the guy who was sitting next to Greg, that was actually the uncle of Nick Eamon-Wari. And behind me to this side, which is actually on the camera, it looked on this side, but it's actually this side, the guy who was there, and I don't know if it was his girlfriend or what the relation was, but that was the brother of, I think, Jay Sheriff. He's number 50 on the team, and he's a defensive player who's on the practice squad. So this is an area where it's common to have, Seahawks fans because they're relatives or related to some degree where families get seated. So It was nice because I think they did that to kind of make sure I was in an area where it won't be too much like put me in the middle of a hornet's nest surrounded by a bunch of 49ers fans. So because every team, and people may not know this, but every team gets an allotment of tickets to the opposing team's stadium. So just in the same way those ticket brokers they buy up a certain chunk of seats that they can sell to whoever. But in the same way that the Seahawks also get a certain allotment that they're able to use for players' families, season ticket holders who want to go to an away game. So that's one of the perks of being a season ticket holder. You can actually call your rep and say, hey, I'd like to get tickets to the Titans game or the 49ers game. And they've got certain places that you can choose from, and it's not marked up like, an NFL ticket exchange is, with these fees and the prices being jacked up from their face value. So these are face value seats. So it's a really nice perk. So for those people who have season tickets, if you aren't aware of that, you need to ask about that if you're ever going to go to an away game. So sometimes you might get the tickets cheaper somewhere else because, like, if someone's like a really crappy team is playing and they can't sell their tickets for face value, they might sell it for less because they're just happy to get rid of them. But if you're going to a place where the tickets are going to be jacked up like the 49ers would be, I mean, that game was expensive. To get in the building, I think I didn't see anything for less than $400, but these seats were they were under $300. So it was. Thank you, Seahawks, for the hookup and putting me in a safe spot, even though I did have some 49ers fans behind me and in front of me, but they're all cool. So, yeah.
Oh, good. Yeah. Hey, so I know we just signed Charles Cross today. We extended him today.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a lot to be said about this left tackle that came in for Charles Cross, Josh Jones.
Yeah.
I think he held up pretty much on his end of the bargain. I think we were able to run the ball a little bit more. But my question for you is, I know Anthony Bradford did okay in this game, but do you think they could swap Josh Jones for Anthony Bradford and have Josh Jones play right guard?
I've been asked that question all year long. Like, isn't there a better option? We've got all these guys who have played different places on the line, right? Like, Oluwatimi was our center for a while Sundell was hurt. Well, Sundell's back, but now where's Oluwatimi? He's back on the bench, right? And then you had Christian Haynes, who we were all kind of hoping last year he would contribute, and he's had a couple of fill-in spots when there were guys banged up, but once again, when the regulars were filled in, these guys were back on the bench. And then same thing with Josh Jones. Josh Jones, once Charles Cross is back, Josh Jones will be back on the bench. I'm thinking, so you got Christian Haynes, Oluwatimi, you've got Josh Jones, and then this other guy who was the third string tackle, all on the bench. You're telling me that Anthony Bradford is the best option at right guard with all these other dudes out here? And, we only know what we see, but these guys, the coaches and everything, position coaches, they know day in, day out, right? They're working with them every day, practicing, schooling them up on everything. Clearly, they know better than anybody else who the best guy is. And for whatever reason, it's still Anthony Bradford. And so, which blows my mind, because sometimes I watch and go, wow, did he just completely let that guy run by him? Or did he just lunge at air as this dude is coming across? And so, yeah, it is puzzling, right? Couldn't one of these guys fill in? But you would think, well, if you and I are smart enough to think that that's the solution, you would have thought these guys would have gone, oh, you know what? What if we just took Josh Jones, who did fairly well at left tackle, which you think is a harder position, right? Because left tackle is like the hardest position, most important position to protect the quarterback's blind side. And yet he's not good enough to play right guard? Well, Anthony Bradford must be doing something that we don't know that keeps him earning his job, because I have no other explanation. And I don't know if anybody ever asked the question, like during a press conference, hey, coach, why the hell do you keep starting Anthony Bradford? I'd love to hear that question just directly asked and hear what he says, because, man, I just feel like I've seen so many things of examples and clips. And I brought up earlier that play where Darnold got sacked at the 1 yard line. The guy who rushed that gap and sacked him was Anthony Bradford's gap. He was busy sort of helping on the center, but didn't notice the dude running by him and just let him run right straight through and get to Darnold. So, again, if I were to sit with coaches and stuff, I would have loved to have been like a fly on the wall of them watching that play and just see, like, am I just reading it wrong? Was it not his fault? Maybe it wasn't his fault. Maybe it's somebody else's fault, and I'm just reading it incorrectly. And we just got Anthony Bradford completely pegged wrong. He's actually a great right guard, and we just don't know it.
Right. Well, yeah, it could be something that we just don't know what they're seeing from their point of view, but
that's why do you ever watch Hard Knocks? You ever?
A long time ago, but it's been a while.
I think they're still doing. I need to tune back in because they were doing this like mid-season thing where they would follow a team like before the season starts, and then about halfway through the season they would go and follow. I think they're doing the division, like it was NFC East, I think. Anyway, it's a great show, and Seahawks have never been on it because they usually pick teams that are not in playoff contention, or there's certain thresholds that give teams a choice to opt out, and Seattle's always opted out. But there are times, of course, as a fan, you're like going, man, I'd love to see my team on there because I'd love to hear all the gossip, all the talks between, sitting in on these meetings. So they sometimes, reveal some interesting stuff that you go, wow, there's some behind the scenes stuff that, they're talking about here that's very interesting. And we don't get to hear that because Seattle's not on that show. But I'm sure there'll be some revealing stuff maybe related to Anthony Bradford had we been on that Hard Knocks show. But you know what? If we're not on it, that means we're doing good. So, I'm not going to ask for it. It would just be fun to see. But anyway, it's, I guess we'll see. The nice thing is we're getting the rest of the line pretty well solidified. It's really just what will they do with right guard. And we got money to play with next year, too. Yeah. So if they make a move, whether in the draft or in a trade or something, but damn, John Schneider has been just lights out with his moves from the draft to the free agency pickups. I mean, he is just... him and Coach McDonald have been just lighting it up. They have been just Schneider should get Executive of the Year, and McDonald I think should get Coach of the Year. I think those guys should be excellent candidates.
I don't know why he's not even in that talk.
I think he was been kind of talked about as one of those coaches, but I don't think he's like a front runner in it. But we'll see. I think the Patriots coach, what's his name, Vrabel, I think he gets a lot of talk about it. The Bears as well. But, it's pretty typical for Seattle to get overlooked. But, who cares? Super Bowl trumps all that stuff. Right. I'll give them the Coach of the Year, Manager of the Year, or Executive of the Year. You guys can have that. Just give me the Super Bowl. I'll be much more happier with that. I want to freeze my ass off in a parade in February. That's what I want.
Exactly.
So, all right.
Well, thanks for 2014.
Exactly, 2014, man. Yeah, that was awesome.
Whoever, this defense is rolling, man. I love the way this defense is rolling. There's a lot I have to say about Mike McDonald. He's coached these boys up, and obviously I think Nick Imamori was a steal in the draft, and he just has his boys playing good. And remember, we picked up Jake Thomas off of waivers from the Las Vegas Raiders.
Wow, what a great pickup he was, huh?
Oh goodness, yeah,
saved that
great
game.
pickup, right? But so I'm ready. It's been a while since we had home field advantage throughout the playoffs since 2014, and I'm ready for anybody. Obviously, I don't, would like to be the easy way out, but as Seahawks history goes, it's not always like that. So I'm just ready for whoever comes. We got this, and the defense is rolling. I like the way they were checking, and kudos to Tariq Woolen, because I think he's improved since week one, since last year.
Yeah. And he has definitely been playing better as of recently, making tackles, covering dudes well. Kind of more the Tariq Woolen that we remember in that first year, right?
Exactly, yeah. So I just like the way these boys are playing, and I can't wait to see what goes on this week, and then get ready for next week as well.
Yeah, I'm excited too.
Hawks, man.
McDonald, yeah. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it, Primo. Go Hawks. Yeah, I think the way Coach McDonald's got this team set up, I like the culture that they've set up. It seems like this team is truly bonded. They don't seem to have a lot of egos on the team, and they really do seem to care and play for each other, which is really, really cool. Really, just you feel like everybody is not every man for himself, but they truly have each other's backs, and it's pretty amazing the culture that they've created. A good mix of veterans, and the young guys just performing. It's out of this world. That's awesome. Let me get Shardol from the 510. Shardol, what's going on? It's been a while.
Hey, what's up, NorbCam? I love everything about your channel, man. I love everything you do on your channel, man. You make some great content. Even though I'm a 49er fan, you're a Seahawks fan.
I remember that.
I still like to come on your channel, bro, and I like to support you, man. Like, even though we support totally different teams, I mean, it doesn't matter, friendship matters, you set these rivalries aside, and you just be friends, that's just what it really boils down to. You gotta be friends with other fans of other teams. But I mean, this was a heartbreaking loss, 13-3. We lost to the Seahawks. I mean, like, we were gonna clinch that #1 seed, get home field advantage, but it didn't happen. But we always have next time to make these things happen. I mean, I gotta say GG's to the Seahawks, man. I think they played a good game. I think this was I think you took over the rest of the game. We scored 3 points on that field goal by Pinheiro, and then you scored the remaining 10 points after that. So I wanted to say, what were your thoughts on the way you played, man? Because you guys put up a fight. I mean,
yeah. Well, I want to get as the only 49er fan who's called in, I definitely want to get a few more thoughts from you. I think.
For me,
go ahead.
It was. Yeah, for me, it was kind of heartbreaking because we were looking forward to coming into our home stadium,
sure.
Take you guys down. We were really optimistic that we would win against you guys, and then you guys just took over, man. Like, I mean, you guys are unstoppable, man. Like, I don't think there's anything you guys could really do about it at that point when you guys.
Yeah, I want to ask you a question about that. But first, I want to just shout out Seahawks 53 with the super chat. It says, I didn't know it was your first away game. Right on. It wasn't my first away game. It was my first away game this year and my first away game at Levi's. But I've been to a bunch of other away games. It's just been a while since I've traveled on the road. But I'm hoping to do more of it next year. But thank you, Seahawks 53, for the super chat. So, Shardo, let me ask you something. So you said you were pretty confident going into there. Obviously, there was a lot at stake. You guys were hoping to get the whole home road advantage to the Super Bowl. But what surprised you the most, I guess, in terms of the way that the game turned out? Because clearly it wasn't what you were expecting. But were you more surprised at how well the Seahawks played, or were you more surprised at how not well the 49ers played? What was kind of your reaction to the way that game unfolded?
I mean, I was surprised with the 49ers. I mean, they had no momentum. They weren't able to run the ball well. I mean, that's the way you lose games. Like, if your team can't run the ball well and they can't get any momentum and score, you're going to lose a game. I mean, because you got to have momentum. It's a game. All stakes are on the line. Both teams were looking forward to getting a #1 seed. So I mean, it was the Niners couldn't get any momentum. I mean, like, they couldn't run the ball well. CMC only had probably a couple of carries, maybe like 12, 13 carries. That's not enough. I mean, he was also on the path to getting 1,000 receiving and 1,000 rushing yard season. I mean, he already got the rushing yards already. I mean, so he's going for the receiving yards. But I mean, it was a good game overall. But I was not expecting that you would come into our stadium and beat us like this when you sucked all the life out of me. As a Seahawks fan coming to Levi's. But it was a good. I mean, I was not expecting this result to be this way. Like I was expecting a more positive result, but I was not expecting it to be this bad, where we just gave up, didn't even try.
I don't think you guys gave up and didn't try. I think there was a lot of trying. It just seemed like the defense overwhelmed the 49ers offensive line. I mean, they pressured Purdy, which we haven't been able to do for a long time, rushing a lot of his throws. Every time you guys did get a throw down the field, a lot of times it was 5-6 yards, but immediately after the catch, they would be tackled, taken down right away.
And I was so surprised about that. Like we only scored 3 points. I mean, like 3 points. That's why that's not that many. We only like
the lowest point total in Shanahan's time with the 49ers. His first year was the only time he was limited to 3 points. So it was definitely a historic low game.
But I'm glad I didn't go to the game because I know I would have been, my morale would have been low if I would have actually been there, because I've actually been to 49er games where the result was way more worse. I mean, we lost I went to the Rams and Niner game in the regular season, and that was even worse, man. We lost by 20 or more points in that game. I was actually at that game. I've been to a lot of games where the result was way more awful. Like it was actually an ass beating. Yeah. Like it was like we couldn't even come back. I mean, like we tried to come back, but the result was
tough
so
to watch your team get an ass beating.
The amount of points was so immense.
Let me ask you this. So the good thing about it, even though it was an ass beating at the hands of your division rival, the 49ers, the Rams, and the Seahawks, we were already playoff bound regardless of the results of that game. So yeah, you lost the home field advantage, but still in the playoffs. So now you find yourselves having to play the Eagles on Sunday. How do you feel about your team now, chances going forward in the playoffs? Do you think you guys can beat the Eagles in Philadelphia on Sunday after what you saw?
We're playing. I mean, I'm optimistic we can beat the Eagles, man. I'm not worried about the Eagles at all. I know we can take over Hurts. I know we can dominate Hurts. I know Purdy's going to have a good game. But yeah, I'm not worried about the Eagles, man. I'm not worried at all. I'm not intimidated at all by the Eagles. I know we can win. I know we can beat them. Like I have full optimism that we can beat them.
Interesting.
And the results will and however they play, the results will show. I mean, you just have to. I'll have to keep watching the game, because that's the only way you know how well your team is going to perform. If you keep watching the game from beginning to end, and how you're going to know how your team's going to perform, because.
So
I know some Niner fans, they watch the game and they turn the TV off halfway through the game. They know their team is down by a couple of touchdowns and they turn the TV off. I tell those people that that's not a good thing to follow. You know.
Oh yeah, that's what happened when we were playing the Rams on Thursday night and we were down 16 points through an interception and people were leaving the building.
Turn the TV off.
It's worse than turning off the TV.
You don't.
They paid like $400 to go.
You don't turn the TV off. I mean, that's not really a fan, right? When you turn your TV off and you don't watch the rest of the game, you say, "I'm just forfeiting."
At worst, they should only change the channel, but not turn it off. Change the channel and flip back. Just to check what's going on. But Shardo. So if you guys do beat the Eagles, right? So, hear me out for a second. So, if the Packers lose to the Bears and the 49ers beat the Eagles, you know who the 49ers will play next, don't you? They'll be coming up to our house again. You know that, right?
I was thinking like if the 49ers come back to your house at Lumen Field. I was thinking we could do collab because I've never collabed with you before on a Seahawks and Niner game before. Would you be down to do that?
Are you talking about what, like a pregame? Are you talking like a pregame collab, breaking down this game before it happens? Is that what you mean?
Like a play-by-play.
Oh, play-by-play. Oh, you're not going to the game, are you?
I'm not going to the game. I'm watching at home.
Ah, okay.
If it happens.
I got you. Okay. Well, it's a little tricky. it's a little trickier when I'm in the stadium because all I got is my phone and I'm live streaming to YouTube, as opposed to when I'm in this when I'm in my studio.
Are you gonna go to the game?
Heck yeah, I got season tickets. I got my tickets already set, so I will be there. If they win and keep going on, I will be there for the divisional and the championship games for sure. So yes, I will be there.
We can always do a pregame.
We can do a pregame collab. Talk about talk about our breakdowns of what we think is going to happen, strengths and weaknesses, that kind of thing. So, well, let's see if you can get through the Eagles first, and then we can talk about a collaboration. How's that sound?
Yeah, but I just want to say good game to your Seahawks, man. Like,
thank you.
Yeah, it was a good game. I think. I mean, I would never expect it to be this close. I mean, 13-3. It was not like you blew my team out of the water. I mean, it was close. We only lost by 10, so that's probably the closest.
Yeah, but we should have had 26 points though.
I could ever have gotten.
Yeah, but we should have beaten you by more. I mean, we missed 2 field goals and didn't punch it in at the 1 yard line, so it could have been a lot worse. Statistically, it was a lot worse, but I'll take a 10-point win. I'm happy with that. But yeah, it's wasn't as big as a margin as maybe it could have been. But well, let's see. I hope you guys are healthy enough to put up a good fight against the Eagles, because you guys got banged up pretty good against that game on Saturday. So, and I hope Brock Purdy is okay.
They made that whole whoever all the Niners fans at the game against the Seahawks, they were making it seem like a spectacle, like the Niners were wearing their all black jerseys. It was all blackout night. Everybody was wearing all black.
It was a spectacle. It was pretty cool. It was a great spectacle. The fireworks and the light show thing at the beginning of the game or at halftime, at the beginning of the game with all the fireworks was awesome. I mean, I love the spectacle and the flyby with the jets. Normally, I can't see it from where I sit, so I got the planes coming right over my head. If you look at my live stream, it was like, shoo, it was great. The spectacle was awesome. And then there was the game itself. That's a whole different spectacle. But yeah. Hey, Charlotte, I'm going to try to get some other people. I'm going to get some other people on the line here, so I need to wrap up this call.
My dream come true.
Yeah.
My dream come true is go to a Seahawks game with you. Maybe get a photo with you at the game.
I'll be happy.
I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah,
I've never met you in person, man. So
we play twice. We play twice a year, so when you can find me up here. If you ever find your way up, I'll be more than happy to meet up with you. All right.
Guys, make sure to subscribe to NorbCam's YouTube channel. Guy makes some really great Seahawks content. So if you don't want to miss out, please go there and give him a like and a follow, man. Really great guy.
Appreciate it.
I love following your content, man. But I know you have other callers to get to, and I don't want to keep you waiting on the line.
No problem.
Long,
I enjoyed talking to you. It's been a while, and you are still alive in the playoffs. Good luck against the Eagles, man. It's going to be a task, but I wish you the best.
And it's great being a member on. It's great being a member on the channel.
I appreciate it. Thank you for the support, even as a 49ers fan. And yes, because Hasmo thanks you too. All right. We'll talk to you later, man. Thanks for the call.
I'll see you later.
Yeah. I think you're probably talking about the Top Gun video. There's more to come, especially if we play each other again. All right, man. Got a lot of lines to get through. And try to make this not last the entire night. Let's go to Ryan from the 517. Ryan, what's going on?
Yeah. I was talking about Cooper Kupp for a minute.
Let's talk about it.
I think he needs to hang on to the ball because he keeps fumbling.
He fumbled against the Rams, but he was pretty solid this last game. In fact, a couple of his catches were clutch. He got a first down catch on that last drive that was money. So Cooper Kupp doesn't get the targets he used to. He knows JSN's the number one guy, but when he does get the target, it comes often at really opportune times. So he has to be on because he doesn't get that many throws these days. So he has to try to catch it and do something with it when he does.
I think they need to switch Jake Bobo out for Cooper Kupp. Switch them both.
Well, the way they kind of work it, if you watch the rotations, because there's different personnel and different formations, and you'll notice that when it's a run-heavy formation, they'll usually bring in their run package, and that's usually Robbie Oots. They'll bring in Jake Bobo, and oftentimes, the other tight ends. Like when you see JSN or Cooper Kupp not on the field and Jake Bobo in there, that's usually a running situation, or maybe a pass where they're going to isolate, a tight end or something. But most of the time, that's usually a running type situation. But yeah, I mean, Cooper Kupp, he's still one of the main pass catchers. Bobo can catch too, and it would be cool if they could do something special with him, because he might have been open on that last fourth down play in that first drive. But yeah, I like Bobo. I like Bobo a lot, but he's really. His job is a blocker. But actually, really, is a shout-out to all the receivers. There's that one play, 3rd and 17, and they did a pitch play to K9 on the right side. And it looked like one of those plays where it's like, they're just going to try to get a few yards here, and they'll have to punt. But they blocked the thing up. If you watch that play again, they blocked that up awesome. They've got, Kupp had a great block. JSN was blocking. I think Bobo was blocking. They had the linemen running downfield. Tight ends doing their thing. I mean, just opening up lanes for them. And that's what I love about it. All these guys are not afraid to block. And that's what makes this offense so great when, like Cooper Kupp's been a trooper, man.
JSN's going to beat Kelvin Johnson's record?
Oh, it's too late. The regular season, it was all based on the regular season numbers. He would have had to have some monster 300-yard game yesterday or Saturday for him to break it. So, yeah, no, he that chase is over. He finished with, I believe he was number 7 or number 8 all time. So, yeah, I mean, kind of hoping, but at the same time, I was thinking we don't want Sam Darnold and the Seahawks to have to throw that many times to JSN, because if we are, that means we're putting the ball up way too much in harm's way, and it's really not the identity of this team. Would have been cool, but it wasn't really necessary. So he still did great. I mean, still one of the most yards by any receiver for the Seahawks. So kudos to him, man. He had a great year. This Calvin Johnson record would have been nice, but wasn't necessary and not really lined with the priorities of this team.
Would you ever come to Ford Field for a game against the Seahawks?
Would I ever what?
Come to Ford Field?
Oh, Ford Field. Oh, if they play Detroit? Yeah, I'd go. I'd go there. I've been to Detroit. I went there for a volleyball tournament for my girls a few years ago, and actually enjoyed my time there. But yeah, it'd be a fun place to go.
If you're down that way, I'm on the tour. I'm over by Detroit, past Detroit a little bit.
Yeah, I saw Ford Field. I didn't go in it, but we took the train around and saw some different places. Went somewhere to eat down there. So yeah, I'd love to go to more away games in Detroit. If Seahawks played them, we've always had entertaining games with the Lions. They've usually been shootout, high-scoring affairs that have been very close. So it would be. I like the ones. The
big house for college football. That's a big house. Think of the big house for college football. Michigan Wolverines.
Oh, yes, right. Yeah, I don't know if I'd ever make it out there for a Michigan game. I guess maybe if my kids are out of college and I've got just nothing but time on my side, then maybe I'd do both. But at this point, I'm hoping to go to at least one away game per season, maybe a couple, and eventually maybe more as time and money and everything.
Do you think the NFL draft will be in Seattle?
I would love it to be, but I think it could. More likely that than ever a Super Bowl being here because of certain logistics and weather and things like that. But the draft taking place in the spring, I think the Seattle would be a great place to have it. We have the event center down there. I think we can accommodate. It's just we don't have the space that some of these places, like going to the 49ers stadium and just seeing these big, huge spaces of parking lots for all these tailgating and stuff like that. We just don't have that kind of footprint in Seattle. So I'm not sure logistically how they would pull off putting something like the draft, because watching that one that they had in Green Bay this past time, like, man, the size of that crowd just out there. We don't have that kind of room for an outdoor type of thing. They'd have to get creative using the stadium.
My buddy went to the one in Detroit. It was pretty nuts in Detroit when they had that one in Detroit.
Detroit was pretty cool too. Yeah, so I'd love to have the draft here someday. That would be fun.
And I heard about a basketball team coming to, an NBA team coming to Seattle.
Been talking about it for a while. It gets a little annoying that's taken this long, but supposedly they're going to have an expansion team out here soon. It's been talked about forever, but Seattle's a great basketball town. I mean, when we were back in they won their championship in '79, and then during the '90s was a great time for Sonics basketball, and got close when we had to play Jordan and the Bulls in 1996, but never quite got all the way, and then we were stolen in 2008. So it's been. But
I've been following you for years, and I appreciate your support of all the Seahawks stuff you do. And you're really good at it.
Oh, thank you.
You ever run the idea of going live on TikTok?
Oh, I put my content on TikTok. I'm on YouTube.
You ever go live on TikTok?
Oh, live? I have not. I've done lives mostly on YouTube and on Facebook here, but I've not spent much time live streaming on TikTok nor Instagram for that matter. I'm going to have to explore being able to simulcast to both of those. It's I'm probably missing out on a certain sector of audience out there from the live streaming standpoint. Something I'm going to look into in the off season, see if I can tap into more live streams. That'd be pretty cool to do because I do get quite a bit of traction on some of those platforms. But anyway, I'm going to try and get a few more calls in before I wrap up the show. But Ryan, it's always great to hear from you. Thanks for the call, man.
You do go Hawks.
Go Hawks. Appreciate it. All right, let me go to Taylor. I think it's Taylor from the 253, close to home. Is this Taylor or is it Edmund?
Hey,
is it Taylor?
Oh, yeah, it's me. I go by Seahawks Eddie.
Oh, Seahawks Eddie. Yeah, okay, all right. I'm going to update this so I get the right name on here. Seahawks Eddie. Yeah, I've never seen you in a while, man. How you doing?
Doing all right. Yep.
Well, how you feeling? How you feeling about this team, man? First place, number one in the NFC, home field advantage. I mean, did you ever think this was coming when this season got started? Did you have any inkling that this was going to be the case, honestly? What did you think?
I mean,
what were your expectations?
The last couple of days, I kept waking up to, we won the game, and then we realized, we haven't played yet. Well, because Saturday I missed most of the game, but when I got on my lunch break, I got to watch the last 5 minutes of the game, and then when the clock went to 0, it's like me and everybody in the whole break room went nuts, and next thing you know, my supervisor comes in the room and asks, "What's going on in here?"
Well, you're not supposed to be watching football at work, huh? Imagine that.
Oh no! In the break room, we're allowed to do that. Because I work in retail.
Okay, so you had. So it wasn't like you're doing anything illegal. Okay, that's cool. But your boss didn't even know that there was a Seahawks game of this magnitude going on at this time. Must not be a Seahawks fan.
Yeah, he did.
Okay, so you got to watch some of it. You got to watch the ending at least, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, what's your feeling? How optimistic are you that we can ride this thing to the Super Bowl?
I mean, if we end up playing the Bears, not the Bears, the Packers or the Niners, it'd be a much easy route because the Niners are banged up, and then we'd be facing a totally different Packers team, not the one with the Aaron Rodgers version.
Yeah, well, the Jordan Love version carved us up pretty good last time they came out here too, though. But I don't think they're as good as they were last time. Yeah, that was not a pretty game. The last time, the damn Packers fans doing their "Go Pack Go," it was very annoying. But yeah, it's interesting. We haven't talked much about odds, but so talking about the upcoming wild card games. So we got the Rams at the Panthers. Rams are favored by 10, by the way. Not much faith in the Panthers to win that one. Packers at Bears. Chicago are only a -1 point favorite. So given that they're the home team, really it's kind of Packers with a 2-point favorite if you really look at it that way. And then Eagles and 49ers. The Eagles are favored by 4.5. So right now, if you were to believe the odds are that the Rams are coming to Seattle for the divisional if you were to believe the odds at this point. So we might be a collision course with good old Los Angeles again, man. How does that make you feel?
I mean, we should be able to get them this time.
Yeah.
I mean, as long as we play how we did against the Niners, played no turnovers against us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And if we could get Stafford to throw a couple pick sixes at us.
a couple pick sixes, that would be nice. What we need to really do is we need to get a spy who could sneak into the Rams hotel, and then someone slip like some laxative in Puka Nakua's drink that morning. And that way he'll have the runs all day. So he'll be like constantly running back to the bathroom the entire game, and he'll be unavailable for half the offensive plays. That's the key. We got to work on that one. See if I can find someone to volunteer. How about you do that, man? You want to sign up for that job? Pay you a few bucks to go in and give some laxatives to Puka Nakua. We'll figure out some strategic way, like on radios. Okay, man, he's stepping away for a second. He's got a cup of Gatorade on the table. So just walk by with the syringe, casually just go shh, and keep going. What do you think? You think you could go do a covert operation and give Puka Nakua something special?
It would be funny, though.
It'd be fun to watch you do it. Watch you try. No.
So
we beat him fair and square.
Yeah. So did all those 49er fans give you a hard time walking around the Levi Stadium?
No, actually, nobody gave me a hard time at all. They were actually really cool. I was ready for it. I was kind of looking for it. The most trash talking I heard was mostly not even towards me, but in the bathroom of all places. Just more like 49ers talking amongst themselves about how the Seahawks suck and stuff like that. But they weren't really saying it to me. They were just sort of like talking amongst themselves, like how trash they are. But it was mostly in the bathroom. I didn't really hear it out in any other place. So, and for some reason, I had to go to the bathroom a lot. The water was just going through me. Like, I can usually go through a whole game, maybe go to the bathroom once before the game, and I'm good to the end of the game. But this time, I had to leave the game like 4 different times. And then just when I thought I was done, I was like, oh my gosh, it's only been like half a quarter, and now I got to go again. I don't know what it was. It must have been whatever the 49ers tailgate gave me, because all of a sudden, maybe it's subconsciously where the Puka Nakua idea came from, where I had to keep going, leaving my main function to go to the bathroom. Must have been subconsciously what I was thinking, how we could jeopardize Puka Nakua. If you got to spend most of the time in the bathroom and less time in the game, that would be a way to do it. I don't know. Maybe someone slipped me a drink and maybe pee all game. But anyway, I digress. It must be getting late because I'm getting a little loopy with these ideas. But anyway, are you going to be at the game on 2 weeks from now? A week and a half from now?
No, sadly, I'll be working, and tickets are going to be way more expensive.
Yeah, they are going to be. Yeah, they will be pretty expensive. But all right, what's the last
and
time? What's the last game you went to? What's the last game you went to?
That's the Thursday night game against the Rams.
Oh, you were there for that one. Good for you, man. You didn't leave early, huh? You stayed for the whole thing?
Sure did.
Good thing. Good man. Good man. Were you tempted to leave?
Nope.
No, you're like, damn, I paid this much money. I ain't leaving now. I'm not going to stay for just
it's not over until the
80% of the game.
0.
That's right. They should know by now, for those of us who've watched the Seahawks come back in crazy ways. That's been how it's been. So, all right. Well, thanks, man. I appreciate the call. I'll chat with you next time, Eddie. Hopefully after another victory in about a week and a half. All right. All right. Go Hawks, man.
Go Hawks.
All right. I see AD with the super chat. Says, my turn next, please, he says, as he's waiting in the phone lines. And he says again later, please. I will get you in a second here, man. And then also DVR457 with the super chat says, best 2025 Seattle sports. Okay. Yeah, definitely been one of the best years for Seattle sports between the Mariners and the Seahawks. Pretty good entertainment. All right, let's see. Well, since you super chatted me, let me let you twist my arm and do it. Here we go. I think this is AD. What's up?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
What's going on, Mr. If the Seahawks make it to the World Series, that would be pretty cool.
You're still not letting that go, are you?
That was pretty classic. I don't know if you guys saw my little video clip that I had when I was doing a call-in session, and AD called in, and he was talking about, I think the Seahawks could make it to the World Series. I was like, World Series? And we had a good laugh about that. Anyway, how's things going, man? How are you doing after, I assume you watched the game? How was your feeling on everything after that epic win?
Oh, dude, I was just like bouncing off the walls, not literally, but bouncing off the walls over the fact that we just freaking made it to the first seed, dude.
Yeah, I would love to see you bouncing off the walls. That would be kind of cool.
I can't do that literally, but yeah.
You could try. You could get a trampoline and then get some momentum. Boom, 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 boom. I mean, you could do it. I've seen some TikToks with people doing stuff like that. But I wouldn't recommend that. Probably a bad idea for you to bang up your walls in your apartment like that. Anyway, so number one seed, NFC West champs for the first time since 2020. First time with the number one seed since 2014. Inside track pole position to the Super Bowl, man. Do you think we can get there, or what concerns you the most of what could stop the Seahawks from getting the ultimate prize?
Well, first of all, I am highly confident, and I'm wording this carefully, by the way. I am highly confident that we will make it to the Super Bowl this year. It does depend on what teams we're going after, but we also have to keep in mind that in a blink of an eye, all of that can change, if that makes any sense.
Well, yeah, the matchups, all that makes sense, and I think most people would agree that the most likely probable match up that we have coming up would be those pesky Rams, because they are probably the most highly favored of the lower seeds to make it. So it would not be a surprise if we have to face them a third time in our first playoff game, which, I'm not going to lie, it's a scary thought of having to face those guys again, because I do think they are the toughest team to get by in the playoffs. So scared, man. I'm scared. But you got to be the best. You got to beat the best.
What my mom has been telling me is to shout it to the universe that we want the Seahawks to keep advancing all the way to the Super Bowl.
So you're saying speak it into reality. Speak it to fruition. If you say it enough, it'll come true. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, she said universe, but that's how you want to word it. Sure.
Oh, our universe is whatever's in front of us. But it's kind of true, right? They used to say that, like, when it comes to accomplishing goals and self-empowerment things, that you got to have goals, which we have a goal here. We want the Seattle Seahawks to win the Super Bowl. But sometimes you have to speak it into existence. Like, if you actually say it and say goals and say, I know that the Seattle Seahawks will win the Super Bowl, that the more you use the power of positive thinking to state these things, that the more reality that it'll come true. I think that's more like a self-motivating standpoint. Like, if you actually say, like, if you have a certain thing you want to accomplish, like, my goal is to lose 10 pounds this year, and I'm going to do it. And then you actually say those goals, and you have targets and things, you actually, speak it into existence, then you could actually make it happen, or more likely you'll believe it to happen because you're telling yourself it'll happen. Cali Blue says, Panthers, baby. It would be nice that the Panthers could take care of business. I would not be disappointed if the Panthers took down the Rams. That would be surprisingly
That would
good
be
news.
something.
And it has happened before. They beat them earlier this year, so the Rams are looking for some revenge too. So yeah, so we'll see. It's a good spot to be in right now, though, because you get that first round bye. It is like you won the first playoff game. You got past the first round,
And
you
I don't
didn't have
know-
to do anything. It's great.
And I don't know if you heard, buddy, but I'm sure you know about this. Every time we keep advancing in the number 1 seed, we would always go to the Super Bowl. And this is the part I don't know if you heard, but every time we go to the Super Bowl, it has to do with a new pope getting sworn in.
Oh, I've heard that story too. I did not know about the Pope thing. I definitely knew about every time we've had the number 1 seed, we've made it to the Super Bowl. That's happened 3 times, and we've made it 3 times. I didn't realize that the new Pope select happening in conjunction also resulted in that. So that's pretty wild. I don't know how people track this stuff, but apparently that's a thing. So pretty wild coincidence. So all the more reason to think that this is destiny. We are destined to this in this year, that is the 2025-2026 season, on the 50th anniversary, mind you, of the Seattle Seahawks existence, that for them to make it to the Super Bowl for their 4th ever appearance, in line with everything else,
That would
be pretty remarkable.
That would be something.
It would be poetic.
That would be something that they go to the Super Bowl for their 50th.
And their 50th. What a way to celebrate their 50th anniversary with a Super Bowl appearance and maybe even a Super Bowl win. But we've got 2 games to do first before that happens, and that first one might be the doozy. It might very well be
2
these
games,
pesky
dude.
Rams.
2 freaking games to go to the Super Bowl.
2
And I
games.
hope you remember our deal, Noah. If we win the Super Bowl this year, we have to get together this summer and hopefully perhaps make 1 or 2 music videos from my songs.
Oh, I thought it was
if you're up for it.
I thought we were talking about the getting together to do the Mizuki buffet, but I guess that's changed. You said, right, because you're no longer a fan of the Mizuki buffet, or are you still?
Yeah. I don't eat shellfish anymore. Remember?
Yeah, but they have other stuff. It's not all shellfish there.
Yeah, that's true, but
It's a buffet, so you can choose different things. So there's a lot of seafood stuff in there, but it's not entirely. But we can discuss that at a later point. We'll have lots of time to plan if and when the Seahawks actually pull this thing off. So yeah, well, let's take care of business.
Maybe changing plans like this would help us get to the Super Bowl and perhaps help us win it.
Well, the universe is a funny place. You never know what little
that's
chaos
true, man.
theory things can create. Butterfly flaps its wings in China and creates a hurricane over in Florida. Anyway, I think that's how chaos theory works. But, well, let's see what happens. 1 game at a time. We got this next one in a week and a half, and let's just hope we can take care of business. But it's going to be a fun journey ahead as we count the days down to that battle. But in the meantime, we get to just wait and watch the other games and stress-free and see who's up next. Can't wait. So.
Yep, the Seahawks better rest up, dude.
Yeah, this is the perfect time to rest up, and we're actually in pretty good shape considering there's not that many injuries at this point, and considering that we got out of that 49ers game pretty good shape. So, yeah, it's all coming together, man. It's all coming together. All right, well, thanks for the call, AD. We'll be in touch. We're going to be definitely doing this as we continue down this playoff push, and hopefully more wins to talk about because it's so much fun. All right, well, take it easy, man.
2 more games.
2
more games, baby.
Start with the
2
1.
more games.
That's right. Start with the 1. All right. Well, take care, man. We'll talk soon. Go Hawks.
Go Hawks, bud. Goodbye.
Later. Let's talk to Allison. I think it's Allison. Allison? Is this Allison? Hello?
No.
It's not Allison. What's your
Hello?
Yeah, what's your name? What's your name?
Wait, you talking to me?
I'm talking to you. What's your name?
Oh, hello. Hi. I'm Landon.
Wait. What's your name? Leonard?
My name's Landon.
Landon. Okay, Landon.
Yeah.
From where? Where's 669?
I am calling from San Jose, California.
Okay. Oh, I was just there at your nice airport.
I know. First of all, I would just love to say it is very wonderful to meet you. I've been a big fan for a very long time. And I just have a few questions to ask because I'm very curious.
Okay, shoot.
All right, so first of all, coming into the season, we had absolutely no hope with the team. How does it feel that we're just like we're the 1 seed, we're the best in the NFC? How does it feel at this point?
Well, I beg to differ with the comment that we had no hope. Some people didn't give us any hope. Some people were thinking we were going to be last place, 6 or 7 wins. I was not one of those people because, as anyone who's watched my channels and my initial prediction, I said on the record that I thought the Seahawks would go 12-5, and they outdid that for me. So, I'm glad they proved me wrong in a good way. So, yeah, I was confident that we were going to be better defensively because we already had it turned around from last year, so I knew our defense was only going to get better, which it has. And the whole Sam Darnold thing was a little bit of a wild card because, it was coming off of that bad couple of games with the turnovers and the sacks in the Rams game, so there's a lot of questions, was he going to be what it was? And, but to be sitting here, if somebody were to tell me, like, went back in time as a time traveler in late August and said, hey, Norm, guess what? I'm from the future. I took my DeLorean and came over to your house, and guess what? You're not going to believe this, right? But you are going to beat the 49ers in the last game of the season. Not like you predicted. You predicted that we'd win and then lose. It's going to be the opposite. You're going to lose and then win. And when you do so, we're going to be the number 1 seed, win the NFC West, and you're going to finish 14-3, have a first-round bye, and home field advantage throughout the playoffs. Do you believe me? I might have to say, I think you're pulling my chain, man. That sounds too good to be true. But here we are, right? Here we are against all odds. Because it wasn't like an easy road. It wasn't like we dominated and just blew through our opponents. We had a lot of games where it was like very iffy, right? That Rams game could have gone. We had to pull all the miracle stops for that one. And the Colts game came down to 6 field goals and against Old Man Rivers. Wasn't easy, but then there were some games that we dominated.
Is it weird to think that we're in the position that we could win the Super Bowl?
Is it weird? I don't know about weird. I think, like I said, I thought we would be 12-5, and I thought we had a chance that we would be in the playoffs, and I thought it would be good enough to win the NFC West. I did not think that we were necessarily going to get the number 1 seed, but I did have a good feeling we'd get the NFC West. So this isn't too far off from my reality. I just didn't know if I could go all the way and say we'd be number 1 because I knew the Rams would be tough and the Eagles would be tough, and here we are besting both of them. So, yeah, it's a pleasant surprise to have gotten it all. But, yeah, so not completely shocked, but, yeah, a little bit pleasantly surprised that it all came together the way that it did.
Who would you say is like our biggest threat in the playoffs right now? Like hypothetically, what is the matchup we wouldn't want right now?
Yeah, I think we've been talking about it all night, and I think everybody deep down knows.
Got to the stream, so
I'm not holding that against you. I just think it's one of those things where I think every Seahawks fan, if you were to ask them, what's your biggest fear? How can you not say the Rams? Because it took everything and a miracle or two to beat them, and they were beating us pretty bad. And I think we all remember that. That was really the worst game that we had up to the point that we made that miracle comeback. So,
definitely.
It's hard to not remember 500 plus yards and Puka Nacua for 200 plus yards. Wow. It's Matt Stafford just going off, kicking our asses. So, you think, okay, well, I hope if and when we play them again, we don't get that version. We don't play the 3/4 of that game, and we play the last 10 minutes of the game, and that's the way it looks because, that first 3.5 quarters was pretty ugly. So, the Rams to me, I don't really worry about any other team except the Rams. That's the only team that I'm at all concerned about, to be honest with you. I think we can beat anybody.
Wow.
Yeah.
What is the matchup you do want?
For the divisional?
Yeah.
Okay, let's say the Panthers. Yeah. Let's just say take the path of least resistance because in the end, you like to beat the best to be the best, but if you can also get an easy route, we like that too. So In the NFC, these are the teams that we are most likely to play. It would either be the Packers. If they beat the Bears, they would be the first option. If they don't, the next one up is the 49ers because they're the 6th seed. Can they beat the Eagles? The way they are right now, it's tough, tall order. But would I take my chances? I would not mind the way it went last time. Sure, I wouldn't take I would be okay with another rematch with the 49ers. But the next one up is the Rams. So the Rams would, for that not to happen, we would need the 49ers or the Packers to upset. And I guess if I had to pick any of those three teams, I guess I would have to say probably, I guess it's possible that if the Panthers won and the Packers lost and the 49ers lost, basically all of our NFC West challengers all lost, that would make the Panthers the lowest remaining seed. To me, that's the easiest one because they're 8-9 and we beat them before pretty handily. So if I could pick and choose the scenario, I'd knock the Packers out, I'd knock the 49ers out, and I'd knock the Rams out and take the Panthers and welcome them up here. So that would be the path of least resistance, but I don't see that happening.
Is Lumen Field as loud as they say it? It's like, I've always wanted to go there, so it's like I'm very curious to hear, like, based on a big Seattle fan.
All right, I'll be honest with you. It's not as loud as it used to be when we hit our peak world record volumes. I think it'll be, but I think it'll be different for the playoffs because we'll have a lot more people in, less rival fans, much more home fans in here. I would like to think they'll be more jacked up to make more noise. But part of it is that a lot of the hardcore fans who make all the noise have been kind of priced out because of, ticket prices being what they are. Years. And so when you get a little more of the upper echelon crowd, they're a little bit more casual fan. They're kind of like just happy to be there. They're there for the spectacle, but not there because they're like dyed-in-the-wool, diehard fans. So I feel a little bit like that's why we've lost some of the edge, because some of the really vocal, loud fans who make all the crazy noise and stuff are just not there in the building anymore. So they're still one of the loudest, but it's just not as loud as it used to be.
Yeah. It's hard almost because, like, the stadium almost half the time when it comes to opposing fans, it's filled, like, with the opposing fans, if I'm correct, based on, obviously, over TV broadcast. But, like, most of the time, as I hear, it's filled with visiting fans.
Not all the time, but certain fan bases. Packers, 49ers, Steelers. Those guys tend to, are pretty loud, and they travel well. But, Rams fans... Nah, they don't. Cardinals fans, nah. Just those certain really. Oh, Bills fans too. They're pretty loud too. And Eagles fans, they travel pretty well. So there's a handful of those really kind of diehard fan bases that they tend to, they travel well. And they spend the money to buy those tickets. So that's that. But not all the time. It hasn't been that way since. The loudest time when you really felt like there was opposing fans taking over was the Packers game last year. That was really annoying because you could hear the whole place doing the whole "Go Pack Go" thing, and it was loud.
Oh gosh, yeah.
So if we do somehow face the Packers, famous moment, favorite regular season game was the one on Thursday against the Rams. That just took up and became my favorite regular season game, and then the Packers comeback still is my. Again, they're very similar to each other. Come from behind wins with miracle stuff that happens is the best kind of wins because they're high drama, exciting, and unlikely. They're a lot more exciting than a blowout win like Super Bowl 48 was.
Oh.
So, as a game experience, Super Bowl 48 will always be like one of my favorite memories because you'll never forget your first Super Bowl. But,
it's a Super Bowl win, yeah.
But from a standpoint of like actual game that just from an experience was the most nerve-wracking, exciting, thrilling, and satisfying. Yeah, those two definitely take the cake.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, thank you so much for the talk. I'm going to let you do you're talking to other people because of other people online.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
My pleasure, man. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Landon from San Jose. Okay, let me see. Who else we got left? We still guys got names in here. Let me go to Susan. Oh, yeah, Susan from Reno. You're back.
Hello.
Hello, Susan. You have the distinct honor of being the only female caller tonight. How does that make you feel?
Sorry.
No, apologize. This is a good thing.
Okay.
It's good to hear from you.
You too.
Well, how you feeling on the wake of this amazing accomplishment that our Seahawks have done?
I was totally impressed. That's all I have to say.
Totally impressed. I think we
Were
all
you?
were. Oh, yeah. Heck yeah. I was down at the game. I went down there to, brave the red crowd down there and came out unscathed and victorious. It was awesome.
I saw you in the crowd.
You did?
Yeah.
Wow. Cool.
Yeah.
Well, my green hair is hard to miss in that sea of red, but I was glad to represent.
Even when you were on the news.
Oh, you saw my news story. You saw that on my Cairo News interview?
They showed that.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah, that was fun. It was great. I came back that day because I went down on Saturday morning, went to the game that night, and left the next morning bright and early, 6:15 in the morning. I had to be up, set my alarm at 3:45 in the morning, and came back, and before I barely had time to just come home and get settled in, my friend Kenny Burns called me up and said, "Dude, Cairo wants to do an interview talking about the game, and you should be in there because you were there. So come meet me at the stadium in like an hour." I was like, "Oh, okay." So that's what happened. So how are you feeling about this team and our playoff chances? Do you think we can do this? How nervous or how confident are you about it?
I'm a little nervous.
Mm-hmm. That's normal.
Yeah.
But our chances are good. The best chance that we've had in 11 years.
As long as you don't do no turnovers.
Yeah, turnovers are not a good thing.
He didn't do them this time.
Nope. He protected the ball.
Keep focused.
He got close. There was that play where he got stepped on and he muffed the handoff to the running back and the ball was on the ground and the 49er player almost jumped on it, and luckily Charbonnet recovered it. That could have been a disaster. So fortunately we dodged the bullet there. But it does take a little bit of luck sometimes to win. Do you have a team that you would love to see the Seahawks play in the Super Bowl? If you could wave your wand and say, okay, Seahawks are going to win the NFC, so they are going to play blah, blah, blah in the Super Bowl. Is there a team that you would love to see them play more than another? I'll give you the choices.
What's
okay.
your pick?
Well, I have my pick, but I want to hear what yours are. I'm going to give you the choices to make it easier for you. These are the teams we could potentially play in the Super Bowl. Could be the Josh Allen, the Buffalo Bills. It could be the Jacksonville Jaguars. Could be the Los Angeles Chargers. Could be the New England Patriots. Or it could be the Denver Broncos. Which of those would make the most fun Super Bowl to watch for you?
The Broncos.
You'd like to see the Broncos again? Okay. Well, it's that would be a rematch. That would be a rematch of Super Bowl 48, and it would be the matchup of the two best teams on the NFC and the AFC because we are both the number one seeds.
What do you think, Norb?
I want the Patriots. I want a rematch of Super Bowl 49.
I was going to say them, but yeah. I was going to say them, but remember how they played the Broncos? Would be a rematch.
Yeah. Well, we got the best of them in Super Bowl 48. And that's probably, I guess, why I don't want to necessarily play the Broncos already, because been there, done that. We already beat them to get our first Lombardi, so I think it'd be fun to change the name of the other team on the other side just because we already won against them. That'd be pretty crazy, though.
It's either the Broncos or the Patriots, like you said.
Yeah. Patriots definitely for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, these tickets are insane. John Hobbs in the chat says the seats were close to the 50-yard line, premium seats, and yes, $4,000.
I don't have that kind of money.
It's pretty steep, but there are some more affordable tickets. But yeah, they're going for pretty high. Even in my section, which is not like premium choice seats, but they're going up there for like not that far from $1,000. So yeah, it's crazy. But anyway. Well, I appreciate you, Susan, jumping on here to call. We'll see what happens, but I, like you said, totally impressed is a great way to describe the way the Seahawks have been playing. So let's hope they can keep this totally impressive style of play for the next 3 weeks past this one. And
one more thing.
Yes.
Steve.
Hawks.
Steve.
Hawks.
Steve.
Hawks. Thanks, Susan. I appreciate you.
3 times, right?
Yeah, it was 3 times. Thank you. All right, go Hawks.
Okay.
That's funny. The delay on this system between the cell phone and then this calls system that I have is so bad. It feels like forever. See, Hawks. 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000. See. Anyway, it's good stuff there. Good stuff. Thanks for the call, Susan from Reno, Nevada. Wow, a lot of you on here still. Let's go to, Robert Harless from the 425. We went to a game earlier this year. Robert, what's going on?
Hey, man, I'm just getting off work. I was listening to you and just wanted to catch up with you. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Cloud 9, bro. This is too much fun. Too much fun.
Yeah.
You remember the?
Yeah, it's been great, man. It's been.
Yeah. Well, yeah. For some of you watched that game, the game that earlier this year that Robert went to. Which game was it that you went to with me? It was the
Cardinals blowout.
Cardinals. Yeah, we dominated. We scored like, I don't know, it was like 20 something points, but we were barely past the first quarter.
Oh man.
Yeah, that was a party.
Oh man. Yeah, it was like 28-0. That was like back-to-back weeks too, because we did that like the week prior too.
Yeah, I think it was the Commanders.
That was a good stretch there.
Yeah, I think the Commanders and the Cardinals. We had like just racked up the points. Yeah, we were putting some bad teams down at that point there. But yeah. Yep. No, that was that was fun, man. So I think I saw a message from you. You were talking about you're hoping to try to go to one of these games, huh?
Yeah, it's possible. I understand it's probably a tall order there, but I'm down if no one's coming with you. That's for sure.
Okay.
All you have to do is hit me up.
All right, I'm trying to figure out my ticket situation. So you got the blessing from your wife? Is that what you're saying?
I did.
Okay.
She said, "Hey, if NorbCam can do it," she said, "that's the only way."
Wow.
She's like, "You're not buying one of those $700 tickets." I'm like, "Okay, well, we'll see." I mean, she probably has a long list. So.
Okay, all right. I'm working things out, but I know where you stand on this, so I will definitely keep you in the loop because we had a good time together. So I'll let you know.
Yeah,
I'll let you know
we
the situation.
We got to keep it screaming. Got to keep it loud. Got to represent the 12th man. Like
that's right. Yeah, you had good energy.
You were saying a little bit earlier. Yeah, you were saying a little bit earlier. Not everyone's loud. These games, it's essential to be loud, and if you're not, that could be a difference between an offsides penalty, a false start, or in your team getting a first down. Like there's a how do you say? There's some volume in the 12.
It's a real thing. Yeah.
Two different ways.
The crowd can definitely influence the result of these games.
Oh,
especially in the playoffs.
We saw at least twice in the Cardinals game, did we not?
Yeah.
There was like 2 false starts, right?
And that was, the Cardinals.
Yeah, that was on us.
Imagine when it's playoff time, the stakes are going to be that much higher. So hopefully people will bring their voice and their A game and really restore what the glory of what the Seahawks 12s in Seattle restore that home field advantage that I feel has faded some in recent years. It's a chance to redeem ourselves. So
that's what we need.
Yeah,
that's why we wanted the number 1 seed. You know, even the players recognize.
Yep.
You know, the fans. The fans are a serious part of home field advantage, especially for Seattle.
Are you worried about any of these teams in the NFC?
Nah. I know the Rams can give us trouble, the 49ers can, but hey, we beat them once, we can beat them again, right? What I wanted to bring up, because you already talked about the Rams and the 49ers and the Eagles and all that earlier. I didn't catch if you talked about Nick Emmanwori getting the Defensive Rookie of the Year. He's real close to that. Do you think he's got a real chance of getting that? I really think that
I think he should. I think he should get some consideration because he has definitely been one of the best, if not the best, Rookie of the Year. I'm not sure who exactly he's up against for that. I always feel sometimes that Seahawks players get a little
linebacker
bit of
from the Browns.
Oh, yeah.
What's his name? What's his name? He's an inside linebacker. He's a great player, man. Like I was reading some stats that Hot Dogger put on earlier, and man, the kid's outstanding. But Emmanwori is also he's a different player. Amazing. Like there's hundreds of inside linebackers, but how many players can actually do what Nick Emmanwori can do?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's more than just numbers at that point. It's like what you mean to your team and as far as the 2 players go, like I said, that linebacker from the Browns, he is outstanding. He's phenomenal. He might even be a Hall of Famer one day. But Emmanwori literally brings a different level to his team because he brings to the field.
Yeah, no, he definitely does, and he just gives McDonald's so much more ability to do things that allows flexibility to stay in like the nickel package, where oftentimes you go in the nickel, you're sacrificing run defense, but because he's so good in the box and such a good tackler, you're not giving that up, and he can use them in a number of ways in coverage, in blitzing. Yeah, nickel package is great.
Our nickel package is one of our best run defenses that we have.
It is.
All we need is our front 4, and then we have big nickel, Nick, and then we have, we got the 2 studs out in the outside, and we got our 2 stud safeties, whether that be Okada or whether that be our boy CD, Kobe Bryant.
Yep.
I mean, either way, if you can't throw it down the field, you can't run it up the field, you can try to pass it down the middle, but good luck with that, right?
Yeah, they got Ernest Jones lurking in the middle. Yeah, no, it's awesome. That's what's great about this defense. Is very different. A lot of people compare, the Seahawks, this defense is like the Legion of Boom, but it's very different from a coaching perspective because if you recall when Pete Carroll, he ran basically like a cover 3 with 1 single safety in Earl Thomas, and they just basically that was their base. They never changed it. They were like, this is it. Yep. This is our personnel. Let's see if yours is better than ours.
Yep.
But Coach McDonald's very different.
Team to the LOB, the players on the LOB were 1 in a million. You're not going to get a Sherm again. You're not going to get a Cam again. You're not going to get a ET again. You're not going to get a Michael Bennett again.
Right, Bobby Wagner.
The coverage that we do in the scheme and how we hide it with the talented and athletic players that we have, man, it just confuses people, and by the time they figure it out, it's too late. We're up in your face. Good luck. Yeah. And it's a completely different monster than the LOB.
Yeah,
the LOB was, come on, bring your best players, and we're still going to beat you.
Yeah, we're not going to change anything. We're just going to do our thing and just sit back and see if you can beat us. Versus this is like, okay, we're coming after you, but you don't know where it's coming from. Confusion and manipulation, and that's the beauty of this defense that Mike McDonald's got going. Very different.
That's why I like their new name, the Dark Side. What do you think about that?
The Dark Side. I like it. Yeah, Brendan Keyport says the same thing. It's the Dark Side, baby. Yeah, they got the Dark Side of the MOB.
Yeah, mentality
mission-
over BS.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say so you don't get monetized. or
mission
anything,
over
but
BS.
Mentality
yeah.
over BS.
Yeah, I don't know if it's mission or mentality, but
that's-
one of those two things over BS. But yeah, that's just
It's what. Yeah.
focusing on the thing. It's awesome. Yeah, in some ways, I'm almost more excited when we get to be on defense because you feel like, oh, I can't wait for something exciting here to happen because you know they're going to do something cool. Versus normally you're like, oh no, we're on defense again. It's actually like fun to be on defense. Just been a long time since we felt that confident in it. So, yeah, man. Well, we'll see what happens. I'll let you know as far as the ticket
Can we
situation.
talk about Sam for a second?
All right. What do you want to talk about?
So, is it just me, or does Sam have a different mentality than he did going into the late end of last year? Like, he doesn't seem shaky. He seems confident. He seems excited. He doesn't seem as shaky and as indecisive. He seems like he knows that he's there to manage the game, and that's what he's trying to do. He doesn't seem like he's trying to push too many things. That's why I feel like he didn't push that Charbonnet.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I didn't watch a lot of
What do
Sam
you think
Darnold
about
last year because even when they played Minnesota, because we were on a 2-week cruise in Asia, and I didn't get to watch that Vikings game, with my own eyes. So I didn't have a good sense as to exactly how he was game in, game out. I just know he was good, and great receivers to throw to, and he had a running game and all that, and he was 14-3, but lost that game to the Lions, and then got killed by the Rams. But as far as this year, I mean, one thing I think that's been good about him is he's been pretty even. He doesn't have a whole, he's a pretty even kill guy. He never gets really up. You don't see he's not one of those guys like, yeah. And then like when things go bad, he's like, oh, sulking. He's just kind of steady. And I think that's a good thing because, he just sort of forgets what might have happened last time and he doesn't dwell on it. He just kind of moves on and goes back to business. And it seems like the locker room and the rest of the players love him for that because, they'll be the first ones that defend him and say, oh, he's our quarterback. I remember Ernest Jones saying something in a question about him, and he said, yeah, he's our quarterback. And so if you think otherwise, well, then F you. That's pretty cool. He actually told somebody to, generally, like, if you don't like our quarterback, well, you can.
Mike McDonald well, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm. So I like that about him. So
his personality.
Yeah, Mike McDonald. He gets fired up you see him fired up in his speeches and things like that. But yeah, he's not a real emotionally up and down guy. There's a lot of even keelness to it, and I think you want that from your quarterback because you don't want a guy who gets all super high and then gets super down. I think of guys like Kyler Murray, right? He's the ultimate of show how you feel on your face, like, oh, I'm great when everything's great, but when everything's bad, it's bad, So
Baker's
Sam Darnold
been a lot
really know.
better about that as well lately. Baker used to be all up in your face about it.
Yeah, sure. He was all
now
kind
he's kind of mellowed out,
flexing
and now
in.
he's just slinging it,
Yeah, but but they're out. Talk about a free fall, man. Those guys start out as like they should have been a shoo-in for the South.
You wouldn't believe it how they played against us, man. You wouldn't believe
Yeah.
how well they played us. I would have said that, we were competing in the NFC Championship.
Well, you got to remember, too, when we faced the Buccaneers at that juncture of the season, we were missing a lot of guys, too. Even Worry was out. We had other, I can't remember exactly
Boone
who.
was out. Love was out.
Yeah. So we were not the same defense like we are right now. And, not to make that a big excuse, but it is, there's a reality, right? The 49ers are super banged up. And
I mean, having a third of your secondary out is probably a big excuse.
Yeah.
I mean, according to the 49ers, it is, right?
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, really, what the 49ers have done, considering how banged up they've been, it's been pretty good that they hung in this long. I think when they finally went against us, they were just like,
I got to give them props.
truck that ran out of gas.
I got to give them props. I don't want to.
Yeah, but they have actually done a lot better than I thought. I thought as soon as they lost, Fred Warner and Nick Bosa, like, oh, they're done. And then Purdy was down, and Ayuk wasn't coming back. I thought, these guys are toast, and somehow they managed to keep winning enough to be in a position that they were Saturday. So that's something. But I don't know. They
really
might have.
Amazing what they could do.
Might be the straw that broke the
Not
camel's
a lot
back.
you could say.
Yeah, pretty impressive. But Yeah.
Not a lot of teams could say, "Oh, we're gonna have half of our guys, Hall of Fame guys." By the way.
Yeah, kind of the opposite of what happened to Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay was like on fire in the beginning, and then they actually got guys back, and things actually got worse the more the season went along. So
yeah,
and then they just all the wheels came off, and they lost it in that final weekend. So that was crazy. Same with Baltimore too.
The difference is
Weird
coaching.
season
Norm.
for them.
The
Yeah,
difference is
no, I agree.
coaching,
I think the coaching has been huge, and same thing with the 49ers. I mean, say what you will about that last game, but Shanahan is a good coach, and he's gotten these guys, getting the most out of these guys, and had them competing, even though they were missing so many starters. You know, not just starters, but stars, like
That's
potential Hall of
exactly
Fame
why I
guys.
like Mike McDonald, man.
Yeah.
He's got the ready team ready to go. You know,
Yeah, sure
as
does.
Iacata, Drake Thomas. Drake Thomas is a perfect example. Look how balling.
Oh, yeah.
Like that guy's been balling all year.
Yeah, and like,
And
who the hell was
he's
this
just a
guy?
backup
Where did he
linebacker.
come from? Yeah,
That's
exactly.
really
And then Ty Okada too, you know, as a backup to Kobe Bryant. He's been great tackler, and that one interception that he made where he toe tapped along the right sideline. I can't remember who that was against. I think it was Washington Commanders. That was a thing of beauty. But yeah, no, he's had a great season too.
Yeah.
So yeah, outstanding for sure. So, but hey, man, I'm going to try
all
to.
about the coaching, man.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's everything, right? The coaching, you got to have the talent, the culture. I mean, all that. And, it's all kind of coming together at the perfect time. So, well, Robert, I'm going to go. I'm going to try to wrap this up because I got still more calls to get to, but the night is getting late. So I will talk to you later, man. I'll fill you in on whatever happens tickets-wise, all right?
Yeah, man. Have a good night.
All right, you too.
Go Hawks.
Yeah,
as
go
always.
Hawks. All right, appreciate it. Let's see. Let's go to Go Hawks. Let me go to take like 3 more calls. How about Alex from the 479? Alex, you're up.
Hey man, how's it going, North?
It's going pretty good, man. It's been a crazy last 48 hours, but wouldn't want it any other way. So it's fun just to be soaking all this in and just like stopping for a second to go, man, here we are, #1 seed and all that. It's crazy.
It's crazy, man. You know, I've been a big Seahawks fan. I've been following you for quite a bit now. And I'm quite confident in our team this year, I'd say.
Yeah, it's I know. I think everybody would say this is well past the expectations anybody had realistically. I don't think anybody predicted they would go, 14-3. Even I said 12-5. So realistically, that seemed like a stretch at times. But yeah, I mean, now that we've reset the whole thing and we are where we're at, what's stopping us from getting to a Super Bowl in your mind?
Honestly, just recently how the offense has been playing the last half of the season. They've had their spurts every now and then, passing games kind of slowed down. Running games kind of look kind of better, I'd say that, in second half of the season. But I feel like our defense can match up against any other offense in the league pretty well. It's just going to come down to if our offense can finish the job at the end of the day.
Well, the old saying, right? Defense wins championships. And that game against the Niners was a perfect example of how if you have a defense that's dominating, your offense doesn't have to really do much. I mean, that last drive I brought up earlier was like the game-sealing drive, and they didn't even score. They didn't have to because they were able to just defense put them in a position to win, and they just had to not screw that up. But they still had to get first downs because much like the Rams' inability to do against us, they got the interception, had a chance to put us away, but what did their offense do? They went 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out. And we could have gone 3 and out after that Drake Thomas interception. And if we did, the Niners would have been right back where they were, marching down the field, trying to make it a field goal game. So, complementary football is a perfect example of it. Defense making a play, but the offense taking that opportunity and never giving the ball back until it was too late. And you didn't even need points.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, it doesn't always, we're in such a world now, especially with fantasy football, where people just get hung up on numbers and stats, right? Because everybody wants points, everyone wants yards, everyone wants receptions. And so you get kind of caught up in, if the numbers are low, you think, oh, well, our offense must suck. But you don't necessarily need that, especially if you have a defense that can keep the score low. You just have to be good enough, just a little bit better than the other team's output, because who says you have to win by 3 touchdowns? Who says you have to score 30 to win?
As long as they get the job done.
Yeah, when you limit a team to 3 points, which has only been done once since Shanahan has been with the 49ers, it doesn't take much to win. You just need more than 3, and they got more than 3. So it's a great formula. Now, you can't keep everybody down that way, but, man, to do it to a team like the 49ers, banged up as they were, they had just put up, 42 or something against the Chicago Bears a week ago. So that's no mistake that they were able to put down a defense or an offense that potent. So, yeah, it's you can ride that to the Super Bowl.
I'm not going to ask if you were planning to go, but you're definitely going to the divisional game.
Oh yeah, I'm going to the rest of the games here in Seattle. Divisional, and hopefully
I
football
live
gods
all the way
willing,
in
NFC
Northwest
Championship.
Arkansas area, so it's it's all the way across. And my first Seattle game in Seattle was a game where we lost to the Giants and they blocked the field goal. That terrible game.
Oh God, last year. That was last year, wasn't it?
That was my first game in Seattle, but I've watched plenty of games, in Kansas City, Dallas, and when they come nearby. But I actually booked a flight in hopes of us making the NFC Championship.
So you're going to try to come to the city?
Yeah.
Already kind of predicting?
I'm going to be in the city for sure. I'm kind of banking on us making it, but, if we don't make it, I'm going to enjoy my time in the city and just try and have a good time with some friends and stuff.
Okay.
But
So let's say if we're in the NFC Championship game, you're going to try to get tickets to the game too. Is that what I'm hearing?
Absolutely. 1,000,000%.
Wow. Well, man, all the more reason. I really hope we make it, because I want you to make that trip be as
we're gonna
beneficial
come back
as
to
possible.
this very moment. We're going to come back to this
That's
very
right,
moment.
to this phone call on January 5th at 10:42 p.m. Western time, Pacific time. So your area code 479 is in Alabama? Is that what you said?
No, Arkansas.
Oh, Arkansas
area.
Wow. Okay. That's pretty cool, man. Well, all the more reason I'm rooting for us to have success, because that's a pretty awesome if we can make that happen for you, bro.
Yeah. It'd be pretty sick.
That would be great. Well, if you do come and we do have that game, let me know so we can meet up when you come out here.
Absolutely. I'll definitely have to see you then.
All right. Sounds good, man. Well, thanks for the call. I'll keep my
you
fingers
having me on,
crossed for that opportunity.
Yes, sir. I'm about to hit you with the follow on Instagram.
I appreciate that, man. Yeah, send me a DM or whatever.
Sure.
Remind me if about the coming out to the game, especially
Got you,
after
brother.
we get the
Appreciate
win in
you
the
for having me
division.
on, man. Have a good night.
You bet. All right. Good night and go Hawks. All right, couple more here. Let's go to Steph in the 503. Steph.
Steven?
Sorry,
Steven?
it says Steph. I thought it was
Hey.
Steph. Steven.
Hey, Norm. That's okay.
How you doing?
How you doing?
Yeah, great, man. Where's the 503 at?
This is Salem, Oregon.
Oregon. Okay, got it. Well, how you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good, man. I'm excited. Well, I can't wait for 2 weeks now.
Yeah, I know. It's it's kind of nice though to have a weekend to sort of just chill and watch everybody else beating themselves up for a while. But
yeah, no doubt.
What's your biggest concern? I guess whether it be a team that we have to play or potential flaw in the team. What's got you most concerned about what's stopping us from going all the way?
I'm pretty confident, but I'm a little scared of the Rams.
Yeah, I think a lot of us are.
But at the beginning of the year, I pretty much thought that we were going to at least get a wild card. I didn't think we'd win the whole division. That's really awesome.
It is, yeah. So you figured we'd at least make the playoffs, but you didn't think division and definitely not a number one seed was necessarily in the cards, huh?
Right.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
What's your opinion on, are they going to use Rashid or Melrose any coming up, you think?
Oh, Rashid, he's part of it. I mean, he's out there. He contributed. He didn't do anything huge this past game, but, he caught an early pass, and then he got called on pass interference on that drive that led, I think we got a field goal eventually out of it, but it was that drive that, ate up a lot of clock and, did result in some points, but, it was every time you get a first down is huge, and Shaheed is a big part of that whole, the threat, and he gets used different ways, right? As a punt returner, the speed, as a receiver as well, and I feel like there's still, he's still working his way into things, and we haven't seen the best of him yet. I'm not sure what his contract situation is. If it was a 1-year deal, or is he here beyond? I can't remember if he's here beyond this year, but it'd be great to have him moving forward because he's just such a great weapon as a returner as well as a receiver, and it uses like out of the backfield or on jet sweeps and things like that. So, yeah, he was huge. He was instrumental. He got the whole comeback going against the Rams. So that guy's been huge. But, I think every game's different. You're not always going to have the same guy be the hero. It might be him one day, and then next day it's going to be JSN and maybe AJ Barner, maybe K9 or, or maybe it's Sam Darnold, or maybe it's the defensive player or the defense as a whole. But I think that's what makes it good. Is like you can't just focus on one guy and go, oh, if we shut down Shaheed, we'll be fine. Or if we shut down JSN, we'll be fine. There's kind of like, I think Darnold threw to like 7 different receivers last week. And that just makes it that much more of a versatile. Because for a while, remember when JSN was racking up all those points, it was like JSN for 120 yards and everybody else got nothing, right? It was the JSN only show. And I actually like it, the fact that he's not getting so much of the concentration, but now you're spreading out to 6 or 7 different receivers. That means the threat is everywhere.
Right.
Throwing to your running backs, you're throwing to your tight ends, you're throwing to the, Cooper Kupp, Shaheed, more than one tight end now. And so that's a better formula to win than relying on your number one guy to get 130 yards, 140 yards or more, So, yeah, I like this football formula we got going on right now. It's pretty sweet to be hitting our stride literally and figuratively at this stage of the playoffs where you're playing your best football. So, yeah, I'm with you, though. The Rams, I feel like, are the main threat to the Seahawks getting what they want to get done. But it's a very good chance that we're going to face them in a week and a half. So hopefully we scheme them up and we can get the best of them from the get-go, not have to rely on the fourth quarter to come back, because that's what has been the last couple of games with them, is a fourth quarter comeback. Yeah. They're all slow starts with the fourth quarter being the deciding factor. So it'd be nice to start off early and get off to an early start like they did against the 49ers, where we jumped up to a 7-0, 10-0 lead. We need to do that against the Rams too. So,
yeah, it was beautiful. Yeah,
it's a great position to be in, man.
Yeah, it just seems like the Rams just kind of, even back when we had Pete, it just seemed like they had our number, So.
Yeah, I mean, there was a time when we've had everybody's number at one point, but in the more recent years, the 49ers and the Rams of the last 4 years or so, since 2019, really, it's been 49ers and Rams were tough to get through, especially the Rams. I mean, they're good, but I feel like, especially with Stafford, he's not going to play for much longer, with his age and where things are at. This is kind of like
I kept saying I didn't think they would do that.
I know. It's like, I thought he was going to be done after last year, but he keeps hanging in there like a zombie that you just can't put down. She's coming at you.
Exactly. So,
but I don't know how much longer he can keep doing it. But we'll see. We might get one more shot at this guy. We got to try to get the best of him. Kind of like Purdy, man. As much as I, felt a little bit bad for him, but watching Purdy on that last play, not only on his back after getting whacked around after getting rid of that ball, but he was slow to get up because he got crushed. I mean, he was in some pain and bloody thumb and everything. So that's what I want to see happen when we face Matt Stafford, because we can never seem to sack that dude. I want to see him on his back a couple times. That would make me feel real good.
Yeah.
That's what we need in the next one. So, yeah.
I love our defense, yes.
But who knows? Maybe the Panthers will just shock the world and beat those guys, and we're like, whoa, what? And maybe the Panthers come to town. I would not mind that. So, we'll see. But thanks for the call, bro. It's good to talk to you, Steven.
Well, thank you. Go Hawks.
Go Hawks. All right. Okay, let's see where we're at. We're down to the last couple of calls here. Let's go to Dominic from the 702. Dominic, you're on.
Hey, Norm, long-time listener, first-time caller. How you doing?
First-time caller. I appreciate you making the jump. Good timing.
Yeah, I've been following you since the Hasselbeck era.
Oh,
it's been a while.
Jeez, that's way back. Okay, well, I appreciate that, man.
Yeah, so I just want to talk about how excited I am about this team and the reason why I think they're a Super Bowl favorite. You talked about it earlier on the show, but it's just the margin of error that this defense gives us. We can turn the ball over 2, 3, 4 times a game, and it still won't matter because we'll have a chance at the end of the game. So people criticizing Sam, none of it is really that important. He just has to be good enough for this team to get where it wants to go just because of how suffocating this defense is.
Yeah. I mean, a great defense can make up for a lot of shortcomings in other areas, right? So turnovers, like you said, could overcome bad quarterback play or inability to move the ball. And sometimes the defense alone will score the points for you. But
I've had a couple of those. Tank Lawrence with the double fumble returns at Arizona. That was fun.
Yeah, that was crazy, right? Would love to get a few of those types of plays here in the playoffs. But I think if anything else, it's just field position. Because a lot of times a good defense, like one of the big stats that stood out was how dominating we were on third downs and first downs for Seattle, and how much the 49ers were not able to move the ball. And that just keeps playing into that field position game. Because after a while, if the defense keeps holding the team to 3 and out, they keep kicking the ball out of their own territory. Eventually, you're going to get the ball in good spots, like midfield or the 40-yard line, and then you only have to go so far to get a minimum of field goal. Just that much easier. I mean, that wearing down the opponent when they have to keep on coming out of their far side of the field, or when their defense has to defend a short field, it's eventually going to break through.
And it's even harder when you got a guy like Rashid Shaheed who can break one at any given time. If you're punting from your own end zone, you're giving him a real short field. He only has to go 55 yards or so to get in the end zone, or even a good 20-yard return, and we're already in field goal range.
Absolutely. Yeah. But yeah, no, I mean, we've seen a lot of teams this year who have failed or don't look very promising because they don't have a defense, right? Like the Cowboys, tons of points put up, but their defense sucks, right? Even the Bills.
Most exciting team to watch, but not for the fans.
Right. So, and then the Josh Allen and the Bills, right? Great offense, quarterback who just can kind of put a team on his back and lead them, to the end zone, but defense just can't hold anybody down, Even the Ravens, where McDonald came from, I mean, the Ravens out. The Ravens are knocked out of the playoffs, right? And a lot of it, too, is just, again, a lot of shortcomings there, but not the same defense since he left. And so we're pretty fortunate to have this guy who has transformed this team in less than 2 years' time to go from really, they should have been a playoff team last year, right? When we were this close to being in the playoffs in year one.
10-7, you expect to get in.
Yeah, so you kind of got robbed of that. But this year, to be 14-3 with a defense that's all world, and everything else coming together pretty good. I mean, there's not a lot of blatant weaknesses if we are really starting to see what they're doing being a consistent thing. And if we can run the football like they have the last couple times and play defense, you don't have to have the quarterback putting the ball into harm's way, because you just don't need to. Because, I mean, I loved watching us against the 49ers just run the ball for 5 yards, 7 yards, 10
every
yards,
play. 6-7
17
yards,
yards on the third and
awesome.
17. I mean, that was something we have not seen it would seem like so often we would run the football and it's always 2 yards, 1 yard.
Yeah, 2 yards cloud enough,
-3.
or maybe K9 breaks one, and that's all you'd get from the run game.
Yeah. And so, after this game, now again, I don't know if this is a one-off or is this where it's going, but if we can do this on a consistent basis.
I don't think so. They've done it for the last 3 games now. The running game is really finally starting to come into its own, and it just feels like it's repeatable. It feels like it's something they can continue to do, especially into the postseason at home. Like, they're just going to wear defenses down, and in the third and fourth quarter, you're going to start to see them pull away. Like, the run game is something that does really well in the postseason.
And just think, we did that with a second string and a third string left tackle. Charles Cross has been out for the last couple of games. And yet they did that against the
Josh Jones looked really good out there.
Josh Jones looked pretty good. So it's nice to know that you got this depth where none of us were ever saying, oh, man, it's too bad it's Josh Jones over there. I don't even think I ever said the guy's name. He didn't get called for penalties.
No, that's a good thing for Lyman. If you don't call a guy's name, that means he's probably doing his job well.
Anthony Bradford, that's a different story. But, the rest of it is
I watched some film on him on the last game. He had some pancakes and he had some really good plays, but with him, it just feels like, his lowlights are as explosive as his highlights.
That's
you know
a good
what I
way
mean?
to put
Like,
it.
when he misses really badly to where it's so obvious to everyone watching. But if Gray's able, he doesn't get both hands on a guy and only gets one and slightly slows him, that's not going to look as bad as Bradford looking back towards the quarterback blocking nobody,
I think what they like about him, if I had to make an argument as to why is Bradford in there, it's just he is a big, strong dude. And if he does actually hit the guy he's supposed to hit, he can push the dude around. The problem is just for every great 2 or 3 plays he makes, there's that one play where he just completely whiffs or doesn't even see the guy who's supposed to block, and the guy runs right by him. So, but maybe
that's
they like that.
Maybe game. You got a really, really low floor, but a really high ceiling.
Right, and
maybe
that's what they like. Maybe they like the fact that, because I remember that was the thing I think with Christian Haynes is they felt like he just wasn't strong enough yet. Like maybe on a regular sort of like play after play after play, if he goes like head to head on a guy, that Bradford will hold the ground better than Christian Haynes will.
Yeah.
In terms of just like two
And here's
power
the
guys
thing, the
going at
coaches
it.
know a lot better than us. I know we get frustrated with Bradford in there, but like if we had a better option on the roster, he'd be playing. Like
That's
we
what I'm
have to
saying. We got all these
accept that.
guys on the bench between Oluwatimi and Josh Jones and Christian Haynes and whatever. And if these guys were really better options, you'd think they would have put them in there by now, right? But
Or
clearly
at least
Bradford's doing
rotating.
something.
The fact that they're not rotating speaks volumes about how Christian Haynes maybe not impressive in practice and in camp.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't know what he needs to do. Maybe he just needs to hit the weight room more. I don't know. We don't know these things as to why he's not advancing
Who
higher
knows?
than we thought.
Maybe next year we can spend a luxury pick in the second or third round on another guard. But how about the fact that we're 14-3? And what was so cool about us winning this is the fact that we got no help throughout the entire season. We could not rely on anybody else to do the dirty work for us.
Nobody would step
we
up
had to
and
take
like
this
take care
division
of
by
anybody.
force.
Yep. Like they old saying,
Took
well, if you want to
13
get
wins
something
come out
done,
of
you
the
got to do
gauntlet,
it yourself.
The NFC West. Exactly.
Yeah. And it might come down to
no
it,
help
too.
all season, but they just took it.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, you look at the wild card matchups. Again, everyone talk about the Rams being the thing I think is stopping, it would be the toughest team to face. And they're facing the Panthers
I
again,
agree.
who
They're
did
still
beat
the
them.
worst
But
matchup for us.
nobody has any faith that the Panthers are going to beat the Rams. And Vegas certainly don't because they got the Rams favored by 10 in their house, which
I
means
don't
they
know.
favor
You never
them
know.
by
It's
13.
Bryce Young legacy game.
I would be very pleased if the Panthers could pull the upset of all upsets this weekend and as 10-point underdogs in their own
Just don't
house.
discount it. That's all I'm saying. Their defense flashes sometimes. So
Yeah.
their defense shows up really well, and Bryce Young can make some timely plays. I would love to see the Rams go home in the wild card.
Panthers beat them once, so they know it's possible.
They did it once, exactly.
And they lost. The Rams lost to the Falcons too, so anything can happen.
That was super funny. I love when that happened. I couldn't believe they lost to the Falcons.
Yeah, I know. Right? That was the time when it was like, okay, they kind of helped us out there. So yeah, surprises do happen. But if you could pick any AFC team out of the hat and say this is the Super Bowl matchup we want, who are you looking for?
Ooh. Well, I'll give you two. The one that I think would be the best matchup and the most fun would probably be Houston, just because of how similar they are. They've got suffocating defense and offense that functions well enough to put points on the board. And in that matchup, I think Seattle wins just because of special teams kind of tilting the scales. But what I would want to see, I would love to see Jaguars Seahawks. Jaguars have never won a Super Bowl, and of course, Seahawks are our team. So either way, it's a win-win. Whoever wins that one.
Interesting choices. That was not on my list. I think I'm mostly going off of the name and just kind of how it would feel emotionally.
Couple rematches possible.
The rematches
Broncos,
with the
Patriots.
The rematches with the Patriots, obviously, for more recent reasons in the Super Bowl. Rematch with the Steelers because we have history with them in the Super Bowl. And then after that,
I don't think they're getting out of the wild card round. Houston's going to smack them.
Yeah, I'm sure that. Well, let's see. What do they have right now? Steelers, Houston. Yeah, Houston.
Steelers
3.5 point
Houston's going to
favorites
destroy them
on the road with the Steelers. So, the Steelers got by the skin of their teeth in that game. Feel bad. I feel bad for the Ravens, man. The Ravens fans must be going, man. First, it was Mark Andrews. Mark Andrews can't catch a freaking pass at the goal line, and then their kicker can't make a 44-yard field goal.
44-yarder, that's a routine kick. And I feel for the rookie. He got a lot of heat on social media.
Mark Andrews is going, well, bro, better you than me this time, because he probably went through it last year. But
can't blame the star. You can blame the rook this time.
There's always been something though with the Ravens, whether it's the Chiefs or something, but this year it was like King Henry fumbling the football too many times to start off the season. Kind of doomed those guys.
And the crazy thing is, I think if they had won that game, they could have made some noise in the AFC. And I really think they could have gone on a run. All of their biggest stops are gone. They could have.
Yeah, they should have won.
I really should have.
The first game of the year where they lost to the Bills, they had no business losing that game.
Oh man!
I mean, they were just.
I forgot about that. It was like 41-40, right? That was a shootout.
But at the time when he fumbled that ball, it was kind of like the Rams comeback. As soon as that happened, it just opened the door. Now, the Bills still had to earn their comeback to fight their way, just like the Seahawks did. They had to play perfectly and have all these things kind of work out to where they could make that comeback.
Yep.
But, I mean, you think of that one game. If they don't blow that lead, they're in the playoffs. I'm so glad we didn't have to.
And if only they had a whiz at defensive coordinator to help them close out gameplay, huh?
Or if they kept their defensive coordinator from leaving. But did you hear that Clint Kubiak is already being requested to talk to one of these teams? I think the Falcons or something.
I saw that. I think it was the Falcons, right?
It was the Falcons, yeah. Which,
good for him.
Good for him, I would love for him to stay a little longer, let this thing permeate and kind of. I feel like it's just now finally coming together. But it's taken like a full brunt of the whole season to finally have it to where the running game looks like it's happening and lines starting to gel. I mean, it'd be a shame to have them leave just where they get things going. That's the only disadvantage to having a defensive-minded head coach like Mike Macdonald is that you're always going to be if you're being successful and you have an offensive coordinator that's doing a good job, that means he's going to be headhunted every time you have success because offensive coordinators are always the first people who become candidates for head coach. Unless you get a offensive coordinator who has no desire to be head coach, which I don't know how many offensive coordinators don't want to become that because they eventually do.
Yeah, but
they always do. Sometimes they do, and they go, "Oh, this sucks. Never mind. I'll go back to being an offensive coordinator." But I don't know what Clint Kubiak's desires are. But I was hoping maybe he'd at least have a couple of years before he jumps to that level. But we'll see. They don't always go. I remember Ben Johnson.
I think especially if we win it this year, I think him going and be like, "All right, I did my ultimate goal as an assistant. Now let's see if I can do it again at the next level."
Yeah.
I'll feel a lot less bad about it if we win the Super Bowl.
If we win a Super Bowl and he's like, okay, I'm going to move on to another job. I'm well, thank you for all your contributions this past year.
Right.
But it was kind of like Ben Johnson. Remember last year when he was in the running for the potential head coach for Seattle, along with Mike Macdonald. And
I thought we were getting Vrabel, to be honest.
And Vrabel was another option.
Which I would have been fine with.
Yeah, even what's his name, who went to the Commanders, our former defense coordinator.
Dan Quinn?
Dan Quinn.
He was supposedly the number one option for Seattle, or at least who everybody thought was going to eventually take it. So
yeah. I kind of liked it when I first heard it, just the familiarity with it and everything. But, as it's turning out right now, Mike Macdonald's turning out to be pretty damn good.
John Schneider's just been killing it the last 2 years in every move he's made.
For sure. I mean, when you think about moves, DeMarcus Lawrence, dude, has been a beast just reincarnated.
He's been a steal.
Fountain of youth coming
Didn't
back.
think about him. He's what, 32?
Yeah, when he first came, I was like, DeMarcus Lawrence. What version of him are we getting?
I was like, 14 mil. That's a bit rich for kicking the tires on an old guy, and he's been basically our best pass rusher.
They saw something, obviously, that they knew. John Schneider saw something in him in his scouting department, and boy, were they on. And he seemed really happy to be here from the get-go. And, boy, I'm sure he's...
Do you remember in preseason, I think it was Brian Emhauser who was interviewing him and asked basically why he chose Seattle, and he's basically like, well, I knew I wasn't winning a Super Bowl in Dallas.
Yeah, he got... Was it Micah Parsons? I think Micah Parsons him got into that Twitter battle or X battle.
Yeah, they got into some Twitter beef over that comment. Yeah,
and then Micah Parsons ups and leaves.
Traded the Packers, so it's like, maybe I was right after all.
Apparently, everybody has to leave Dallas to get to a winner. But it's kind of been the pattern. But yeah, no, that's been a lot of good things happening. And Josiah brings up Leonard Williams, a great move right there. Ernest Jones, and then these other guys, like Drake Thomas, Ty Okada. These guys are like scrap heaps off the cast off floor, and these guys have been amazing in their roles. They've been more than...
Ty Okada's probably been one of the biggest surprises, because I remember he's been with the team for a few years now, and he really just did not look good the few times he saw the field.
Yeah, I was like, oh my God, Ty Okada's...
I think the coaching and development is what really got him to that next level, because, man, he is flying out there.
Yeah, and a good tackler, too. That's been one of the best things.
Yes.
Is tackling. But yeah, the Drake
That's
Thomas
been the biggest thing this year, tackling.
Yeah.
We don't see so many missed tackles anymore. Like, if they catch a 6-yard pass, they're gaining exactly 6 yards, because they're getting to the ground immediately after catching it.
Yeah, for sure. Everything. And now Byron Murphy's starting to pick it up. The return of Jaron Reed, he's having a good year.
That's another one. I didn't think Jaron Reed would be that good coming back either.
Yeah, I know.
He's past his prime, and Young still got it, I guess.
Then you got guys like Uchenna Nwosu, who's not like major noise, but contributing.
He gets a lot of pass rush win rate. I know he doesn't have a lot of sacks, but those guys are getting a lot of they're setting up a lot of the other guys. So Nwosu is one of those pieces where if he wasn't there, some of these other guys wouldn't be getting home to the quarterback as often.
Was it Boye Mafe who had the tip on the interception? I think
it was Mafe at the end of the game where Drake Thomas got it off of the hands of McCaffrey.
I didn't realize it at the time because I wasn't privy to the multiple replays, in the stadium. But if he doesn't tip that ball, that interception probably doesn't happen.
I think that through CMC's focus was just slightly thrown off by the pass of the ball changing, and that's because CMC catches that all day, every day if that's a regular pass.
Oh yeah, and he maybe scores or at least is in the 1 yard line or something. But that play saved the game, and it was a combination of Boye Mafe getting the hand up there, and then Drake Thomas, just amazing and hand-eye coordination.
And how about that 90-yard drive right after that to just completely ice the game?
Yeah,
and it sucks that we had a missed field goal to end it, but hey, he got his yips out before the playoffs, so now Myers is going to make all his kicks, and we're going to be fine.
Right. Yeah, but it was a drive that was the game-sealing drive that didn't have any points, but it didn't matter because it moved the field position and it ate up clock.
Drained 7 minutes of clock,
and forced the Niners to use all their timeouts before the 2-minute warning. I mean, that is about without scoring points, that's about as good as an offense can do minus scoring the points. And I guess the cap on that is
money on that drive, too.
He hit
some really good passes.
Yeah, and runs. I mean, it was just both, and that was just a thing of beauty. It would have been nice to have points to show for it, and we were this close, because Charbonnet almost got the first down at the 2 yard line. He just got stood up, and they had to kick the field goal.
Yeah,
and then of course he misses.
I feel like if he doesn't make one more move, he just gets north and south quicker. I think he scores there.
So we definitely left points on the board, but it's okay. This isn't a style points league. You win, you get the win. Who cares if it was 13 or
they all count the same in the win column. It was basically like a 26-point win if you look at all the stuff that we left on the board.
We know what it would have been, but it didn't matter because we saw what was going on, and 49ers really never had a chance. So they almost did.
I know this doesn't really matter.
The interception almost gave us a chance.
To the postseason.
Mm-hmm. Say again.
But I'm really glad that the Colts put up 30 on the Texans just so we could get that top scoring defense in the NFL at the end of the season. That felt nice.
Right. I know it's pretty cool. At the end of the day, the stats and all that, they're fine to brag about and say we were this, we were that, and you got this many yards, and you can do this. At the end, it's just like who's the last team standing with the Super Bowl Lombardi in their hands. I mean, that's
exactly
ultimately going to be.
That's why I'm not upset about JSN not breaking the record. We still know he had an incredible season, regardless.
Yeah. Besides, I was saying, it's counterproductive to force that record to happen because that means you got to put the ball up in harm's way much more.
Yeah,
often.
we probably win a few less games if that was the case.
Yeah, probably a few more interceptions, a few more, just incompletions, and it's not the mission. So, as we know, mission over BS. So, it's a great place. It's a great place to be, man. So, can't wait to see what they do. It's gonna be fun.
It's gonna be a fun postseason. I think they take it all the way this year. I've never been this confident since the 2013 days.
Yeah. Well, if you do look at the numbers, everything's pointing at it. That this
number one
team
DVOA.
will do well that.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens, man. It's gonna be a blast. Thanks for the call, man.
It's gonna be a lot of fun. Absolutely. Thanks for having me, Norv.
You bet.
Have a good night.
Yeah. You too. Go Hawks. All right. My voice is fading too. They go to Calgary, Alberta. This is an international call? Is that true? Who's this?
Hello, yeah.
What's your name?
I'm from Calgary.
Okay, what's your name?
My name's Maury.
Maury. Like Maury?
Yes.
Okay, Maury from Calgary. Wow.
Yes, M-A, like Amari Cooper.
Yeah.
Amari Cooper.
Amari. Gotcha. Amari. Okay, all right. So, I'm guessing you must be a Seahawks fan?
No, I'm a Packers fan, actually.
Oh, okay. All right. A Packers fan. Okay, talk to me.
Yeah.
What made you decide to call into a Seahawks show?
So I've been watching your channel for like years. Like I think it was one of the music videos you had back in the day.
Yes. Okay.
Actually, it was right after right after the NFC Championship game in 2014. One of the worst days of my life, but
which was conversely is one of the best days of our lives. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Well, appreciate you being a fan of my channel, despite being rivals and having been responsible for the worst day of your life. But appreciate your loyalty to the channel. But
sure. So I had a question because obviously y'all are having a phenomenal year. Kind of came out of nowhere, although I did expect y'all to have a playoff caliber year just because, Mike McDonald in his second year with Baltimore turned around that defense. I think we're seeing obviously the same thing with Seattle this year. I want to know, though, because we see a lot of one-and-done teams. Like last year, we had Minnesota have a 14-win team. Ironically, Sam Darnold. And then they kind of fell flat this year. Although, they did lose Sam Darnold to J.J. McCarthy, so that is a situation they went through. We saw like the Commanders go one and done. Like they obviously made it to the NFC Championship game.
Yeah, they really fell off this year. I was surprised.
Yeah, they had a lot of injuries though, so I guess that's kind of
true.
I mean, it happens every year. My question is though, like, what do you think Seattle needs to do, regardless if they win the Super Bowl, first round exits, whatever? What do you think they need to do to like maintain long-term success? Because I think the one thing you can't do is be complacent. Because the NFL is so different every year. There's injuries, you get luck here and there, the margins change. What do you think they need to do to sustain success? Do you think they need to relax, or do you need to, pile on players, draft picks, and stay busy?
Well, I think you make a good point that I think relaxing is probably not in the makeup for John Schneider. John Schneider's been pretty impressive in what he's done in the offseason and in the drafts. They've been very productive. So I guess that's one of my least worries because I know that he's got a pretty good idea of what needs to happen and has been hitting on a lot of the moves he's made. I guess if I were to guess, what our needs will be moving forward, we talked quite a bit about him, but our right guard, Anthony Bradford, has been a source of contention with some of the stuff that he does because sometimes he can be really good, but he can also be really bad whiffing on things. And if there's been a spot that I feel like is our hole in our offensive line, I feel like that's the one because I feel like our left tackle is good. We just signed Charles Cross to extension. Gray Zabel's our rookie pick, and he's doing great. We found stability in our center, Sundell. And right guard is what we're talking about, and then right tackle is Abe Lucas, and I think he's been doing a pretty good job too. So I think if we can address the long term for the right guard position, I feel like we'll finally put to bed this feeling like we have this terrible offensive line that everybody loves to talk about. So that would be number one, is to solve that problem. The second one's going to be how they can resolve the upcoming contractual situation with our running backs, because Ken Walker is going to be a free agent, and this is what he's kind of playing for his next contract. So I would love to see them somehow find a way to keep both these guys on there, because we're finally going. I'm not sure. I think, actually, I don't know. I'm not sure if he's restricted or unrestricted, but either way, I think Seattle is going to have to find a number that's obviously mutually beneficial to both. And can they afford to keep Charbonnet and Kenneth Walker? Because I think they're great together. This last game put it, 190 yards of rushing and almost evenly split between the two of them. And it's been the first year that we've really had two good running backs where they were both healthy through most of the season. Usually at some point we have two running backs and one's hurt and the other one's healthy and the other one's healthy, and then they get hurt or they're both hurt. And then we're calling Marshawn Lynch to come fill in for us. So this has been kind of a nice luxury to have. And I think it's pretty normal these days to have at least two running backs, who, can equally carry the load. So if other teams can do it, I like to think we can do it too, because I think that's kind of their philosophy is, stout defense with a strong running game, and then a quarterback who can make the throws, but you're really not a throwing, pass-friendly, pass-happy team. That's not currently the makeup of this team. So I think those two things jump out, just because I think the running game is such a big part of this this team's makeup moving forward. So if we continue to address the line, that's going to make whoever's running the ball going to be that much better. And it seems like it's finally come together. So that'd probably be the biggest things that I feel like we've got little holes to patch up on. The rest of it I feel pretty good about. I mean, there's going to be different contracts to deal with, but the depth and the positions right now are pretty well set, other than those ones we just talked about. So, but yeah, let me ask you, since as a Packers fan, so you guys are playing, you guys are going up against the Bears. How confident are you in being able to get past the Bears, being that they're the number 2 seed in Chicago?
I mean, so obviously the last matchup was disastrous with the onside kick, which gave me PTSD to 2014.
It totally was the 2014 NFC Championship game. The way that whole thing played out with overtime and an onside kick in a year that's harder to get onside kicks.
101 downfield, it was the same thing.
But that's how close you guys were, though. You should have won that game. So does that give you some pause to think, well, if we were that close to winning that game, without the bad luck, that it wasn't like you got blown out? So
we were up 10 points with 3 minutes left. I was packing my bag. I was like, okay, we won. I get to enjoy the rest of my night. And then Romeo Doubs, who I'm not the biggest fan of. I think we're going to let go of him in the offseason. He is a free agent coming up. Drops it's not like the Seattle onside kick where, I don't know if you remember, but Brandon Bostic, he was supposed to be blocking, but he went for the
tried to catch it. Yep. I remember that very well.
Yeah. But the onside kick was designed for Romeo Doubs, so he just didn't catch the ball.
Yeah, he kind of waited for it to come to him, and it didn't play out well.
Yeah, that one. I mean, it was different from the NFC Championship game, but it was just as heartbreaking. I mean, I guess not as heartbreaking because that was a Super Bowl on the line, but it was painful to watch. But in terms of my confidence, I think we're the better team than Chicago. I think Chicago, Caleb Williams is very inconsistent. I think the 3 quarters he plays mediocre, and then in the 4th quarter he's like Aaron Rodgers in his prime. It's kind of crazy. But I'm confident. I mean, I think we're better. We have a lot of injuries. Obviously, I'd argue the best player on each side of our team, the defense and offense, are out for the season. Tucker Kraft, Micah Parsons. Tucker Kraft was really on pace to be an All-Pro, and he tore his ACL.
Right,
and
Micah Parsons
is
too.
One of,
yeah,
he's one of the best defensive players in football. So it's going to be tough. We did figure their offense out for 4.5 quarters.
right.
So I'm curious to see. Yeah, I'm curious to see if we continue that. Jeff Hafley, our DC, if he, figured something out against Ben Johnson, because the 2 matchups we've had against them, we've bobbled them up. Like, we've basically stifled their offense for 3 quarters, and then the 4th quarter they just start going crazy. So hopefully, we figure their offense out again, and we do that for 4 quarters. I think we could win, though. I mean, Jordan Love should play. I think Christian Watson should play. Josh Jacobs rested finally. He's been playing hurt. I think we should win, and then we'll take on you guys.
That's what I was going to say. I was like, I'm sure you're aware that if you actually pull that upset off, well, then you would be coming to our house again. So, in some ways...
We're actually favored, so it's not technically an upset.
What's that?
I think we're actually favored, so it's not technically an upset.
Well, at least from what I'm seeing, Chicago is a 1-point favorite, which in totality means that you guys are slightly, at least what I'm looking at this on the NFL or on Yahoo Sports, they got the Bears by -1. But of course, you only give 3 points to the home team, so in some ways you're sort of 2 points favorites in that regard. But but I mean, in some ways, I would rather, the Rams have been our Achilles heel. We beat them last time, but it took a miracle and a half, like how you guys lost, for us to beat the Rams. So, most of our Seahawks brethren are all kind of like hoping the Panthers can beat the Rams so we don't have to face them again. Just really kind of sick of playing the Rams because, it's just like, again, let's change the scenery here. So, well, if you guys beat the Bears, well, then that would spare us from having to play the Rams, at least this time around. So it's going to be fun to watch this weekend. Some good games, obviously, with the playoffs and stuff. And so I will be kind of rooting for you guys to pull this thing off. So we'll see how it all goes. But, yeah.
Is it because you like us or you just want to play us?
I don't like the Packers. What are you talking about?
I think Seattle does have an advantage.
There's nothing I like about the Packers. Sorry, dude. Everything I root for is simply because I think that helps us in some way. I'm going to be very selfish, admittedly selfish about that. And if I'm rooting for a team, it's only because mostly that I think that team helps us in some way. And I guess what I'm trying to say is I would rather face. Now, you got to be careful what I root for, wish for here, but I would rather face, if I had to choose between the Rams or the Packers, I would choose the Packers. For a lot of the reasons you said. You're missing a couple of your key guys. On defense, those are game-changing dudes. And so, if I had to choose one, I would take that. And that means I need either the Rams to lose to the Panthers or for you guys to beat the Bears. So, the process of elimination, I'm kind of rooting for you guys.
I understand, that makes sense.
But you are good. I mean, I've always been concerned whenever the Packers come to town because your fans travel well and it's they can be really obnoxiously loud in our own stadium, and that doesn't give me the warm and fuzzies. So that's another reason why I don't look forward to it. But I should say it, I don't like it in a way that makes the game more interesting because games are more fun when you actually when you have a seething anger or despising of another team, because it just means you're that much more up for it. Because if it's a team like, we're going to kill these guys, it's not fun, right? It's not fun just to like the Cardinals, like we kind of mopped up the place with those guys. It's not really very challenging. But when it's a team like the Packers or the Rams or 49ers, it's uncomfortable, but it's much more rewarding, especially if you pull it off. So I guess I'll put it that way. All right. So, well, I'll be doing this.
I mean, if I was if I was a neutral, though, I would take Seattle, obviously, in that matchup. I mean, the defense is insane. I think after the Tucker Kraft injury, I think we're dead last in yards per catch or yards after catch. So I think Seattle would be a nightmare because they would blitz you, and essentially, even if we catch the ball or we get a completion, it's probably a tackle right away. Like our guys are not making plays after the
Well, they
catch.
definitely did that against the 49ers.
So that would be a tough matchup.
Yeah, and they don't blitz that often, actually.
Yeah,
a lot of times
sure.
they just rush forward, but they rush forward, but not necessarily from the positions you think they're coming from. So it's a lot of misdirection and manipulation that Mike McDonald does. That's interesting to observe. So, but yeah, we'll see. I mean, for me, when it comes to, again, being neutral, if I'm like, say, if we didn't have a team in the playoffs, I generally go with the teams that I root against the NFC West teams just because you have to when it's your own division. And then usually root for the underdogs. So like the teams that haven't had much Super Bowl, success, you kind of go, okay, well, if I had to root for somebody, I root for the guys who haven't been there very often and see where they go. So, but and the Packers and the Seahawks are kind of similar in that way that it's been a while since we won our last Super Bowl, longer for you guys, actually. So,
2010. Yeah,
ours is 2013. So
I was like the year after I became a fan. I'm from Canada, so like I didn't have a team.
Yeah.
So my friend was a Packers fan, and he kind of was like, "Oh, look, there's a sick guy named Aaron Rodgers doing the pigskin. Why not become a fan?" I'm like, my family, they're all Commanders fans, by the way. They're all from DC.
Oh, really? Oh, interesting.
I was like,
you're the lone wolf who went the other direction with somebody else.
Yeah, I am lone wolf. That's why last year was so weird because it was the first time my parents or my family's team went farther than mine in the playoffs.
Yeah,
so that was weird.
Yeah, the Commanders not exactly a team that's normally a perennial playoff team. So yeah, that was kind of a blip. I thought they were going to be a lot better this year, but we kind of mopped them up. But they weren't quite what they were before. So yeah. Well, good luck. I will be watching your game. With quite the anticipation of what happens there. So. Yep, it's going to be fun. I love this time of year, man. It's so much fun. The games are just so much fun to watch. So, all right, well, good luck, man. Again, thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
No worries, man. Yeah, good luck to y'all. If we play all those, obviously, good luck there.
Well, I plan on doing a phone call-in session every week. So after your game is done, we'll definitely be doing some talking, and you can call in and you can talk about how your game went.
Okay.
We'll see how it goes. So, whether it's anticipation of our matchup or some other matchup.
Yeah, hopefully it's good. Like, get a W. Stress-free, hopefully.
Yeah, stress-free is boring. We actually like stress because it's more fun that way. But, the win is preferable. We'll see what happens. Yeah, you've had your share of stress. Yeah. So, a rematch.
Yeah,
that'll be fun. Yeah. All right, man. Thanks for the call, Amari. Appreciate it. Oops. I put you back on. What'd you say? What were you saying?
No, I was just going to say, we faced off in 2019, right? I completely forgot about that matchup.
Yes, and you guys beat us. You had Jimmy Graham then. I think Jimmy Graham was the one who had the last catch that put it away. So, yeah.
Yeah. So
we not good memories in Lambeau because the last time we won in Lambeau was before the year 2000, believe it or not. So, way too long since we've had a win in Lambeau. It's nuts. Another reason why I'm not a big fan of the Packers. All right, man. We'll talk to you later. Good luck this weekend.
All right, man. Have a good.
Yeah, you too. All right, a couple more, and then I've got to wrap this up. Let's go to I think Robe. In 509? I'm not sure. Robert, probably. Is Robert in 509?
Hello.
Is this Robert?
Yep. It's Robert.
What's going on, man? What you got?
Oh, nothing much. I'm happy the Seahawks are number 1 seed.
Mm-hmm. Pretty wild, huh?
It is. I had my guesses for my best guesses was 13-4.
That's pretty good.
I was doing worst case scenario. I think I said we would go 11-6. So I had high hopes.
Oh, okay. You're kind of like where I was at. I was at 12-5. I was in the 12-5 range, and a playoff berth. But I certainly didn't have us getting the number 1 seed. That overachieved beyond my wildest imagination. So,
and I was a Seahawks since 2012, since I can remember.
Since
really.
the Russell Wilson era began.
Yeah. It was when they traded him, it was time to go. Move on. I could feel it. A lot of people didn't like it though.
Yeah. So you were in favor of it at the time?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, really?
I thought he had to go. His time was due.
I guess I wasn't ready. I don't know. I tend to be the guy who seems to feel like, let's give him one more year, like one more chance. And whether it was Pete Carroll or Russell Wilson,
maybe a year could have
Geno
worked,
Smith, but in the
after
end,
all those deals with
yeah,
him trying to be trying to own the Seahawks franchise or something, right?
Well, I don't know if it came to that, but he certainly was trying to. I know he tried to get Pete Carroll out. Was trying to have more control over things, and it's interesting all the stories that have come out since where you find out, he wasn't exactly the most popular guy on the team. There's definitely some awkwardness there, and it's just pretty wild to find out later.
Who do you think you'd prefer in the AFC for the Super Bowl if the Seahawks go to the Super Bowl?
Yeah, we've been talking about that off and on, different options. I think from a revenge factor and interesting matchup, the Patriots would be a satisfying rematch just to get rid of the last taste of our Super Bowl loss. But then the Steelers did the same thing too, so back in Super Bowl 40, so there'd be something rewarding to beat the Steelers in a Super Bowl.
I'd prefer Super Bowl 2000, the one in 2006 against Pittsburgh Steelers, but I don't think they'll make it into the Super Bowl this year.
A lot of people don't think they will either. I mean, they kind of took a little bit of a miracle of luck to not make it in with that missed field goal that Baltimore should have gotten in. But both teams were trying really hard by their kickers to not win that game. But, I'm not sure how confident I would be with the Steelers right now. I'm sure it's not helping that our good old buddy DK Metcalf can't keep his fists off of fans' faces. Talk about a blunder and a mess up. They're lucky. He's lucky that the team is still moving on. I don't know if he's going to be eligible for the playoff game or not. I'm not sure what the situation still is with his not playing and being disqualified for games. But I don't know. Anybody know? Is he going to be able to play in this first round of the playoffs? It sure would suck that he has to keep sitting out because of his temper issues. But I think about the other teams that are out there. I mean, Chargers, I don't think they're going to get very far. So
I do miss when DK Metcalf would always crap talk all the time. He would always just when he did the sign language stuff, standing on business, I think it was.
Yeah, I did that against Dallas, I think. Fun. That was cool, but to be honest, there were definitely a lot of things that were more frustrating than rewarding when it came to him. The personal fouls for the whole losing his temper thing was never fun. And there was a lot of times when I remember he would, he had the case of the fumbleitis too. But I think the biggest frustration was for the guy who could jump out of the gym and as tall and big and strong as he was, there were times when a 50-50 ball would get thrown up and he would just mistime his leap, and not get the ball at this high point because he just didn't time it right. And I remember thinking, man, you're the biggest dude in here. There should be not a contest when it comes to a ball that is just tallest, biggest guy to get it, comes down with it. And there were so many times that he didn't come down with it. And I remember thinking, man, this dude's just a beast of a human being, and yet sometimes he just can't get the play. So just realize that sometimes the biggest, fastest, strongest guy isn't necessarily going to be the best receiver on the field. It's not necessarily a guarantee. But really more the off-field stuff or the temperamental stuff, that's the ones that really, was his side bag, especially for the amount he was going to command for money. I'm glad we didn't pay him that much money because obviously with JSN being the number one, he's done way better than anybody thought he would after Lockett and DK went out or got, left the organization. JSN has been a very pleasant surprise. That dude is freaking amazing. For a guy who doesn't look like much in the sense he's not the biggest, he's not the tallest, he's not the strongest, but the guy has got great hands and he can run routes like nobody's business. And that, I think, is more important than speed, size, and height. So JSN has been just an insane asset to the team. So I don't regret it at all.
2022, when they were doing the first round picks with JSN and Devin Witherspoon, I was excited. I was ready to go to the Super Bowl that year too.
Yeah.
But it didn't happen.
Yeah, I know. It would have been nice to have Ty Lockett to have had a chance to experience, a deep playoff run. He's had a taste of this stuff, but never got to go to that, the big one. It would have been nice for him to be part of the team for that. But that's one thing I'm kind of sad about, because he's been such a good, loyal player and community guy. And I know he'll retire here eventually and probably make his home here and all that. But he just never got to taste that ultimate success. He came in right after we had that Super Bowl window. But yeah, he'll be back eventually, to have his retirement here. But yeah, how confident are you feeling? What do you? What's the one thing that's standing in our way for the Seahawks to go all the way?
I've heard it over and over again in this live stream that you had. Is the Rams. It's scary to think about it. It's just, I know we've beaten them like a few weeks back, and just now it's like, is it going to happen again, or is it going to be the few weeks earlier again, like where we lost just over a field goal? And it's scary to think about.
Yeah, well, especially the way that we pulled that victory off in the last game, because they were beating us pretty bad. I mean, bad.
It was close
compared to the first game. The first game we were actually keeping it pretty close. The defense was not letting them get down the field, and the last game, the defense for the first 3.5 quarters looked, like, oh my God, what's happening here? So hopefully, whoever we play, something like that doesn't happen. But they clearly know that Puka Nacua is the threat that can wreck a team.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So they've got to have a solution for that, to not let that happen again, if we should play them again. So, but yeah, did you say which team you wanted to face if we could make it to the Super Bowl? Who you'd want to have as our opponent?
Jeez, there's so many good options. I mean, there's so many people that I would want to go up against, like the Steelers, or revenge of 2015 Super Bowl, or the Steelers in 2006, or even just another rematch on the Broncos. But I think as of now, I feel like the Broncos are frauds. I don't really see much. I feel like they could lose to a team like as the current, like Kansas City.
I'm kind of with you on the Broncos. I wouldn't say as heavy as saying frauds, but I felt like the Broncos were sort of getting by through a lot of games, sort of like the Chiefs last year. Remember, the Chiefs had a really good record, but half their games were like field goal blocks at the end, or some last second win that barely got by the skin of their teeth. But the Broncos seem to have a lot of that magic going their way. That game where they beat the Giants, remember the Giants? They were down by how much of what it was? They scored like 33 points in the fourth quarter. Isn't that what it was? It was some crazy thing. I mean, who does that? How does that happen? But still, no, we'll see. But they've managed to secure the number 1 seed. So I guess other fans are probably out there looking at, Seattle, man, they're the weakest number 1 seed in the NFC. I'm sure some people look at it that way too, given some of the close calls we've had. But at the end of the day, it's they say your record is what you are what your record says you are. So until somebody proves you wrong, so we'll see. We'll see, man. But start of a fun ride. We're just getting started right here, hopefully. So
I feel like the Patriots as well have been having really easy schedules, just easy games to win. Not much of a matchup. The Bills, I mean, they didn't really feel like a competition. I mean, they lost against the Miami Dolphins, and I feel like the Broncos and the Patriots, they're very lucky this year, and I'm hoping next year it's not going to be like Kansas City, where they get lucky over and over for the next 4 years.
Right. Well, the AFC East is always there's always that, when the ease of schedule, because you have the Jets in there. So you're always guaranteed 2 easy wins every year if you're in the AFC East, right? You've got the Patriots used to be part of that, just a few years back, were part of that easy win, thing. So it was always the Bills and what was the other AFC East team? Jets, Bills. Who am I missing? The Patriots, Jets, Bills, Dolphins, right?
Yeah.
And so, and the Dolphins hadn't exactly been that great either. So, it's, so you're right. Yeah, the division is pretty weak. I mean, for a long time, that was kind of the case, right? The Patriots, when they owned the AFC East, I mean, it was pretty much like you just write them in, AFC East champions. I mean, it's a done deal. Then the Bills finally started getting good, but, the Jets have been perennially bad. Dolphins haven't really been very competitive, so it's a pretty weak division. So, maybe they had an easy run of it, but that's why the AFC just doesn't scare me as much as the NFC. But there's still a couple tough teams. And Jacksonville's playing better, and so is Houston.
AFC South showdown for the Super Bowl, like a Jaguars Texans. If the Colts didn't fumble on their quarterback and he got injured, I forgot his name. Oh goodness. The Colts quarterback that got injured, he got replaced by
right. I know.
I wish I would have
from the.
I wish I would have seen a Super Bowl like that. Absolutely.
It's really sad, unfortunate for them because what's his name? Jones, Daniel Jones. Because they were doing so well, and they had the running game, and then a quarterback finally had a second life, and then he has an injury, and it's just brutal that happened, and their playoff hopes just kind of went out the door with it. Bad luck. But
seeing Phillip Rivers come back was like a fever dream, really.
Yeah, it was kind of cool. I mean, he didn't really do much, but he sure made it interesting against us because they almost pulled that sucker off.
Yeah.
If not for a Jason Myers field day. We were one bad kick away from losing that game. So, but luckily we pulled it off, and here we are. Only 3 losses on the year. 49ers, Rams, and Buccaneers. And all those games
I feel like we should bump the Buccaneers one. That one was frustrating to lose too.
3 points in that game, 4 points to the Niners, and 2 points. Or was it 1 point? 1 or 2 points to the Rams?
No, I think it was 2 points.
A combined total of like less than 10 points between those three. I think it's 9 total points between those 3 losses. I mean, that's not close. We could have been undefeated. But
we could have.
We should have, at least those 3 games.
What made me so happy about the Seahawks though this year is that none of the games have been blown out by us. We have not lost a game by over 10 points this year.
The Rams game was shaping up to look like that until they turned it around for the miracle. So, that's the thing, is every game has been... Anyway, I just brought it up. The few 3 losses they had for a grand total of 9 points. Not 9 points in any one. 9 total points. I mean, we were on the threshold of every game. But right on the razor's edge.
I think this is early to call it, but I'm also very excited for next year because then next year you have Torrey Horton and Rashid Shaheed on the same team.
Oh, man.
And it's gonna be and JSN as well, man. Like, there's so many people just so good at the game and just on the same team, all healthy.
Yeah, it's a bummer. It's a bummer Torrey Horton couldn't get back on the field because that would have been fun to see in the playoffs. Just torch lightning speed dudes on the outside mixed with JSN and Cooper Kupp. I mean, man, talk about threatening a secondary with...
I feel like Cooper Kupp has been very overrated for the Seahawks. There was so much hype that was going on for Cooper Kupp that it was like this is going to be a game changer, but really I have not seen any games that he really made the difference of. I mean, except for the Rams.
Even this 49ers game, maybe expectations is maybe not overrated, but maybe overexpected, whatever it is, in terms of what everybody thought he would do. But he doesn't get targeted that often. But when he does, he
That's
generally
true.
makes the most out of it. But he sometimes only gets like 3 or 4 targets a game, you know? And so when he does get them, he has to kind of make them count. But yeah, it's been definitely a different role for him. But he has made some pretty clutch catches. That one in the 49ers game when it was like, I don't know if it was 3rd down, but Sam Darnold rolls to his right, finds Cooper Kupp leaking out towards the right sideline, hits him, gets the ball down the 12-yard line, got another 1st down, and he just kept the clock rolling. So, yeah, I think the only negative play I can remember is the one where he fumbled against the Rams when we had a surefire score in the first half, and he got just, didn't see the guy coming, didn't have the ball covered up, and running around with a little like a loaf of bread, got knocked out. And so instead of getting a surefire field goal and maybe line up for a touchdown to end the first half, we got nothing out of it. And that's the only really negative play that I could remember. But, it hasn't been, I guess what we all hoped it would be. But, I think we were hoping to get the the Super Bowl 50, is it 54 that the Rams won? Is that the one where they won?
Sure.
And he was or was it 50? I can't remember now. But, the one that he got Super Bowl MVP, that was just, we all wanted that version, but clearly that time has passed. So I think it's cool that he's just willing to do the work. I don't know if it's financially how that all works out, but I mean, the guy doesn't mind blocking. He's okay with his role where he's, kind of the 2nd or 3rd receiver in terms of targets. But
I feel like as a veteran, he's definitely good to, as like a team leader, as someone that can give examples to the new rookies that are in the team, like Troy Horn.
Yeah, and that's the stuff we don't see, right? We don't see that stuff because we're just watching the games from the outside. But, I feel like the veterans that we do have in there seem to be really helping contribute to that really good culture. And it just seems like we don't have any egos on this team. Everybody seems pretty grounded and, really have each other's backs. And that's pretty cool to feel like the team is connected that way, Because even the LOB days, you got Sherman, he had an ego the size of, whatever, with his trash talking and all that. But I feel like this team, there's not really, maybe Witherspoon, he's kind of the talker, but outside of him, I mean, you really don't hear much. JSN will say a few things here and then, but he's a soft-spoken dude about it, so... Yeah, it's hard not to root for all these guys.
I'm so glad he's on their team and not someone else.
Yeah. But, I say like with JSN and DK, so different. But DK, you're always worried about what's he going to do. Oh, they're going to get under his skin. And is he going to be pouting because he's not getting thrown the ball enough? You don't have to worry about that with this team. Nobody's pouting about their role. And that's a great thing, I'm sure, for the coaches.
Everyone feels equal at the same part. Everyone's going to get the ball eventually. They know that.
It sure seems like it. And then, there's more weapons for Sam Darnold, who again is like the ultimate, like straight, even keel dude. And it's a good guy to have leading the team. I don't think it's a fluke that he's got.
Have you heard of Pete Carroll getting fired from the Raiders?
I heard that. It's kind of hard not to see that coming, given the horrible season they had. I mean, it was just bad all around. I was surprised how bad it was.
Do you think they should have given him a year? An extra year?
I think if it had shown signs that it was going a better direction, that maybe I would have felt some reason to think it'll be different. But I don't know. The way it looked, it looked hopeless, man. So it's hard to kind of defend that, especially when you think Pete Carroll's only got a handful of years left. Are you really going to... it'd be one thing if he came in there and he just had this kick-ass year and it was like, okay, we're on the verge of the playoffs. A couple more pieces will be there, but this thing's like major rebuild, feels like. And Pete Carroll doesn't have enough time. He's too old to see a team through a rebuild process. So that's why I can see why they'd be like, we can't wait around. We need to make a change now because it's just not enough tread left in the tire for him, sadly. So it's always hard to watch these legendary guys kind of go out with a whimper but when do they not? Like Mike Holmgren, remember, got robbed in Super Bowl 40, and then 3 years later, in 2008, he finishes with a 4-12 record, and he's out. That's not a hero send off. That's like a pathetic, whimper. And yet, it's very rare to have like the ultimate finish where you like hoist the Lombardi and then right off to sunset the hero. Usually doesn't happen that way. So, unfortunately, that's probably going to be Pete Carroll's finish to this. But we'll all remember the Pete Carroll of what he did from 2010 to, especially the early 2010s with the Super Bowls and all that and getting into playoffs. And we won't really remember him for the, Las Vegas Raiders time. That'll be a long lost memory that we'll just forget about that. You know what I mean? So, anyway,
I remembered my first game at the Seahawks. It was a preseason Dallas Cowboys. It was the last game that Pete Carroll was in, or last season that Pete Carroll was in before he got fired. And it was so loud. I've never had so much volume in a crowd. And when I got back home, my mom kept telling me to like lower my volume because I kept yelling. I don't know if you've ever had that feeling, but it's fun.
Yeah, it is great. I mean, I actually
caught up in the moment, and just everything happens at once, man.
Well, I actually wear earplugs at games, especially at Lumen, but that's because I have some hearing damage stuff from over the years of playing in a band and whatnot, and I need to protect what I have was left of it. So I wear those during the game because it is loud enough to be an issue. So yeah, I do that, but I use my voice as trash.
Take your advice.
Yeah, definitely should. I mean, as a PSA to everybody out there, young and old, but especially if you're young, you feel kind of invincible. So you go to clubs, you go to whatever you might be. You don't really think about ear protection or whatever. But the bad thing about you damage your hearing. There's no going back from that. So I have like this constant tinnitus, ear ringing, and it sucks because it's always there. And the quieter it is, the more you hear it. And so, it's a just annoying thing that you wish you could just turn off. But once it kind of sets in, you can't get rid of it. So be careful with your hearing, especially with headphones and earplugs and loud places and clubs and whatnot, because it's not something you can get back once you lose it. So my word of warning to y'alls. So, all right, Robert, got to wrap things up, but thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, go Hawks. Okay. Keep saying like two more. It's almost there. All right, let's go to I'm Punler from the 509. Maybe you can help me say your name correctly.
Oh, no, that's actually my brother's name. This is Alex.
Oh, it's Alex. Okay, let me just reset this. It comes up in caller ID funky. So, and where are you from? Are you from Central or Eastern Washington?
So I grew up in Wenatchee, Washington, but now I live in Renton.
Oh, you're in my neck of the woods. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, you're one of the last callers here, so what's on your mind, man?
Well, I think the biggest thing that just really made me appreciate what we're seeing, and really kind of a message out there for all the fans, like, this is something that we got to really appreciate for, like, such a good football organization compared to everything else. Because, I mean, when I hear stories of, like, people who went to the Rams game for, like, oh, I'm bringing the kid there for the first time, and it pretty much, like, changed their whole perspective of, like, creating a new fan. It brings the community that much more closer together for the Hawks.
Yeah. No, I agree. We've been kind of spoiled, really, even during the Pete Carroll days, or Pete Carroll years, because we've been kind of spoiled of going to playoffs for most every year. From like 2010, we went to playoffs, and it was like 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, we didn't go, 18, right. 19, 20, 21 we didn't, 22 we went, and then 23 23, did not. 23 didn't, and 24 we didn't. So that's pretty good though, right? Only missing like 3 years out of the almost decade plus. When you think of teams like Cleveland and New York Jets, there's some teams that have been like perennially bad and hopeless feelings, right? So the fact that we've never really had to have a down year. We've never had a year where we had like a 3-13 or 14 record. The worst we've had is like 8-9. Since Pete Carroll has been here. I think he started with 7-9, went 7-9, 7-9, and that was the worst it ever was. So we've been pretty lucky. But yeah, to be doing what we're doing right now is pretty awesome to be experiencing this right now, because it's not very often you get to be the number one seed and win your division. But the division has been a tough one to get our hands on for a while. Had just the one in 2020, but prior to that, it's been a lot of, dealing with challenges from the 49ers and, Rams. And so it's nice to finally get one, and to have the inside track is pretty sweet. So yes, we should all as Seahawks fans count our blessings and consider ourselves lucky that we are getting to experience this ride, because you can't take it for granted.
Oh,
you
yeah,
got to
for
enjoy
sure.
every win and the unfortunate loss along the way, because they're all part of the landscape and the makeup of getting to where we are now. So yeah, it's pretty awesome. We've witnessed some pretty cool things this year, from the Thursday night game to the game on Saturday and a bunch of other wins. I mean, when you only lose 3 games in a year, that's a lot of winning. So
Yeah.
we haven't had a lot to complain about. How do you feel about this?
Just real quick, going on to the fact of seeing these crazy games, and I know you're an older fan back in in the 90s for sure. And did you see them in the 80s?
I started watching the Seahawks in the 70s, bro. Started watching football in '79. I guess I didn't really become a fan of the Seahawks till technically very, very early, like 80, 81. So, yeah, I guess you call it the 80s. But yes, I go quite a ways back.
Yeah. Yeah, and for me, my football knowledge and awareness of the Seahawks were a thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm 31 years old. I started watching them when I was in late elementary school, like 5th grade, and this was in 2004. So they were starting to get in the playoffs. Mike Holmgren era, Matt Hasselbeck, Sean Alexander, all those guys. Still miss them, still love them. And, that whole feeling of seeing, I'm from a small town in Wenatchee, and when we go to the Super Bowl year in 2005 and just seeing, the whole community just, everyone's dressed up in Seahawks colors, and, that drew my attention. It's I didn't know sports can do stuff like this. Because, we haven't had that kind of success with, the Mariners for, at that time frame, since the early 2000s into the late 90s.
Mm-hmm.
And but for me, my first visual experience was seeing the Seahawks and what they did, and then from there on out, I was starting to grow my fandom, but what really solidified it, and what's even made me more happy when I heard when we got Cooper Kupp, and he was talking about a story about how his fandom of football started, and it's kind of crazy thinking he went to the same game that I went to. I think it was a Monday night game in 2006 against the Packers in a
it snowed, right?
Yeah, and Sean Alexander, I think he set the record for Monday Night Football on the most rushing yards. He was over 200 yards or something like that.
Oh, that's crazy. So you guys both were at that game. Yeah, that was a pretty memorable one. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it was just that. From that game on, that was okay, I'm all in for any Seattle sports, because I love that feeling. I love being in that stadium. It's loud. It's crazy. It's just a great environment, and just seeing how our organization was from there to now. I can't ask for anything more. And the fact that we're back in contention for another Super Bowl, we gotta cherish these moments, folks.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is history right here. I mean, you think about the last time this happened was 11 years ago. As for some of you, that would be the difference of being in elementary school and being in potentially college, right? I mean, that's how drastic. Like you, I guess if you're 31 now, so you were 20 years old the last time they were in this position and leading to Super Bowl 49. So, but for the younger kids who are even, like I said, elementary, and they find themselves in high school or beyond, that's like you're two different people. How different you've changed from that point, and it's pretty wild. For older guys like me, there's not so much difference between 10 years at this point of our lives, but it's still it's still a lot of. I think about football, and I can almost my kids and then the Seahawks kind of are the signposts of what happened in certain years, because I can remember certain years when the girls were born and when certain things happened. Like, oh yeah, that's that year. But you think of, like, when I think of years in terms of Seahawks, I can go, oh yeah, 2013. I know exactly what that year was. 2014, 2018, 2020. It's like they all represent a different chapter. Some good, some bad, some great, some mixed emotions. But each year defines a certain experience. And this is going to be our 2025-26 experience, where we'll all be able to say, oh yeah, I got to watch that Rams game, that, a miracle comeback, or we got to watch them beat the 49ers and get the number 1 seed and all that. Regardless of how far they go.
And this is coming.
That's already happened.
Yeah, and this is
find it.
Yeah, this is coming off of a crazy historical Mariners season too. So I mean,
that too. Just the fact that we had that on our, on the heels of that, we had this going on. So, yeah, it's pretty spectacular to be able to, to have these things going on. So, yeah, you're right. Got to cherish it and just appreciate every day that we get to be in this, because a lot of fans are like, "Yep, season's over. Get to look forward to next year," Whereas we've got so much more football and stuff ahead. Not everybody gets to be part of that. So pretty cool. Who knows what the chapter is yet to be written, but it could be something super spectacular if things go our way. So we'll see. Fingers crossed, but it's going to be a lot of fun. All right, Alex, thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. Good points. Go Hawks.
All right.
Let's wrap this up. 2 more lines, and that's it. I'm going to go with a fellow who's been hanging on a long time for the 702. Who is this? From Las Vegas. Hello? 702, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, who is this?
Yeah, this is Matthew. We spoken before, like years ago, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I have family in some Amish, but
okay.
I'm here in Vegas.
Okay.
I've been here for a while.
I appreciate that.
Yep,
I saw you were on hold for a while, so thanks for your patience on here. But yeah, what's on your mind?
Oh, well, I'm stoked. I feel like we're going back to the Super Bowl. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't care who we face. Seeing that defense, it doesn't matter who it is. That's how confident I am. Of course, you'll have your apprehensions. Like, of course, you'd prefer somebody you would prefer like a Packers or something like that. But however, I don't think it's feasible. That's the, and I think it'd have to be the Niners. I mean the Rams, a divisional, because I think the Bears is going to win, and then let's see if the Niners escape the Eagles. I think the Eagles will pull up an upset, and then that's it. It's going to be either the Rams or the Eagles. I mean the Rams for sure, but then the Eagles for NFC Championship or something like that.
Yeah. Well, the Eagles are they are favored over the Niners, so unless the 49ers can pull off the upset,
the thing with the Eagles,
would be done.
They have that defense. The Eagles have that defense, and they have that pass rush that can shake up, and so I don't know. I don't think the Niners are even. I think they're going to be one and done.
They
I think they're
could
going to
be. I mean, they're pretty beat up too. I mean, they've been beat up, but they got even
they're
extra
pretty
beat up.
beat up too. So that's why. But
True.
for me, like I'm with you. Like in order to be the best, we have to beat the best, and I think it's Stafford. After
I have to
we
agree
beat
with you on
Stafford,
that.
then I think after that, then we'll be smooth sailing after. I mean, and then towards the championship, like the Super Bowl. I mean, we'll have an advantage because we play in the Niners turf. Like you being there is like a dress rehearsal already. You know what I mean?
That was kind of like
what it is.
It was kind of like our 2013 year, a little differently because this was higher stakes. But I don't know if you remember before we played our Super Bowl in MetLife Stadium, they had a game against the Giants in MetLife Stadium, and they won that game. And they kind of saw that as sort of a dress rehearsal for the eventual Super Bowl. The Giants were a pretty terrible team back then, so it was a pretty easy win. But this one, similar feel.
I'm already looking for flights to go to Santa Clara already. That's
Okay.
how confident I am.
Well,
I mean, and but of course, I mean, you don't want to be too arrogant, but we have that swag. That's what I think.
No, I agree.
I
think everybody, including Seahawks fans, after what we saw against the 49ers, I think none of us were expecting it to be quite that dominant of a defensive
imagine
performance.
42 points. 42 points they put up against the Bears.
Yeah.
And they think Bears have a good defense.
So I thought they had a good defense until I saw the game. But
there's this chick here at who's an avid Bears fan. He's like, "Oh yeah, when we play you, we'll beat you guys." I'm like, I don't think so.
Well, the thing is, you never know.
You even get past the Niners.
You can't get caught up in the old algebraic equation of football where you go, well, if A beats B and B beats C, well, then A is going to be greater than C. That never works, right? You can't ever apply that formula because one game to the next, totally different. Because that's what 49ers fans were saying. Because the 49ers, just this point was there was a 49er post in one of the I think a Facebook group, trash talk group, but they were comparing the 49ers score against the Colts versus our score against the Colts. And remember the Colts, we barely escaped with the 2-point win or whatever with the last second field goal. And I think the 49ers run up the score against the Colts. And they use that as a comparison, like, yeah, we're different or we're built differently or something, as if the point is, well, here's what you did against the Colts. Here's what we did against the Colts. So, yeah, we're much better than you. And then look at what happens when we go head to head. So you can never judge another team's performance against yours as a sign of how it's going to go. So,
but what I'm confident about our team is if we needed a ground and pound, we can go there. If we want to win by a field goal because we can't score, it's a defensive game that it's like you can't score a touchdown, we can also win in that department. And then if we need to outscore them, we can also, because I think Sam Darnold is good enough to be able to at least, exchange touchdowns, which we don't really like. However, I think, but our kind of like identity is last game. That's Seahawks football.
Mm-hmm.
Ground and pound, kill them in the defense, get our field goal, and then score a touchdown whenever we can.
Yeah.
Yep. So
this identity, if this is the breakout of our identity we saw on Saturday, we have a good future because I think that's exactly how they wanted to design this team. Strong running game,
we just need to
dominating defense, and a quarterback who can just make plays.
If we can do what we did with Christian McCaffrey to Puka Nacua and then cover Devontae Adams, I think we'll be all right.
Yeah.
Then we stopped that run.
We did stop CMC because he was the kind of the key, and we limited him to 50 yards. So, yeah, they definitely did that.
I like Matthew Stafford and I respect his game and everything, but the thing is, I think we can get to him. I think when we made the certain adjustments, like come second half of the two games that we had with them, I think we got them. I mean, they kind of have like our number, but we also have theirs. So kind of like that. So
yeah, no, I think if we can get to Purdy in the same way we got to Stafford will get erratic with the ball if he's under pressure, just like Purdy did.
Yep,
you know.
I see it. I see Phil. So we just need to, and then eventually, because of that, he'll make a mistake, then he'll throw that pick. That's what they do with Darnold too. So, but then right now, I feel more confident because we have Zabel back, and I think we have a better pass protection right now, and that's why we can run better too. And we got Jake Bobo. We have Jake Bobo, which he's just coming back. Jake Bobo can be a threat as a receiver too. At the same time, he can jam. He can jam if it's like a run or something. So
he's generally not utilized that much in the passing game. He's barely been thrown to, but he's really a good blocker. But he could catch the ball if they wanted to.
Good blocker.
But we haven't seen much from him in the passing game. But
that's the Seahawks thing too. We thrive on versatile players.
Right.
I mean, we've always drafted that way from the 2013 season and stuff like that. I think the props that should be given to is, for me, it's John Schneider.
For sure.
Call him
Executive of the Year, man. I think he's a strong argument for him.
It's making the best decisions for the team, and I think we did. This is the shortest build-up I've ever seen. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm kind of like seeing that we're supposed to be in a build-up yet still, but then after seeing now, it's like, wow, that was quick. It's a pretty quick transformation. Now we're a Super Bowl contender. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, they should have been. They should have been in the playoffs last year, and then this year via Super Bowl season. But nonetheless, he's done this quick for sure.
That's good. And to be honest, I'm kind of glad that Sam Darnold had his experience with the Vikings because it made him tougher, and so he's more ready come playoff time with us.
Yeah.
So
I agree. I think he's learned, obviously, with all these different teams he's played with and the experiences he's had. He had to have learned things along the way and made him a better player. So we're the beneficiaries of all that experience. He got all the bad teams out of the way, Jets and Panthers, and he eventually got around good teams, and now one of the best. So
if we feel like we're supposed to defend him about his record and about what he does, if he's going to be a choke artist or not, you know what I mean? I'm sure he wants to prove that more than anybody else, to for the world too. So I think his best football is yet to come. So that's something we should be excited about.
Yeah.
So we just need to be good vibes, positive, drain it in, and then confident. They're going to our home. Let's make it loud.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm looking at going there and hoping a possibility of getting tickets too. So we'll see how it works. But definitely come Super Bowl time, San Francisco Santa Clara is closer to Vegas. So, whatever it takes.
Yeah. I hope that comes to fruition, man. But we'll know soon enough. In about a week and a half, it'll be on.
The last playoff game that I was with the Seahawks was that one in Minnesota. What do you call this? The Frozen Tundra game.
Oh, 2015.
Blair Walsh.
Yeah, the Blair Walsh shank.
That was the Blair Walsh missed field goal.
Yeah,
so that was
a crazy
quite an
game.
experience. I don't have much to show for it because my phone was frozen. But
So you were actually at that game. You were actually at that game.
I was.
Oh my gosh! Wow. How did you manage to not get frostbite? You must have had some serious winter weather layers going on. Oh, still there? Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, yeah. No, I was just saying.
I'm at work, but it's fine. I was saying, I went to the bathroom, so yeah.
Oh man, that's
something to be excited for.
That's an experience by itself to see a game like that.
The only real threat is what do you call this? The Rams, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only real threat. If we get past the Rams, then it's a wrap.
Yeah, and crazy to think we might face them in the first round.
I know we have unfinished business with the Patriots, but I think the Broncos would be kind of like the better team. So for me, so that to shut up all the critics, bring on the best. Let the best beat the best, and I think it could be the Broncos. And if that's the case, it's luck could be on our side because 12 years ago, 2014, it was the Seahawks against the Broncos, and if we can kill that offense too with that kind of defense, then hopefully it'd be a repeat of 2014. So
that would be something, wouldn't it? All right. Well, we'll see what happens. Keep the positive vibes going, and we'll talk again after and prep for this next game.
We'll catch up soon.
Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. Go Hawks.
Yep. Thank you so much, Norm. We're always following. I love the Top Gun thing, by the way, because that's my time too.
I'm glad you enjoyed that.
Top Gun thing, so I thought that thing. I was like, wow, that's Top Gun. And even like the bogey setting 270 at 10 miles, 800 miles closer. I love it.
Thank you. I appreciate you watching, man.
And I just watched the super fan thing. That was amazing too. You
watched the documentary about Mark Collins, my bud?
Yeah. That was well done, though. Thank
you.
Well, so, yep.
I'm glad you watched it. I'm glad it's getting a lot more views again because it's an important historical point in the Seahawks history, and it's an important story everybody should know because I think you forget about these things, you kind of lose the.
Oh yeah, for sure. I didn't have any idea about it. I had an idea because you've known Mark Collins for a long time, but then to really put the story up like that, oh wow.
Yeah. What he sacrificed to keep the team here was something else. So, yeah, I'm glad you got to see that. I'm glad more and more people are seeing that because it is important. So.
Oh, for sure.
Thank you.
Sure. I just, basically, I just wanted to say that I appreciate you for all you do. And I was thinking, like, if you did, if we face the Eagles, maybe you can do another wrap in Philadelphia,
Oh, wow.
Cool.
That's true. We could face each other. I'll have to see if she's still. That. Yeah, that goes way back to those early 2010 days, but it was pretty fun.
But she's cool, so.
She's cool.
I think that'll be fun if you could. I think,
we'll see if it's in the cards, but I'll definitely be giving her a call if we end up facing each other in the playoffs. So, all right, man. Thanks, Matthew, for the call, and go Hawks. All right. One more call here to wrap things up from the 512 Kamawat Duanit.
Yeah, hey, what's up?
How you doing? Did I say it right? Kamawat?
Yeah, I mean DK.
Kamawat. Okay. Well, where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Texas.
Austin, Texas. Okay. All right. Seahawks fan or what?
Yes.
You are a Seahawks fan. Okay. All right. All right. Well, you get to be the honor of the last caller. So what's on your mind?
I wanted to ask you, what do you think about the Clint Kubiak situation?
You mean in terms of him being...
In terms of how he's interviewed, and all that.
Well, I posted a response on this, I think when I saw it on Twitter. I said, well, I'm glad to hear he's getting the opportunities, but I, of course, wish he would stay at least another year because I feel like this formula hasn't even really seen its come to full fruition yet. I feel like it's finally coming together. To see him get poached, before he's even really had a chance to get full potential feel like it's premature. But if we were to be so fortunate to go to the Super Bowl and win it, I would definitely see it as you did a great thing here. And, if you've got to move forward with your career, I understand, but that's what happens though. Great teams with, success, they're going to be looking to try to steal some of that thunder to improve their own team. And one thing that's good is at least we know our head coach isn't going anywhere. We don't have to worry about our, I guess they could poach our defensive coordinator, who, Aiden Dirty. But Mike McDonald, we know, is the architect of all this. So as long as he's the head coach, that defense is sticking around. But I think it's always going to be the challenge with a team where you have a defensive-minded head coach. If you have a good offensive coordinator who does well, and you're, hitting the upper levels like this with playoffs and everything, that offensive coordinator is going to get calls to help go to another team, and you can't really stop it because that's just what happens, in terms of success breeds success, and unfortunately, that you see it all the time. Coaches move on and get promoted, and it's a good thing for them, but it makes it tough because it's like, oh man, we finally got a guy that's working, and what, we got to start over again and get a new one.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like we've just been kind of offensive coordinator carousel for like the past decade almost.
Yeah, I know.
In and out, in and out.
We finally found one. It seems like this is finally starting to work. But yeah, I hope he doesn't go. I would hope he plays one more. You know, kind of like when we were in the running for Ben Johnson. He was one of the guys actually I wanted. You know, maybe slightly ahead of Mike McDonald at the time. But then he ended up taking himself out of the sweepstakes and stayed with Detroit one more year. So not everybody has to take a new job. I guess it's got to be the right fit, and if it's something they really want. So, Elena, Norv is getting tired. He's fading out. It's my voice, too, because, you know, I've still been getting over a combination of all the yelling from the weekend and still getting over this cold I've had since before Christmas. And it's a stubborn one. But the longer the night goes, the more my voice starts to get more raspy. So that's what you're hearing. But I've been going, this has been a 4.5 hour call-in session. So it's been going on for a while. Longer than Titanic or Braveheart. This is like up there with Lord of the Rings extended version. But hey, it's been great talking to you guys. And I love all the feedback and the stories and everything like that. So, but yeah, so I guess, how do you feel about our potential Super Bowl matchup here? Do you feel like
I mean, I feel great. Like, you know, obviously the last time we were this good was, I mean, for me, I was pretty young, but I actually went ahead and got NFC championship tickets. So, you know, if we make that, that'll be a super, super fun environment.
Oh,
yeah.
You mean you've reserved the NFC tickets already in case they do make it? You've already got your ins on it? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you and I both, man. So I hope we get to opportunity to use these, because then that would be crazy. And I like our odds if we can get past this this first round. Because if we get past the Rams,
do you have anybody you want to play almost in the next round in the divisional?
It's almost that line of anybody but the Rams. It's a mixed emotions because, like,
yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
I know the Rams are the toughest ones, so there's that part of me that just wants to, you know, the fight or flight. Like, how about we just fly away from the Rams and have the Rams somehow go away somewhere, and you take the path of least resistance. But you kind of know that if you have to do it, that's going to make the win that much more rewarding. Kind of like beating the 49ers, right? If Chicago had won that game 2 weeks ago, we wouldn't have enjoyed this moment of winning on Saturday. And there'll be something that if we do have to face the Rams and we beat them, how satisfying that'll be. I mean, that's going to be iron sharpening iron kind of thing, you know? So, yeah, believe me, I'd rather take the likelihood of winning the game by taking a less stronger opponent. Like, let's say if Carolina Panthers somehow beat the Rams and all the others, you know, the Niners get knocked out and Packers get knocked out, well, then we would play the Panthers up here. And I like our odds in that game. But something tells me I'm not going to get that.
That'd be crazy.
That would be crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, 8-9. So, I mean, they're barely snuck their way in. But something tells me that's not going to happen. Something's going to tell me it's like, all right, got to do it the hard way. I have a feeling that that's just coming. So,
yeah, honestly, I think I could see the Packers winning against the Bears. I could see that. But
yeah,
you know,
that's true. They were so close in the
end.
last one. You know, they were right there. So, you know, it.
Especially with that Jordan Love, too. So.
Yeah. So that's true. The Packers could surprise them. And, you know, Packers have their own set of problems that they bring to Seattle because we've not had good luck against the Packers either recently. So, and they got that traveling, noisy fan base. So you take the good with the bad, but you know what it is? It's not in our control anyway. So we're going to play whoever we end up playing. So either way, can't wait. Yeah. I'm excited. It's going to be a lot of fun. So
and the best part is we watch this next week stress-free.
Exactly. Finally, a weekend we can kind of relax and give our hearts a break. So, yeah, it's a good spot to be in, man. All right. Well, thanks for the call, man. I'm going to wrap this up because I am down to my last vocal cord. So, thanks for the call, man, and go Hawks.
Yeah, appreciate it. Go Hawks.
All right.
Goodbye.
Well, goodbye. That is it. Well, thank you so much, guys. That was an epic call-in session, but man, that was great. We had some great calls. Everyone had some great points to make, and you know, I think that the one caller who said it earlier is like, we just got to enjoy this ride because we're just fortunate to be experiencing this and going through what very few teams get to. number one seed, home field. We're going to get to watch these games at home, and I can't wait, man. It's no place I'd rather be at this time of the year. So, all right. Well, thanks for watching and hanging in there with me, you guys. More videos to come. I am working on my documentary of the trip down to San Francisco. That's much more than what I've released in terms of the game experience, and I think you guys will enjoy kind of seeing what it was like going through this trip. It's coming out this week. So until then, we'll see you guys later. And yeah, go Hawks.